She's living my life, and no one even remembers I was here first. This is The Woman in My Place. There's a photograph I can't stop looking at. It was taken on an ordinary afternoon, the kind you never think to hold on to. A park, soft sunlight, my husband's hand in mine, my children laughing, cheeks flushed pink from running. We looked like a perfect family. We were a perfect family. And then, just a month later, it was gone. Now I stand at a distance, watching them from the shadows. My husband, my daughter, my son, still smiling, still whole, but not with me, with her. She fits into my life like she was always meant to be there, standing where I stood, holding what was mine, laughing at the same jokes, walking the same paths, living inside the life that was stolen from me. And the worst part? No one questions it. No one remembers the truth. It's like I never existed at all. She thinks she's won. She thinks I'm gone. But I'm still here, watching, waiting, learning, because no one takes everything from me and walks away untouched. I will find out what she did. I will make them remember. And I will take back what's mine, piece by piece, lie by lie. Because behind closed doors, nothing is ever as perfect as it seems. And when the truth finally comes out, she'll wish she never took my place. Chapter 1. Sadie. The room is spinning. I can hardly breathe. I'm trying my best not to faint, but it's not easy. The past year has been the worst year of my life, a total nightmare, the kind of thing you never expect to happen to you. Somebody took my husband and my kids. Somebody took my family. Family. It's the thing that drives what many of us do in life. The reason we get out of bed in the morning, the reason we keep working hard to make money in soul-crushing jobs, the reason we buy the bigger house or the larger car, and the reason many of us count down to birthdays or Christmas or vacations with such excitement and anticipation. Without family, our lives could feel very empty as my life feels without mine. 12 long months of missing my 2 children, of being denied the opportunity to help get them dressed in the mornings, or cook meals for them, or drive them to school and hear about their day on the way back. 12 months since another woman took my place, raising my kids, sleeping with my husband, living in the family home I worked so hard to create. Her name is Luna. She has everything I ever wanted. She stole it from me. People take things they shouldn't all the time. Children steal penny sweets. Eager relatives or friends take the last roast potato in the dish without asking. Work colleagues might steal a co-worker's sandwich from the staff room, but all those things can be forgiven. What cannot be forgiven is when somebody takes something precious, like a family. Luna has taken mine, and I've just figured out how she did it. She set fire to my parents' home and framed another woman for it. She broke into my home and defaced my favorite family photo. She drove a wedge between me and my husband, and while our marriage was already on shaky ground, she sent seismic shockwaves through it to finish it off. She drugged me and caused me to fail a breathalyzer test, making me lose my driving license and ruining any chance I had of gaining custody of my children. Then she lured me to the woods, pretending to be my husband, to get me out there alone, where I fear she planned to kill me and bury my body. Any one of those things happening in isolation would be terrifying and too much, but all of them together, one after the other, combined to create catastrophic consequences for me and my loved ones. I've been left with nothing, forced to live with my parents for lack of money and a better option. I've not been sleeping. I've barely been functioning. All the while, she has been thriving. I didn't realize she was behind all of the strange and unexplained things that had happened to me. I thought it had to be someone else. I even thought it was my husband at one point, convinced he had painstakingly plotted to get me out of his life so that he could keep our children for himself. But now, I've worked it all out, thanks to the tip-off from Gemma, my ex-husband's mistress, who figured it out from where she languishes in prison for a crime she did not commit. It's not a second too soon. That's because right now, at this very moment, Luna is living with Reed, Arthur, and Ruby, my ex and our two darling children. And that means they are in danger by proximity to her. I need to warn them. I need to get them away from Luna. I need to make sure she can't hurt them like she hurt me. I check the time. It's almost midnight. Very late. Most people are sleeping now. I know my parents are, and I imagine Luna, Reed, and the kids are too. But there's no way I can sleep. There's no way I am waiting until the morning to expose Luna and the lengths she has gone to in her devastating plan to steal my family. I have to do something now, tonight. So I will. I leave my bedroom, the cramped one I've been forced into as I rent this place with my parents, while their house is rebuilt after the fire, and creep past the room where they sleep. My mum and dad have been through a lot over this past year, like I have, and I'm sure there is plenty to come after I expose Luna, so I leave them to get their rest. I pass their bedroom and go downstairs as quietly as I can, and then leave the house, allowing them to sleep and achieve what little peace they can before they wake up to the nightmare that I am currently engulfed in. I put on my coat and shoes, but there is one more thing I need before I leave. I see my father's car keys lying on the kitchen counter and scoop them up, feeling as if I'm touching some kind of forbidden fruit because I know I should not be in possession of car keys. I am banned from driving. I would be breaking the law if I got behind the wheel of a car. That's why my father has been chauffeuring me around everywhere recently, but not anymore. Tonight, I am driving, and I'm doing so because I don't want to waste a second in getting to my old house and getting Luna out of there as quickly as possible. I step outside and feel a chill run down my spine. It could be the cold weather at this late hour of the day, or it could be the apprehension of what I am about to head towards. A storm, a danger, a woman who has stopped at nothing to ruin my life. But I'm about to meet that foe head-on. I unlock my father's car and get in behind the wheel, starting the engine and thinking about the last time I had the freedom of the road at my fingertips. It was the morning over a year ago when I drove my children to school. The same morning a police car stopped me and an officer breathalyzed me. I thought it was a joke or just a random check, but it was neither. It was a setup. I grit my teeth as I release the handbrake and ease my foot on the accelerator, and, as I expected, I am more than a little rusty when it comes to operating a vehicle after such a long time. The car judders and jolts, and I almost stall it, but I eventually get the feel for it again, and now I'm driving. Which means I'm breaking the law, but it's nothing in comparison to the crimes Luna has committed. I'm on the way to my old house, the one I used to call home, the one where I shared a bedroom with Reed, and where I used to tuck our two children into their beds each night. The one where I made so many meals in the kitchen, watched so many kids' movies in the lounge, and spent so many sunny afternoons in the garden with my little ones frolicking on the lawn. I designed and decorated every room, I put up every photo, and I poured all of my love and attention into making it as warm a place to exist as any family could hope for. I need to get there as quickly as possible and wake up my ex-husband, tell him that the woman he has allowed into his life is a liar. Tell him to get the kids and get them out of the house until the police have arrested Luna and her true nature has been laid bare. Only once my family members are safe can I rest, which is why I'm pressing my foot down further and further on the accelerator pedal. They are not currently safe. As I speed through the silent streets, passing all these houses where families sleep and drama is lacking, I cannot believe that this is just the latest development in my own dramatic family history. Depending on how things go when I get to my destination, all these people around here could be waking up to some very hair-raising headlines on the morning news. If I have my way, the news will report on how Luna has been unmasked as a dangerous and deluded villain, and I am the hero of the story, who has suffered so much before finally getting my redemption. But if things go wrong, it'll be my obituary they are reading. I could call the police, have them meet me there, but that risks a couple of things. One, they might not believe my accusations, and two, if they don't, Reed won't, and then I may have missed my chance. I need to catch Luna off guard. I need to make Reed believe me, and I know I can because we were so close once. We were married. We were soulmates. I hope he'll hear the truth in my words. All I need to do is voice them to him, and it's best to do that without any other influences. So no police. Not yet, anyway. The time for them will come. But for now, it's my time. This is my family, so only I can do this. I'm not far away now, only a few minutes at most. The closer I get, the more I see my enemy's face in my mind's eye. Luna took my family from me, so it's time I start taking too. I'm going to take my family back. I'm going to take my revenge. Chapter 2. Luna. The dead of night is a bad time for guilt. It often comes in waves. The silence and solitude, no match for the voices in my head that remind me of all the bad things I have done in my past. During the day, I can distract myself and keep myself busy enough to briefly forget all the sins and secrets that have got me the life I have now. But then everyone goes to sleep, everything falls quiet, and that's when the bit of my brain that worries that this will all be taken away from me comes out to play. You're a bad person. You don't deserve your family. Reed is going to find out what you have done. Then he'll leave you, taking the children with him. He'll go back to Sadie, while you'll go to prison. You'll be alone again. You'll never have any happiness. It's what you deserve. Those are just a few of the thoughts running through my tired mind as midnight approaches, and I find myself wide awake, downstairs in the house I worked so hard to get into. The house I managed to remove Sadie from. The house where I live with her family. The one I targeted after becoming obsessed with them all whilst delivering parcels here in my day job. I did it. I achieved my goal. I have a family now. I just wish I didn't have to worry about all the things I did to get it. The fire, the framing, the murder. It's a lot to have to deal with, but deal with it I must. I cannot share my burden with anybody else, because to do so would be self-destructive. If I tell a single soul about the things I have done, I will be arrested. Better to stay quiet and keep what I have, even if it means living the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, paranoia perched on there, poking and prodding at me at every turn. I don't want to worry forever. It's not healthy, and health has to be my priority these days, more so than it has ever been. That's because it's not just me who depends on my body now. The baby I am carrying inside myself is too. I only recently found out I was pregnant with Reed's child, and it was a joyous moment when I told him the news earlier tonight. He hugged me and told me that he was happy, and I could see he meant it. He also told me that he was excited for us to welcome a little brother or sister for the 2 children he already has. Arthur and Ruby are the kids he had with Sadie, the kids I get to live with now instead of her. But best of all, he told me that this baby would be ours and have nothing to do with his ex, which made me feel good because I know it is true. I might have taken Sadie's husband and 2 children from her, but they will always be tethered to her by genetics and history. But this new child, the unborn baby growing bigger every day, has nothing to do with her. It will not share her DNA or any of her traits. It's just mine and Reed's, a brand new start, and therefore whatever happens, she cannot lay claim to this part of the family. I feel good about that fact, but I know I won't feel good if I stay up all night, so I should go back to bed. I only got up to come down to the garage and put back the 2 items I had taken to the woods with me earlier this evening. They were a pair of hedge clippers and a shovel, and they were the things I had planned to kill and bury Sadie with if she had fallen into the trap that I had set for her. I'd lured her to the woods under false pretenses, using Reed's phone to pretend that he was inviting her to come and see him and the children there. But really, it was me, enticing Sadie so I could get her alone and finish her off, removing her as a potential threat and giving me one less enemy to worry about for the rest of my life. I was so close to achieving that objective because Sadie did make it to the woods, but something made her turn back and leave. Something spooked her. I don't know what, whether it was a message she received on her phone from somebody else, or just a sixth sense that kept her alive this evening. But whatever it was, she left the woods, and left me with little choice but to make a plan B. I'm still standing in the garage now, staring at the clippers and the shovel sitting in the corner, and wishing I had got to use them in the way I had intended this evening. But it won't do me any good to resent or regret how the last few hours have gone. I should just go back to bed. Snuggle down next to Reed. Sleep so my baby can enjoy the benefits of my rested body. Then, In the morning, I can make another plan for Sadie. I turn off the garage light and head to the door that will return me to the main part of the house, the warmer, well-decorated part. But just before I can get there, I see a flash of headlights across the small garage window, causing me to turn back, curious to see who it might be. The only way a car's headlights could shine into this garage directly is if somebody has just parked on our driveway. But who would do that at this time of night? We're all home, so nobody else has the right to park there. But as I reach the window, I see that somebody has. Then I see who it is. Sadie. What the hell is she doing here? Why so late at night? And why is she driving? She's banned. I saw to that. Yet here she is, behind the wheel, looking at the house, and as she turns off the engine, I guess she is about to try and get in. I have no idea what she wants, but I know that it cannot be good, so I have to stop her before she can knock on the front door. Any loud noises will be sure to wake Reed and the children, so I have to prevent her from making any. I briefly consider going out there and talking to her, asking her what she is here for, pretending like I care and am concerned that everything is okay. But then I see her get out of the car and realize that would be futile. The expression on her face is a dark one. She looks like a woman scorned, like a woman who is desperate to reveal a truth, a woman who has figured out that I am the reason she lost her family. I cannot talk to her, I cannot reason with her. I have to do something else, something more decisive. Then I glance at the hedge clippers again. I was going to kill her in the woods tonight. But now she's here. Why don't I kill her in this garage instead? I don't know if I can do it, but I don't have much time to wait and see. I have to act now because Sadie is headed towards the front door, and she is only seconds away from waking up her family. My family. I rush to the garage door, not the large one that allows a car to park in here, but the smaller one that gives access to the side of the house, and I exit via that because Sadie won't be able to see me doing so. I need the element of surprise if I am to get close enough to her to quieten any cries she might make, but I really have to move fast because I'm running out of time. Rounding the side of the house, I see Sadie is only a few steps away from the front door, and she is already raising her hand to knock. That's when I run towards her, and while she hears my footsteps on the concrete as I approach, she doesn't have the time to fully turn around and see me before I clamp my hand over her mouth. I feel her wriggle and wrestle as she tries to break free, and I hear her mumble and moan into my palm. But I'm stronger than her. And now that I've surprised her, I have the advantage. I don't waste it and seize my opportunity to drag Sadie backwards to where I have just come from, down the side of the house, before pushing her through the open garage door. Then I step inside and close it quickly behind me before reaching down and picking up the sharp, pointed object I already knew was there. As I hold the hedge clippers and stare at Sadie, she stares back at me, frightened, aghast, unsure. Then she speaks. "It was you," is all she says, leaving me in no doubt that she has figured this all out. I could say something in response, something clever or sinister or dramatic, but I don't. I just nod. Then I raise the hedge clippers so that the blade is pointed right at my nemesis. After all, actions speak louder than words. Chapter 3. Sadie. I stare at the sharp weapon seconds away from snaring me and realize I have walked right into danger. I should have planned this better. I should have gone to the police. I should have known that Luna was always one step ahead of me. But now I'm here, and it's too late. She's going to try and kill me. She's going to keep my family. "Wait!" I say, raising my hands in front of myself, as if they would be any match for the clippers were Luna to lunge forward and attack me with them. She must know that they are not, but I'm doing my best to appear unthreatening, if only so it slows her down and gives me the chance to avoid meeting a terrible fate in this garage that I used to call my own. To my left is where I kept the children's outdoor toys, their bicycles, a plastic slide, a swing set. It's not the time of year for those things now, which is why they are housed in here for storage during the colder months. But I used to be the one who decided when it was time for them to come back out again. I used to be the one who would see the smiles on Arthur and Ruby's faces when I decreed that summer had started and the time for outdoor fun had begun. Now, Luna has that responsibility, one that she does not deserve because she did not earn it fairly. On the opposite side of the garage to the toys is where I used to leave all the discarded cardboard boxes and packaging from the parcels I would order online. They were left here for Reed to put into his car and take to the recycling centre once a month or so, a chore he complained about, but always did, because he knew that shopping was just part of my personality. It's not as if I didn't spend money on him too, so some of those cardboard boxes had been full of things for him. But they were all boxes and packages that the woman standing in front of me now delivered to this house herself. Then, she just seemed like a normal delivery driver, an unimposing, unremarkable woman doing her day job. Right up until the moment she took everything from me. "You'll never get away with this," I say to Lunatic Luna, a nickname she has surely earned, and one the media may use if I am successful in revealing the extent of her crimes. "If you kill me here, how will you explain it? The police will arrest you, and Reed will leave you, and all of this will have been in vain. You realize that, right?" Luna pauses, and hopefully she knows that I am correct. "Do you understand what I am truly capable of?" she asks me then, a menacing tone to her voice that sends a chill through my body in this already cold garage. "If you think I cannot kill you and get away with it, you really haven't figured out who I am at all." That ominous statement makes me aware that Luna does not fear taking a chance and killing me right now, because she obviously trusts her skills in getting away with it. That confidence must come from experience, and if so, I figure she has killed before. I think about how my son told me that he saw her recently, on a street where a man was later found dead, and I wondered if she could have been involved. Now I don't doubt it. I can see from the look in her eyes that Luna is already a murderer. But will I be her next victim? "Why me?" I ask desperately. "Why us? Why my family?" "Why not?" comes the cold reply. "I don't understand. What made us special? What made us stand out? You must have delivered parcels to hundreds of homes. Why not ruin any of those families? Why ruin mine?" "Because you had it all," Luna tells me, and I notice she lowers the clippers slightly as she speaks, though I'm hardly going to point that out to her because I want to keep her distracted. "You had everything, the handsome husband, the cute children, the huge house. You were living the dream, and I bet you didn't even know it." "Of course I did. I knew how lucky I was to have my family," I cry. "Who are you to say that I took them for granted?" "You did take them for granted, because that's what everyone who has things does. It's only the people who have nothing who understand the true value of those things that others have. The value of having a supportive partner to sleep beside every night. The value of seeing smiling faces at breakfast time and bedtime. The value of living in a place that is cozy and warm and comforting, rather than soul-destroying and cheap and dangerous." Luna's words are giving me a valuable insight into the life she had before she came into mine. But even so, how can it be my fault for her circumstances? "I'm sorry if you hated your life, but that doesn't give you the right to ruin mine," I snap back. "I worked hard to build everything I had. Reed and I had a long relationship. I raised my children for years. I poured my heart and soul into this house. I did everything I was supposed to do. I was a good wife and mother. Then you took it all from me." "It was already falling apart," Luna says rather bluntly then. "I exposed the cracks in the foundations and took my opportunity to switch places with you when I saw that I could do a better job." "You know nothing about my family," I snarl, and for a moment, it seems both Luna and I are more focused on winning an argument than using the hedge clippers that still loom ominously between us. "I know everything about your family," comes the startling response. "I know that Reed got bored with you and was messaging a woman from his work. I know that you were feeling all broken-hearted and unable to forgive him. And I know that the pair of you were drifting aimlessly into either separation or a lifetime of bitterness and resentment. Luckily for you, I sped that process up." I glare at Luna and cannot believe the gall of her to stand here in what was my home and think she knows more about my life and my problems than I do. Okay, so some of what she just said might be true. Reed had been messaging a woman from his workplace. Her name was Gemma, and he was sending her inappropriate things for a married man to be sending. Finding out about that had broken my heart. But it was for us to figure out, not our crazy delivery driver. You're insane. You're a stalker. You need to be locked up immediately. You're a danger to society. No, I'm only a danger to you, just like you're a danger to me now that you have figured all of this out. But that's okay because you are not leaving here alive. Luna raises the hedge clippers again, and I realize she is going to use them in the next few seconds unless I move quickly. I realize, too, that what she said might be true. I might not be able to leave here alive. But I don't want to leave here because this is where my family is. Even if I die, I could still warn them about the woman they have allowed to get close to them. That way, my death won't be in vain. Hopefully, Reed can see sense and get himself and the children as far away from Luna as possible. If he can do that, at least he could raise our beautiful children in my absence without any danger hanging over them. It terrifies me to think of leaving Arthur and Ruby behind in this scary world without their mother's love and support. But if that has to happen, I have to do one thing now. I have to alert them to the danger in their home. So I turn and I run. I run through the internal door that takes me into the house, and now I'm in the kitchen. I know every inch of this place. I spent so much time here. Luna might think she is on home turf, but so am I. We both have that advantage. Does that make it a disadvantage? I don't know. As Luna chases me across the kitchen, there's only one way to find out. Chapter 4. Luna. I have to stop Sadie before she can reach the door on the other side of the kitchen and pull it open. If she does that, she'll be in the hallway, and there's no way her cries won't be heard by those sleeping upstairs. If Reed hears that his ex is here and sounds scared for her life, that is going to be a disaster for me. So I have to silence Sadie before she can alert him. Get back here, I hiss under my breath as I grab at Sadie, who is just out of reach of both my left hand and the blade of the hedge clippers in my right. Get away from me, Sadie suddenly screams, the noise deafening at this hour when the house is otherwise silent. Reed, help me! She's being so loud. He's going to hear her, and then he's going to come downstairs and hear everything Sadie suspects me of. Once that happens, he'll never look at me in the same way again. Even if he isn't sure if he should believe his ex's word over mine, there will still be doubts in his mind. Fears and paranoia that cloud his love for me and threaten to ruin everything we have together. Our relationship, our family, our baby. I'm pregnant, I say to Sadie, sensing a way that I might be able to get her to shut up and stop for a second. It works. Sadie is no longer running, although she is on the other side of the breakfast bar, which is providing a safe barrier between her and me, for the time being at least. What? She replies. It's true, I reply, out of breath from the brief chase, but keeping my voice low as I pray that Reed has not been disturbed. I'm carrying a child. Reed's child. That means Arthur and Ruby are going to have a little brother or sister. But all this stress is not good for the baby, so we need to stop. If not for my sake, do it for my unborn child or your own children and their future sibling. Sadie stares at me as if trying to figure out if this is the truth or just another of my many tactics. But unlike so much else, I don't have to lie about this. I mean it. I'm pregnant. So whatever you think of me, you know that the life growing inside of me is innocent. So think about that before you make your next move. Think about how you won't just be ruining my future if you tell everyone what I did, but you'll be ruining my child's future too. I don't believe this, Sadie says, shaking her head. Every child needs their mother, I go on, not backing down. You know that. And now that I'm going to be a mother myself, I know it as well. So please, have some heart. You have got to be joking, Sadie spits back. Where was your heart when you stole everything from me and set the police after me to stop me from driving? Where was your heart when you framed Gemma? Where was your heart when you set fire to the house with my parents and children inside? I've made mistakes, I accept that, I say, which is surely the least I can do. But let's slow down and talk about this before things get any further out of control. This is a dangerous situation, but nobody needs to get hurt. You're the one holding the weapon, Sadie points out. I'll put it down, but only if you agree to be quiet, I say, and Sadie thinks about it for a moment before she nods. So I keep my word. I lower the clippers onto the breakfast bar between us, hopefully showing that I don't want to kill her anymore. But the fact that the kitchen knives are in their stand only an arm's length away from me on this breakfast bar means I have another option if I get the chance to use them. Sadie's eyes are on the clippers, and maybe now she assumes she is safe. I hope so, and it's a good sign for me that she isn't running for that door. I really want to experience motherhood, I admit. I really want to have my baby and raise him or her in a safe, loving environment. But that can't happen if I have to go to prison. So please, I'm begging you, show me some mercy. Mercy? When did you show me any when you meticulously dismantled everything I ever cared about? I realize this is a tough sell, so I switch gears and decide to do something that I don't do very often. I make myself appear vulnerable. You're right, I didn't show you any mercy, and I'm sorry about that, I say. But it's only because you were right in what you said about me in the garage. I'm hoping that admitting all of this will make Sadie see me as some desperate woman suffering with her personality, when in fact I'm only doing this to try and lull her into a false sense of security. I can still see the knives in my peripheral vision, and I will use them if I get the chance. Then give up, hand yourself in to the police, and face the consequences of your actions, Sadie suggests. If you admit to everything, then they will be more lenient, and you can still have a life after this. You can still be a mother to your child. Do you really think so? I ask, really playing the sad victim now and not the crazed killer I was appearing to be a few moments ago. Yes, I do, Sadie says, as good a lie as I have ever heard, and I've heard a lot in my time. Most of them have come out of my mouth. That's when I realize that Sadie is playing a game here like I am. While I'm only trying to say what I think she wants to hear, she is simply doing the same to me. But who will win this game? Will you help me? I ask her. If I do this, if I give myself up and tell the police everything, will you help me get a lesser punishment so I can be with my child again one day? Will you say whatever you have to say to make them go easier on me? There's absolutely no way any sane person would agree to that, not after I stole their family and ruined their life. That's why I know Sadie would never agree to it. But she keeps on playing her game nonetheless. Yes, I will, she replies, lying through her teeth but doing her best not to show it. I'll help you. This can all be okay. The important thing is that you don't make it worse for yourself now. Worse for myself? Yeah, right. But I just nod my head and look as sad and confused as I can, and then I step away from the clippers, proving that I am serious about not using them again. But each step I take brings me closer to the knives, and as Sadie isn't moving yet, I'm getting closer to her again now too. I'm scared, I tell her, putting a hand on my belly for effect. I just want to be a good mother, like you. Sadie is watching me, but that's okay because if she's doing that, she's not watching the knives that are now very near where I stand. I just wanted to be like you, I carry on. You had everything and I had nothing, and I guess I lost sight of what was right and wrong. But I'm not a bad person, you have to believe me. I do, Sadie says, which would be tragic if it were true, but she doesn't believe a word I'm saying. She's just glad I'm not trying to kill her again. Not yet. I lunge for the knives and grab the biggest one I can by the handle before thrusting it towards Sadie. I've aimed for her chest, but I'd be happy if the blade penetrated her anywhere on her body, as long as it immobilized her and left her weak for the kill. But she raises her hands and grabs hold of the same handle I am holding, stopping the knife just inches away from her body. She's stronger than I thought, or more desperate, or smarter. Maybe she was anticipating all along that I'd go for the knives, and she was waiting for me to make my move. Die, bitch, I say, as I try and force the knife to move the final few inches it needs to in order to plunge into her. But she is pushing back with all her strength, and the blade is not moving. We're deadlocked in a desperate fight to the death, both of us aware that whoever gives in first will be the one who ends up with this knife inside them. I grit my teeth and press forward, but Sadie pushes slightly harder before I hear a loud crack in my wrist. I feel a jolt of pain emanate from the same part of my body and cry out as I realize to my horror that in all the pushing and the pressure we were enforcing on one another's hands, I have just injured my wrist. I'm instantly weakened, and Sadie has the upper hand, although I dropped the knife, meaning she can't use it against me immediately. As I grab my injured wrist with my spare, useful hand, Sadie scoops the knife from the kitchen floor and then slashes at me, drawing blood on my arm, and I howl in pain. I clutch my arm and feel the blood seeping through my nightdress. It's not a fatal wound, but it's a deep and painful one, and it's shocked me, just like my injured wrist shocked me when it felt like it snapped. But why would Sadie care about any of that? Instead, she is running for the door again. "No!" I cry, but I won't be able to catch her this time. She's too fast and I'm too injured and too shell-shocked at how Sadie used the knife on me, as well as the fact that she still has that knife in her hand and is willing to use it again if tested. That means that all I can do is watch as she reaches the door, flings it open, and runs into the hallway. The only thing stopping her reaching Reed and her children now is the staircase. I have no doubt that she will run upstairs, and once she is upstairs, she will be reunited with them, and I will be left down here alone, just like I was alone before I found this family. I can't believe it. It's over. I've lost. "Reed, wake up!" Sadie shouts as she reaches out for the handrail on the stairs, moving as fast as her legs will carry her. And then I see her slip. She falls on the staircase, hitting her head hard on the bottom step. Then it all goes quiet. She isn't moving. Is she okay? Chapter 5. Reed. I open my eyes and stare up at the ceiling, trying to figure out why I just heard my ex-wife's voice. A nightmare? Perhaps. Most divorcees would probably say that any dream that features elements of their ex-wife qualifies as a bad one. But something feels off. I'm not totally convinced the voice was in my dream. It felt closer. It felt more real. But it can't have been. Sadie doesn't live here anymore. I share my bed with Luna now. I look to my right, to where I expect to find my new partner lying beside me. But she's not there. That causes me to look towards our ensuite bathroom. But I don't see a light on in there, nor hear any noises, suggesting she isn't in there either. Where has she gone? A quick check on my bedside clock tells me that it is just after midnight, so I calculate that I have been asleep for around an hour or so. Nowhere near enough rest to prepare me for another day, but at least I got something. But what about Luna? Why isn't she able to rest? "Daddy?" The small and surprising voice from the doorway gives me a fright. It's Ruby, my dainty daughter, in her baggy pajamas, holding her favorite teddy bear and looking sleepy. I guess something woke her too. Then I see her brother appear behind her. "What was that noise?" he asks me, and that tells me I was not dreaming. My children heard something too. That fact, along with Luna not being where she should be, makes me get out of bed quickly. I'm starting to sense danger. "Everything's okay," I say to the little visitors in my bedroom, but that's more because I'm trying to be a good parent and ease any worries they might have, rather than I know it to be true. The truth is, hearing unexpected and unexplained noises at this time of night is rarely a good thing, so now I'm worried too. I'm worried that there might be an intruder downstairs. If so, is Luna okay? Or is she in trouble? I'm just about to call out for her when she speaks. "Reed," she calls, but her voice is low and weak-sounding, as if it took a lot of energy for her just to make that sound. It came from below, so I rush to the top of the stairs, closely followed by Arthur and Ruby, who are sticking tightly to me. Just before I look down, I hear Luna utter my name again, sounding even worse than she did the first time. Then I look, and I realize why I thought I heard Sadie a few seconds ago. It's because she's here. "Mummy!" Ruby cries when she sees what I see. Sadie's limp and possibly lifeless body is lying at the foot of the staircase. Standing just past her, with her back to the wall and a hand over what looks like a bloody wound on her arm, is Luna. She stares up at me, her face pale, eyes vacant, looking like a ghost wandering the halls of the house at witching hour. "Mum?" Arthur says, confused. Then his sister takes off, scampering down the stairs towards the stricken Sadie. Arthur rushes after her, and I follow them, uncertain about what exactly has happened, but certain that it is very, very bad. "Is she?" I say to Luna, but she doesn't answer me. She just watches the children as they reach Sadie and try their best to wake her up. They pull at her arms and touch her face and call her name. They're only doing what any frightened child would do if they saw their mother struggling, but I suddenly worry they might be doing more harm than good. "Leave her alone. Give her some space," I cry. "Mummy is hurt, and she needs to rest while we get her some help." Without knowing what caused this scene, I cannot be sure that Sadie hasn't injured her neck or spine or some other part of her body that would not react kindly to being poked and prodded by two worried children. That's why I make Arthur and Ruby retreat, so that the next person who touches my ex-wife is a trained paramedic. Or at least the next person after me. That's because I cannot resist. I have to check for a pulse. So I do. I place my hand on one of Sadie's limp wrists and try to detect a heartbeat beneath her skin. Can I feel one? It's hard to tell if it's hers or mine. I've never had to do this before. It looks a lot simpler in the movies, but not so simple in real life. "Is she dead?" Luna whispers to me, conscious of the kids, and when I look back at her, I see genuine fear on her face, as if the question hangs heavy on her, but she had to ask it anyway. "Daddy?" Ruby says, tears in her eyes. I quickly pull her in for a hug, leaving Luna's question unanswered. But what can I say? I can hardly say yes when the kids are here, but I can't say no and potentially give them false hope. The truth is that I don't know what state Sadie is in, which is why it's imperative that we get somebody here who does. I know we need an ambulance here, ASAP. But first, I need to know why it's needed in the first place. "What happened?" I ask Luna, approaching her and seeing that the injury to her arm is bad. It looks like she has been cut. There is blood everywhere. One of her wrists looks damaged too, possibly broken. Sadie might be in a bad state behind me, but Luna hasn't fared much better. "She broke in," Luna tells me, still looking shaken. "What?" "I heard a noise, so I came down to check, and she attacked me with a knife," Luna goes on, her voice low, but not so quiet that Arthur and Ruby can't hear her. I want to move my children away so I can talk to Luna freely, but I can see that there is little chance of them leaving their mother's side, so I gently lead Luna into the kitchen instead. When I do, I see a chaotic scene, and I'm glad the children haven't seen it too. There's blood on the floor. For some reason, there is also a pair of hedge clippers sitting on the breakfast bar. "She came in through the garage," Luna tells me, still clutching the wound on her arm, one that I now realize is a stab wound. Maybe I forgot to lock the door. I don't know, but just as I came in here, she was coming in too, and she had the hedge clippers with her. I was scared and asked her what she was doing, and she said she wanted to get rid of me so she could have her family back. Oh my God. I tried to get her to calm down, to see sense. I asked her to put the clippers down, and she did. I thought it was going to be okay then, but she suddenly grabbed a knife and lunged at me, and she stabbed me. I panicked and we fought, and I must have hurt my wrist trying to stop her from stabbing me again. Then she left the kitchen and ran. I feared she was going up to you, but she slipped before she could get there. She banged her head on the way down and hasn't woken up since. It's a harrowing tale, told by a woman who is clearly traumatized. All I can think to do after hearing it is to wrap my arms around Luna and give her a hug. Except I can't do that because she is seriously hurt, and I don't want to make her feel worse. "I'm calling an ambulance right now," I say, "and the police too." Luna doesn't stop me. She tries to stem the blood flow from her arm, but just before my call to the emergency services can connect, she speaks up. "I'm worried about the baby," she says. "It'll be okay," I reply, but I don't know if that is true, and now Luna is crying. I have no choice. I have to try and hug her. She needs it. So do I. As I embrace her, I'm as worried about our unborn child as she is, and while I didn't endure this frightening experience, I feel as scared as she must be. That's because I'm scared of all the unknowns. Why did this happen? What will the consequence of it all be? Is our baby really okay? How will my children process this? And of course, the obvious questions that the police will want answering just as much as I do. 1. How could my ex-wife do something as terrible as this? 2. Will she live to be punished for it? Chapter 6. Luna. Sadie still isn't moving, but as I hold my hand over my stomach, I'm also trying to figure out if there are any movements from my baby. But it's far too early in my pregnancy to be feeling movements, not that it's stopping me from trying. I would say that if the stress and the slashing of the knife that Sadie delivered to my doorstep tonight has cost me the loss of my child, then I will kill her. Although it might be a bit late for that because I think she's already dead. That just leaves me wishing I could kill her twice. For now, all I can do is wait for the ambulances and the police cars to arrive and hope for the best. Part of that hoping includes everybody believing my version of the story of what happened tonight. It's a false, fabricated story, as it often is with me, but it should be easy to make everybody believe it. It helps that it will be a one-sided story. It helps that the only other person who knows what happened is not able to tell the tale. I look at Sadie lying on the hallway floor, then at her 2 children kneeling and sobbing beside her. Arthur and Ruby are distraught, as is to be expected at the sight of their mother looking lifeless, so I can't ask them to stop crying. Nor can I ask them to leave, because like any caring soul, they want to be with their stricken loved one at their time of need. Beyond them is Reed, who is alternating between pacing around anxiously, watching his children, and making sure they don't touch Sadie and worsen any injuries, whilst also being on the phone to Sadie's parents. He has also called the emergency services, and they are on their way. But right now, he is informing Sadie's mum and dad about what has happened to their daughter. While this scene seems overstimulating, it's completely calm compared to what it is going to be when everybody arrives. From flashing blue lights, to paramedics and police, to 2 panicking parents, this hallway is going to be a hive of activity in a few moments' time. I'd rather be anywhere else but here when it is, but I know I have to stay and face this situation. I have to tell everybody what happened, so there can be no doubt. I have to paint Sadie as the villain, and me as the victim. I was here with my loved ones when my boyfriend's crazy ex broke in and stabbed me. Jealousy, frustration, revenge, all key motivators for Sadie to do what she did. And all factors I will be sure to convey to any detectives or police officers who want to establish all the facets of this complicated case. It helps that I am pregnant, which makes me seem more vulnerable, more domestic, more normal. It's easier to make it seem like I had everything to live for, while Sadie had nothing to lose. Amidst the children's cries and Reed's phone conversation, I hear the first sign of sirens. They're coming. This is it. I better get ready. It's showtime. I look down at my arm, the one from where blood has been pouring ever since Sadie grabbed that knife and used it against me. And I see that the tissue Reed gave me is completely soaked red. I need a new one, but I decide to wait until the emergency services are here because it will look more dramatic if they see me like this. I'll look more of a victim. I'll get more sympathy. I'll be more believable. Through the window of the front door, I see blue lights as an ambulance parks up. It's followed by another one, and as Reed opens the door, I see a police car parking too. In mere seconds, this sleepy suburban street has been transformed into a scene from a horror movie, and I have no doubt that all the residents will be waking up and rushing to their windows to see what is going on outside. Generating gossip, spreading stories and suspicion, whispering and wondering whilst watching. Nobody needs nosy neighbours. Reed ends his phone call, and he tells me that Sadie's parents are on their way here. But for now, we must deal with the first people to arrive, and as I see the high-visibility uniforms of the paramedics rushing towards our door, I take a deep breath and swallow hard. Reed opens the door before they reach us, so as not to waste a second, and as a male and female paramedic enter, they see what all the fuss is about. A body on the floor, and a woman with a stab wound standing nearby. "My ex broke in here and stabbed my partner," Reed breathlessly tells the paramedics. "Then she slipped and fell, banging her head. I'm not sure if she is still alive. She is the mother of my older children. But my partner is pregnant, so you need to check her and get her to a hospital, and you need to—" "Okay, we've got it from here," says the female paramedic, whilst her colleague looks back for his fellow paramedics who are already disembarking from the second ambulance. The paramedics don't need to hear any more because they already know what they need to do. As crazy as this is for us, this is probably a fairly tame scenario compared to some of the situations they get called out to. The extra paramedics arrive and are pointed in my direction, while the first responders rush to Sadie. "What is her name?" the female paramedic asks. "Mummy," Ruby replies innocently, before Reed fills in the blanks and gives her Sadie's name. "Okay, Sadie, can you hear me?" the paramedic asks as she begins to make her checks. That's all I see because the other two paramedics are now in front of me, seeking to examine my wound. "She stabbed me," I make sure to say before I allow them to look at it, for the avoidance of any doubt, because I know that the police will question the paramedics too when this is all over with. "Let's get a bandage on that for now. It looks like it will need stitches," the pair of paramedics discuss between each other before they open their medikits and get out what they need. "I'm pregnant," I say then, directing that statement at the female paramedic because it feels like I'll get more understanding from her than her male colleague. "I'm worried about my baby. Do you think this could cause me to lose it?" "We will get you to the hospital and check, just as a precaution," the paramedic says, not wanting to be too negative about my chances, but not exactly filling me with hope either. They expertly and efficiently wrap a bandage around the wound on my arm, covering the blood in a matter of seconds. Although I see the crimson start to seep through my dressing quickly, despite their skill and due care. Although it's what I see next that worries me more. I see two police officers entering our home. This is it. These are the people I really need to convince. These are the ones who will decide my fate. It helps that I'm still being fussed over by the paramedics, because their first impression of me will be that I am a victim, and that's fine by me. As for Sadie, she is still being examined by the first two paramedics, but she hasn't moved yet, and there doesn't seem much positivity in that section of the hallway. I hear Reed telling the police what happened, and he gives them the exact version of the story that I gave him, which only helps further. I decide to speak up then to really emphasize that this was a home invasion that went wrong. "I need you to check on my baby. I need you to find out if she has hurt my child," I cry to the paramedics in front of me, but also for the police who stand beyond them. "Please, just tell me my baby is going to be okay." Reed rushes towards me while his children stand and stare, and I'm satisfied that I just did a very good job of playing the victim card even more. But I really am terrified that my baby might have been hurt tonight, and I do want to be checked as soon as possible. I also need to make sure Sadie is seen as the criminal, because it would be easy for her to be viewed as a victim too, especially when the paramedics who are working on her suddenly let out a desperate cry. "She's going into cardiac arrest," one of them calls before the other rushes to grab a defibrillator. "What's happening?" Arthur cries, and I see the color drain from Reed's face as he is tasked with trying to explain to his son what the current situation is with his mother. It's a task that is too much for him at this moment because he cannot respond, though he can wrap his arms around the crying Ruby and hold her back from getting in the way of the skilled staff currently working on Sadie. "Get those children out of here," a paramedic calls, clearly overstimulated enough with trying to save a life without two poor children standing by, watching on and potentially making it harder. But nobody other than the paramedics moves, everybody stunned into silence and standing as still as statues, trying to figure out if this is the moment when Sadie leaves this life. As the paramedics work frantically to save her, and the police stand by to see the latest development at this rapidly escalating crime scene, the only thing that could make the situation more tense would be having more people arrive. That's when I see Sadie's mother and father appear in the open doorway, the pair of them out of breath and ashen-faced as they see their daughter fighting for her life right in front of them. There's too much going on here. I feel like I could faint, but all I can do is the same thing that everybody else is doing. We're watching the paramedics as they try to resuscitate Sadie. But there is one difference. I'm the only one here who wants her to die. Then I hear the words I prayed I would not hear. "We have a pulse." Chapter 7. Reed. I keep a tight grip on my two crying children, my arms enveloping the pair of them as I hold them close and tell them that Mummy is going to be okay. I still don't know if that is true, But I do know that I need to stop them rushing towards their hurt mum and potentially disrupting the paramedics, so I tighten my arms around them. The fact that Sadie has a heartbeat is something, certainly more of a positive sign than a few seconds ago. While I hate my ex-wife for what she has done tonight, I do still want her to live. If only for the sake of our children. The trauma they will have to endure for the rest of their lives if they see their mummy die right in front of them will be too much to bear, but if she survives, they might move past it one day. That's why I am silently urging Sadie to keep fighting, to keep living, to keep on being here so she can be a parent to Arthur and Ruby, even if she's going to spend several years behind bars after making a full recovery. I'm praying silently for Sadie's survival because Luna is standing behind me, and I don't want her to know that I want my ex to live. I have to consider my current partner in all of this too. How she was attacked by my ex, slashed across the arm with a knife, and is now terrified for the health of our unborn child. I expect that Luna wants Sadie to die, and I couldn't really blame her for having that viewpoint. I'd probably want Sadie to die too if our roles were reversed. That's why I have to walk a very thin tightrope here, in which I must navigate the future happiness of my children with the future happiness of my girlfriend, who is due to give me another child in the near future too. What's happening? Is she going to be okay? Sadie's mother asks one of the paramedics, who rushes past her with a gurney, but he ignores the question and focuses on assisting his colleagues. Together, the four of them tentatively transition Sadie from the hard hallway floor to the gurney before transporting her from the house to the back of one of the waiting ambulances. You go with her. I'll see you at the hospital, I tell Sadie's parents. They don't need telling twice, rushing away to join their daughter, who is still unconscious but apparently breathing, for now at least. I want to go with Mummy, Ruby whines. Me too, Arthur agrees, and they wriggle free from me and make a bid to reach the ambulance with Sadie in it. I have to chase the pair of them down the driveway and stop them delaying the ambulance any further, telling my children that we will be right behind them and will see Mummy at the hospital when we get there. I realize that I have left Luna behind in the house and look up to see her watching me, the blood-soaked bandage on her arm, and a concerned look on her face that tells me she is still stressing about our baby. I know I need to be with her now, as it will not look good if I spend more time concerned over my previous partner rather than my current one, but I also have my children to think about. This is too much for me to handle, which is why it's a relief when one of the police officers provides some support, offering to help transport Arthur and Ruby to the hospital so that I can go with Luna. That sounds okay in theory until I suggest it to my kids. No, we want to stay with you, Ruby cries, which is understandable. After seeing her mother shockingly speed away in an ambulance, she now doesn't want to see her father leave in the same way. I'm going to have to stay with Arthur and Ruby, which means Luna will have to ride alone in her own ambulance because they won't let the children travel with her too. There isn't enough room in there, and the paramedics have plenty of work to do, work that will be easier without a couple of children around. So I have to make a choice. Go with Luna or go with the kids. As a father, it's an easy choice to make, but it doesn't mean it's the best one for my relationship. As Luna is led out of the house by a gentle paramedic, I approach my partner and try to deliver the news in the best way I can. I have to go with the children, but we'll be right behind you, and we'll see you at the hospital, okay? I say. Luna looks sad, but she doesn't speak. You're going to be fine, and so is our baby. This is all going to be over soon. I try again, but she still doesn't look convinced or even as though she is hearing a word I am saying. Just as I think she is going to give me the silent treatment, she speaks. I want to move away from here. I want us to get as far away from Sadie as possible, she says. I cannot stay here and be afraid of her coming back again. Do you understand? I do understand, but that's far easier than the logistics of the four of us moving away. How far does Luna want to move? Where do we go? What about the children? What about their school? What about their proximity to their mother? What about their friends? What about my life here too? My job, my friends, my life? Can I really uproot everything and give Luna her wish? Can I really move us and the children away from here to start again? I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm smart enough to know this is not the time or the place to discuss it. So I do what I feel is right in the moment. Okay, whatever you want. Just forget about that for now and focus on your recovery. Go to the hospital and let them do everything they need to do, and I will be right there with you, and we'll get through this together." "I mean it," Luna replies. "I want to get away from here. I cannot stay with you if she is around. Can't you see? She's going to kill me and our baby if we stay." "Luna, I don't think—" "She broke in and stabbed me. She might have caused us to lose our child. How can you defend her after this?" "I'm not defending her. I'm just trying to—" "We need to get you to the hospital," the emergency worker beside Luna says, the poor paramedic having been forced into hearing this domestic dispute when she is simply trying to do her job. "Yes, you need to go to the hospital," I agree. "I'll see you there." I step aside so Luna can pass, and she does, but it feels like there is a distance between us. That's why I feel I have to speak up as she is put into the back of the ambulance. "I love you," I call out to Luna, but the ambulance doors close without a reply. I'm left standing on the driveway with my children as the second ambulance leaves us, each one carrying a woman who means so much to me in very different ways. Sadie and Luna are at war with one another, and there's no telling how this will all end, especially if Sadie survives and the uncertainty of what she does next lingers over us. But I cannot worry about the future because it is uncertain. All I can do is focus on the present. I wrap my arms around Arthur and Ruby and tell them that I love them. Then, as the police put tape around the scene and wait for the forensic investigators to get here, I am escorted to a police car that will take us to the hospital. It will take us to where Sadie and Luna are, and that is where so many fates will be decided. The fate of my ex-wife. The fate of my unborn child. The fate of my relationship with my girlfriend. There is a lot to be decided. Chapter 8. Luna. Like most people, I hate hospitals, but I figured I'd have to get used to them once I found out that I was pregnant, although I didn't expect to be here to get treatment for a knife wound. Yet that's what's happening as I impatiently sit and wait for the nurse treating me to finish stitching up my arm injury. The truth is, I don't really care about my arm. Sure, it hurts, and yes, I'm glad that the stitches should stop me from bleeding everywhere. But really, all I care about is finding out more about two people.
My child and Sadie.
"Try to stay calm," the nurse tells me, seemingly sensing my anxiety about the impending scan that I will have as soon as the stitching is finished. "Everything is going to be okay." "How do you know for sure?" I ask in reply to that kind-hearted but baseless opinion. "If you work in hospitals for long enough, you get a sense for things," comes the rather strange reply, but I guess I have no choice but to take this nurse's word for it. Hopefully her sixth sense about the state of my unborn baby is correct, and everything will be okay. If not, and the scan brings bad news, I will make a point of finding her and telling her how useless her senses were. But for now, I'll stay quiet and wait for her to finish her delicate work. It doesn't take long. Her hands move skillfully, stitching until my wound is sealed. "Just try not to move your arm too much, and don't raise it for a while," I'm told, which sounds like common sense, though I won't be thinking sensibly if my scan goes badly. I just want to get it over with. I feel sick, but I need to know if Sadie has taken something important from me, like I took something important from her. "How's it going?" comes the question from the man who has just poked his head around the curtain of my hospital bed. It's Reed, and he is smiling, doing his best to look positive in the circumstances, though I know he is as worried as I am. "We're all done here," the nurse says with a satisfied smile. "The doctor will be here in a moment to make a quick check on you, and then we'll take you for your scan, okay?" I nod my head. It sounds terrifying, but I can't say no. I don't want to go, can I? The nurse leaves whilst Reed takes a seat beside me on the bed. "You're doing really well," he tells me, taking one of my hands. "You just need to be brave for a little while longer, and then we can take you home and you can get some rest." "I don't want to go home," I reply.
It's not safe there. Sadie is here in the hospital and the police are watching her. She's not going to do anything now.
"Is there any update on her?" I ask, hoping that she has passed away, and Reed is trying to keep that shocking news from me. But he shakes his head. "We haven't had any more updates," he replies. "She's still being treated, that's all we know." Still being treated means still alive. Damn it. "How are the children?" I ask, making sure not to forget about them in all of this, because I do care about Arthur and Ruby. But I still want that woman dead so that my secret dies with her.
Trying to be brave, but it's not easy for them, Reed admits. Sadie's parents are trying to keep their spirits up, but they are obviously struggling too. Hopefully, we'll get some news soon. Do you want her to live? I ask Reed, the question falling out of my mouth before I can catch it. What? I don't say anything more, but I'm pretty sure he heard me, judging by the frown on his face. I want her to live in as much as she is the mother of my children, Reed says then. Obviously, what she has done is wrong, and she deserves to be punished for that. She will be too. I'll make sure of it. But Arthur and Ruby don't deserve to go the rest of their lives without their mother in the world with them. Surely you can understand that. I do, I say, nodding, because what else can I do? I can't say no. I want her to die, and I want Arthur and Ruby to be motherless. But there is something I can say. I'd be there for them. I'd be their mother, I tell Reed, and he smiles. I know you would, he says, leaning in and giving me a kiss. But let's focus on you being a mother to our little arrival, shall we? He gently places a hand on my stomach then, and while I can sense his anxiety, he is covering it up as well as he can in the circumstances. Okay, Luna, how are we doing? The kindly doctor who I first saw when I arrived here asks me as he approaches the bed and examines the nurse's handiwork on my arm. I don't answer because I feel too nervous to form any words at this moment in time, but I think he understands that. That looks good, so I'm happy for you to go for your scan now, the doc says. Are you ready to go? I should be. I felt like I was. But no sooner have I set foot off the edge of the bed that I was sitting on than my legs go weak and wobbly, and I almost fall. Thankfully, the doctor's strong hand catches me and keeps me upright, and he was so quick thinking that he grabbed my good arm and not my bad one. I think I'd have rather fallen to the floor than my stitches burst open and have to start that process all over again, but as it is, the doctor has prevented any further injuries. But he does look very concerned. Do you need to lie down? He asks me, and that might be the best thing for me to do, but not the best thing for the speed of my scan, so I shake my head. No, I'm fine, thank you, I reply, brushing over my brief moment of weakness and forcing myself to keep some strength in my legs so I can make it to the room where the scan will take place. As I'm pushed in a wheelchair through one of the many long corridors in this place, it feels like I'm getting slower and slower, as if quicksand has been spread across all these polished floors and I'm being sucked down into them. Reed and the doctor do their best to keep my spirits up, making light-hearted chit-chat about the weather, the late hour, and some football gibberish I don't really understand or care about. Then we arrive. The room where I will have my scan. I see the machine, the nurse, the bed. That's when I actually do fall to the floor. When I open my eyes, I see Reed staring at me, concern etched on his face. Then I see the doctor, and the nurse who was here just before everything went black.
I realize I'm sitting on the bed that I never made it to, and the machine for the scan is next to us, but the screen is still dark and looking unused. Where am I? I ask, unsure and wanting to know what happened. You fainted, but you're okay, Reed says. I managed to catch you before you hit the floor, and we got you onto the bed. I look from Reed to the doctor to the nurse and hate that I was unconscious while they were all doing so much for me. How are you feeling? The doctor asks me then, looking pensive. I suggest we leave the scan until the morning and focus on getting more fluids into you. No, I want to do it now, I cry. I feel better. Seriously, I'm fine. Let's do it. I lift my nightdress, exposing my bare belly so that the nurse will be able to apply the gel that will allow her camera to see inside me easier. That shows that I'm ready to do this, and after the nurse gets the nod from the doctor, she goes ahead and turns on the machine before applying the gel. I grimace slightly at the coolness of it, whilst Reed takes hold of my hand and gives it a squeeze, letting me know that we are in this together, whatever happens in the next couple of minutes. Then the nurse uses the camera to look at my baby, leaving Reed and me to look at the screen and hope for the best. There are a few tense seconds before we see our baby. We see movement. We hear a heartbeat. Then the nurse confirms the good news. Your baby looks absolutely fine, she tells us, her words causing Reed to let out a relieved laugh. As for me, I find myself weeping,
unable to keep my tears in and sobbing uncontrollably. I don't care. I'm so happy. Sadie might have harmed me, but she didn't harm my baby. Once the tears have subsided, I vow that if Sadie somehow survives tonight, then I will go after her again. I will hurt her, and next time there will be nothing the paramedics can do to save her. Chapter 9. Read. I told you everything would be okay, I say.
Thankful that I don't have to backtrack on my earlier prediction. He or she is a fighter. Don't worry about that. We still don't know the gender of the baby because it's early days, and I'm not even sure Luna wants to know before giving birth or if she wants a surprise. The main thing is that we still have a healthy baby to prepare for. I love you, I say as I kiss my partner's forehead before wiping away a few of the tears she has shed since she got the good news. I've been on the verge of tears myself, but they haven't flowed quite as freely as Luna's have, probably because I'm foolishly trying to be macho in this room with the doctor and nurse. Fantastic news, that doctor says as the nurse offers Luna a wipe to clear the gel from her stomach. Now, I really want you to get some rest, you and your baby. Do you think you'll be able to follow those orders? Yes, of course, Luna says, wiping the remainder of the tears that I missed before lowering her nightdress back down and allowing me to help her off the bed. We return to the original bed that Luna was assigned when she got here, and after the nurse has fetched Luna some water and we've thanked her and the doctor, we are left alone. That's when Luna returns to her worries about Sadie. I think you should go and check to see if there is any news, she tells me. I can wait here with you for a little longer, I suggest. But Luna shakes her head. No, go and be with Arthur and Ruby. It will be better if you are, just in case it's bad news. I can't disagree with that, so I give Luna another kiss before standing to leave. Try and get some sleep. I'll be back soon, I say, noting how wide awake Luna looks and realizing at the moment sleep might be a bit of a far-fetched concept for her. Just let me know as soon as you have any news, she says. I will. I promise. I slip through the curtain that surrounds Luna's bed, and once I'm off the ward and onto the corridor, I am trying to remember the route that will take me back to the part of the hospital where Arthur, Ruby, and my in-laws are anxiously waiting. But before I can do that, I see two police officers talking to the doctor who just helped us. I figure it must have something to do with Luna, so I approach. Is everything okay? I ask. I'm just trying to tell these officers that your partner needs to rest before they can ask her any questions, the doctor replies, while the policemen look a little agitated that they are being held up from doing their job by this man in the white coat. We understand that, but we would like to talk to her while she is awake, and the incident is still fresh in her mind, the first officer says. Now it's my turn to be irritated. She was stabbed by my ex in our home and she's only just had a scan to check on the health of her unborn baby, so I'm pretty sure this incident is going to be fresh in her mind for a long time yet, I snap. It might not be the politest or most sensible way of dealing with the police, but I'm tired, it's been a long night, and it's certainly been a stressful one. I'm sorry for what you and your partner have been through this evening, the second, more diplomatic officer says, but I still shake my head to show that I'm going to be as hard to convince as the doctor about this. No, she needs some rest, and you can speak to her in the morning, I say adamantly. Thankfully, with the doctor's backing, we are able to make the police drop it, but only partially. May we ask you a few questions about what happened at your house? They inquire then. I need to go and be with my children. They are worried about their mother, and we are waiting for an update. Can this wait? Again, we'd prefer to do it now while it's still... Don't say fresh again, I snap, before letting out a very deep sigh. Okay, let's talk while I walk back to my family. But the questions stop when we get there. Understand? It's a testament to how frazzled I am that I am being bold enough to give a couple of policemen orders, rather than the other way around, but I've done it, and the officers seem happy to agree. We start walking, and as I follow the signs to the ward where Sadie is being cared for, the questions from the police begin. Where were you at the time of your ex-wife's alleged break-in? I was upstairs in bed. I was asleep. I thought we all were. You thought? Yes, but when I woke up, I saw that Luna was not in bed with me. What woke you up? I heard something. A shout. I'm not sure. I thought it was my ex-wife's voice,
but I'd only just woken up, so I was confused. I was concerned about where Luna might be, and my children were concerned too because they came into my bedroom, so I got up to check. I heard her calling out for me then, although she seemed far away and frightened. "So you didn't see your ex-wife break into the house?" "Well, no, but she must have done. I mean, how else did she get in there?" "She could have knocked, I suppose. Luna could have let her in. She no longer has a key. If she had done that, then she would have told me. But she says that Sadie broke in, so that's what happened." I pushed through a set of double doors before quickening my pace, aware that the sooner I can get back to my children, the sooner this conversation can end. "Has your ex ever done anything like this before, or hinted at it? Has she ever broken into my home and used a knife to attack my girlfriend before?" I asked rhetorically. "No, she has not, or you would have heard about it. What we're trying to establish is whether or not there was any pattern of behavior or anything else at all that could have suggested that something like this could happen." "No, nothing at all. Sadie has never made any of us feel threatened before." "Sure.
She's been upset and struggling since our divorce, and it can't have been easy for her to see Luna move in with me, but she has never shown any sign of wanting to hurt her, until tonight. There is a conviction for drink driving on Sadie's record," an officer says, clearly having run a background check on the suspect. "Could her problems with alcohol have contributed to this?" "I don't know," I mutter. And it's true. I didn't know that Sadie had a problem with alcohol before she got caught drink driving, and I also don't know if she has continued to have problems to this day. We pass through another set of doors before I turn left onto another corridor, and the two policemen scurry to keep up with me. I know I'm almost where I'm headed now, so hopefully there won't be too many more questions before I get there. "We're simply trying to establish the facts around what happened tonight," the second officer says, "which is why it is important we speak to Luna as soon as possible. I've already told you, just like the doctor has, she needs to rest. And we need to determine exactly what happened, because we cannot just take somebody's word for it," comes the curt response. I stop walking, which won't help me get back to my children any quicker, but I cannot help it. "What do you mean by that?" I ask. The police officers share a glance. "Hopefully Sadie comes through this and we can interview her too," the first officer tells me. "But if not, we only have Luna's version of events to go off. And that could be tricky because, as I'm sure you can imagine, that could be biased." "You think Luna is lying?" "No, I didn't say that. But we have a duty to investigate this fully. What you need to do is make sure that something like this can never happen again," I snap back. "That's your job as police officers. Not to doubt innocent people who have just been stabbed and could have lost a baby tonight. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to go and be with my children." I storm away from the police officers then, but they have the good sense to let me go. Otherwise my mood would only escalate, and I'm sure they don't really want to have to arrest me for causing a scene on top of all the other work they have to do tonight. I pass through one final set of doors before I see Arthur and Ruby where I left them. My son is watching something on his iPad while Ruby is reading a book, although I can tell that neither of them is engaged in their activities, and they are just trying their best to distract their worried minds. I want to wrap each of them in a hug and reassure them that we will get through this whatever happens. But before I can do that, I see another doctor emerge from a room, and he approaches Sadie's parents. I hurry over to join them in time to hear what he has to say. But just before he speaks, Sadie's father intervenes. "Excuse me, can you wait over there?" he asks me, though it feels more like he is telling me. "I want to know what's happening," I reply. "You're not married to our daughter anymore," I'm reminded, as if I needed to be. It's a sign that Sadie's father is harboring some anger towards me over the events of the past year. "I am well aware of that, but I need to know what to tell my children about their mother," I respond. "You started all of this. She was fine until you had that affair with that woman from your work. So whatever happens next is on you," he tells me. But I don't have time to reply or correct him on the fact that I did not have an affair at all. "Just tell us, is she going to be okay?" Sadie's mother asks the doctor, who has been standing by while our heated discussion has been going on. "Sadie is currently in a coma," the doctor says carefully. "The head injury she sustained was a serious one, and we have operated to relieve the pressure on her skull. She also suffered a mild cardiac arrest at the scene of the incident, and while she was saved, We made the decision that the best chance for her was to induce a coma. That all sounds terrifying and bad, and like Sadie hasn't got much of a chance. But she is alive, so she does. And while Sadie's parents comfort one another, Arthur and Ruby rush over. I turn away from the doctor and distract them so they can't hear any of the scary things that the doctor might still have to say. Although, as I usher them away, I do hear some of what he says. It's 50-50 as to whether or not she is going to pull through. The next 72 hours are critical. I know what update I can give to Luna when I go back to see her shortly, because I know she is anxious to find out what is going on. But it's not so easy to give an update to my two worried children, so I'm going to have to navigate this carefully. While I try to figure out how to do that, I wish I had some support. It doesn't seem like I'm going to get it from Sadie's side of the family, based on how things just went between us. So I need Luna to recover quickly now. I need my girlfriend by my side. Together, we can deal with whatever happens next. Chapter 10. Luna. A coma. A 50-50 chance of waking up. A critical 72 hours ahead. That's what Reed told me when he came back to see me, after I had spent a very long time impatiently staring at the curtain around my bed and hoping to see him come through it. That's what he said about Sadie's chances of making a full recovery. So those are the chances that I get away with all that has happened, or get caught for it. How do I feel about that? I imagine I feel exactly the same way as Reed, his children, and Sadie's parents feel. I have no idea if Sadie is going to wake up or not. "I thought you'd be asleep," Reed had said to me after he had found me staring at the curtain, awaiting his return, and after he had given me the latest on Sadie, he brought up the same subject again. "Try and get some rest, please. If not for you, then for the baby." I had conceded then, if only because I knew Reed would leave me alone to think. He did just that. And now I am by myself, I have plenty of time to think. I doubt I'm the only patient wide awake on this ward, and certainly in the hospital, because these are hardly the easiest places to sleep. There are noises and lights and people coming and going. But none of those things are responsible for keeping me awake. The only reason for my insomnia is paranoia. Will Sadie regain consciousness? If she does, will she remember what happened? More specifically, will she remember that she had figured out that I was the bad guy before she slipped and banged her head? It's impossible to know the answers to any of those questions. Even if I was to ask a doctor, somebody who specialized in brain injuries and memory loss, like Sadie may have suffered, they wouldn't be able to give me a definitive answer. There are too many uncertainties, too many unknowns. The 50-50 odds say it all. There's just as much chance of her waking up and remembering as there is her slipping away and never waking up again. Damn this situation. I should have dealt with it better. I should have killed Sadie before she had the chance to run and fall. I know it could be worse. She could have made it up the stairs and told Reed all about what I had done to snare him and the children. At least her accident stopped her from doing that. Except now, I'm stuck in limbo, forced to wait and see what happens next, and that is the last place I want to be. Well, second to last, I suppose. Prison is the last place I want to be, but that is still very much an option for me, unless I can come up with a plan. It doesn't take a genius to figure out one way that I could help myself. I could somehow sneak into whatever room Sadie is lying in and end her life there. She's in a coma, so it's not as if she could fight back. The problem is, it does take a genius to do that and get away with it. I have no idea how I could successfully do it. How I could not only find Sadie, get myself alone with her, make her death not look like murder, but also then make it away from there without anybody spotting me and linking me to it. It feels like Mission Impossible. Even Tom Cruise would say no to this one. I let out a sigh before glancing at the bandage on my arm. My stitches are covered, but they are aching, and that injury is just another impediment to trying to kill Sadie. The last thing I'd need is my stitches bursting at the crucial moment as I try to finish her off, causing my blood to leak out all over the crime scene. Talk about a slam dunk for the investigating officers. But then I think about the other reason my body is not necessarily capable of murder tonight. My pregnancy. I rest my hands on my belly
and think about the ordeal that not only I have been through tonight, but my little one has been through too. I am so proud of my child, be it a he or she, because they have been brave and kept fighting for life despite the trauma inflicted upon us by Sadie. But perhaps being pregnant has had an adverse effect on my ability to do some of the things I previously felt myself capable of doing, like killing a person, for example. I have messed up a couple of chances to kill Sadie now. Firstly, when I lured her to the woods earlier this evening, and secondly, later in the house, when I should have ensured she never made it out of the garage or the kitchen alive. Maybe my raging hormones are working against me, lowering my skills, making me slower or less capable. It could be physical, or it could be mental, but I am not as sharp as I used to be. It could even be that now I know I am going to be a mother. My subconscious is trying to keep me from becoming an even worse person than I already am. Whatever the case, I lack the confidence to even try and kill Sadie in this hospital. But I may not need to.
She might never wake up. Even if she doesn't die, she could technically stay in a coma for a very long time. Some patients are in a coma for years. If that happens to be Sadie's fate, I have nothing to worry about. Plus, if it does end up being years, surely her parents will eventually give up hope and turn off the machines keeping her alive, especially if the doctors advise them that there is little chance of progress being made. I know that not dealing with Sadie and waiting to see what happens to her is a risk, but no more of a risk than trying to murder her and getting caught. So I'll leave her. I'll let her keep fighting what is hopefully a losing battle. And I'll say a silent prayer every day for her to pass away, granting me peace of mind and the freedom that I currently enjoy and crave for myself forever. With my hands on my stomach, it's easy to focus on the future, of the life I will bring into this world, of the opportunity I will get to be a mum, to hold my baby, to kiss their little forehead and hold their little hand, to feed and bathe and clothe my child, to love someone like I've never loved anyone before, to see Reed loving them too, to witness him falling even more in love with me because of the life I have grown and delivered for him, the life that we have the shared responsibility of raising. It's going to be okay, I whisper, but I'm only talking to myself and my unborn child. We are going to get through this, and our family is going to be perfect. Saying such a thing is a reminder to me of why I have done everything I have. It's the reason I became obsessed with Sadie's family before finding a way to take her husband and children from her. It's because I was seeking the perfect life she had. Now I have it, and there is a chance of it getting even closer to perfection when my baby is born. I have worked so hard to be here. It is not going to be taken away from me now. I close my eyes and plan on trying to sleep, if only so I can be honest with Reed when he visits me in the morning and asks if I got some rest. I'll tell him the truth. I'll tell him that I tried my best. That way, whatever the outcome, I don't have to lie. The only lies I want to tell now are to the police when they come and question me on events at the house before Sadie's accident. But that's fine, because I can deal with the police. Once I have, I'll go home and do two things. 1, keep tabs on Sadie. 2, prepare for my baby's arrival. None of us can predict the future, and I have no idea what it holds for me. But I know what I want it to hold. In 9 months, I want to have my baby in my arms and Reed, Arthur and Ruby around my bed smiling at me. In 9 months, I want Sadie to have either passed away or still be in her coma. In 9 months, I want to have everything I could have ever dreamt of. Can all those things happen the way I want them to? Can I really get what I wish for? I guess only time will tell. 9 months later. Chapter 11. Reed. As I make my way to where my children are waiting for me in this section of this hospital, I prepare myself for what is sure to be another test of my parenting skills. Arthur and Ruby have been through hell over these past 9 months, and what they need more than anything is some stability. But that's not always possible, and what I am about to tell them now is sure to upend their lives even more. They're brave kids, but they are still so young, especially when it comes to dealing with news that carries any kind of weight.
They've already had to process so much bad news over the past few months, bad news about their mother, that I almost wish I had no news to give them at all today. I almost wish it could just be a standard, boring day in which the kids go to school, do their homework, and watch television. But it's not going to be that. Instead, it's going to be a day none of us is ever going to forget. And as I see my children sitting on the plastic chairs in the waiting room where I left them only a few minutes ago, I swallow hard before delivering the next piece of news that will change their lives forever. Arthur, Ruby, are you ready to go and meet your little brother? My question is met with two very different expressions. My son looks eager, possibly because he is thrilled that there will be another boy in the family, although it will be a while before he can wrestle and play fight with him. As for my daughter, she looks pensive, although it's very much the way she has looked ever since Sadie's accident. How tall is he? Arthur asks, making me smile. Oh, not very tall yet, I reply. He's only just been born. He needs time to grow. As long as he's not taller than me, Arthur decides, and at least if he is, it will be many years before I have to deal with that particular challenge. Ruby, are you excited to meet your baby brother? I ask my quiet little girl,
The one who never used to be quiet, but has withdrawn more and more into herself since her mother's accident. Yeah, she replies unconvincingly. Come on, you can show him the present you bought him, I say, reminding her that there is a brown teddy bear in the little shopping bag sitting beside her feet. It's a bear that Ruby helped me pick out when I suggested we look for something to gift to the new arrival, and she seemed happy to do so at the time. But now she looks more reserved again, although her brother is eager to get going. I can give him the football I bought him, Arthur says, not needing a reminder of the ball he has in his own shopping bag. Bless him, Arthur has been talking non-stop about all the games of football he and his brother are going to be having in the back garden, although again, it might be a little time before they actually occur. But I won't do anything to dampen his spirits, and certainly not when they have already been dampened enough lately. Come on, let's go, I say as I pick up Ruby's shopping bag and hold my hand out to her. She tentatively takes it while her brother grabs his bag and rushes ahead, even though he doesn't know which way we need to go because they haven't seen Luna since she came in here yesterday. That was when she was admitted after her contractions had started to become frequent, and while I was confident that everything would go well, I still kept the children away until I was sure that the baby was born and healthy. Any more awful news would surely crush them, so I had to be absolutely sure that this would be a positive experience for them. As we head deeper into the maternity ward, I am hopeful that it will be. Okay, I need you to try and keep your voices down when we go into the room, I advise my children. Any loud noises might frighten the baby, plus Luna is very tired, so we don't want to give her a headache. Can the baby talk yet? Arthur asks, and I have to laugh. Not yet. One day soon? What's his name? That's a good question. Why don't we go and find him, and then Luna and I can tell you. Arthur impatiently jumps up and down, causing the football to bounce around in his bag as we keep moving. His demeanor is in sharp contrast to his sister, who is still silent, holding my hand and walking alongside me, but offering nothing. I miss the little girl she was before her mother's accident, but I'm glad she is not faring any worse than she already is. Okay, here we are. Get ready to say hello, I tell my children, realizing this is a momentous moment in my family's life. A new addition, another child, more love but more drama. I guess it's too late to go back now. Here he is, I say as Arthur and Ruby walk in with me and see their brother for the first time. Or at least they see the tiny part of him that is not bundled up in his first outfit and his blanket. I smile at Luna, who beams at me, Arthur and Ruby, and then at the child she is cradling in her arms. My darling partner looks exhausted but thrilled, drained but delighted with this new chapter for us, and I couldn't be more proud or thankful for her. Hi, Arthur says as he confidently approaches the bed and waves at the baby, who is currently fast asleep. Why won't he open his eyes? He's just resting, Luna tells him. Can we wake him up? He'll wake up in a moment, I'm sure. I smile as it starts to dawn on Arthur that his brother won't be the feisty, fighting, football fanatic that he envisioned just yet. Then I look down at Ruby,
who is still holding my hand and still looking unsure. "Are you going to say hello?" I ask her. She shakes her head. "Why not?" "Because I'm sad." "Why are you sad?" "Because I want Mummy." I share an awkward glance with Luna, although it's nothing the two of us haven't heard before. Ruby has spent most of the time since Sadie's accident saying that she wants her mummy, she misses her mummy,
Or that she doesn't want to do something unless her mummy is doing it too. That's obviously been difficult for us all to have to listen to for so many months, but not as difficult as it has been for poor Ruby as she struggles to process life right now. "I have an idea," I say. "How about we tell you what your little brother's name is going to be?" "Yeah!" Arthur cries, excited to hear it. Luna and I share a smile, pleased that we are about to share the details of the name that the two of us finally settled on after much debate and discussion. "Shall you say it, or shall I?" Luna asks me. "I think you should do the honors," I reply, figuring this gesture is the least I could do after what Luna's body has just been through in childbirth. "We have decided to call him Jude," Luna says, which instantly causes Arthur to frown. "June?" he asks. "No, Jude, with a D," Luna clarifies. "Is it a girl's name?" "No, it's not," she tells him whilst I laugh. My now eldest son is getting funnier by the day, although the funniest part of it all is that he isn't even trying to be. "Can he be called something else?" Arthur wonders. "I think we'll stick with our first choice," I say with a smile, as Luna looks down at our sleeping son in her arms. "What do you think, Ruby?" I ask my daughter. "Do you like your brother's name?" She shrugs. Then she lets go of my hand and walks out of the room. "I'll go and check on her," I say to Luna, who understands. I expect to find Ruby languishing in the corridor, but when she sees that I have followed her, she starts running. "Hey!" I call after her, but she doesn't turn back, and I have no choice but to give chase, aware that it would be very easy to lose her in this myriad of corridors inside this huge hospital. "Ruby, slow down!" I shout as I keep chasing my daughter, but she has the advantage of surprise and speed on her side, her boundless youth and energy making her a tricky target to catch up to. But I am able to keep her in sight, and after a few twists and turns down various corridors, I realize where she is going. I probably should have guessed sooner. Now that I know, I can't really be mad at her for running. When I catch up to her, she has already reached her destination. It's a new ward, the opposite kind to the one we have just left. On the ward where Arthur is visiting Luna and Jude, it is a place where newborn people come into the world. But here, on this ward, it is a place where long-term injured people are treated. There are no balloons, teddy bears and new names here, just weary nurses and doctors trudging through another day. This is the ward where patients with a poor prognosis are treated, a ward for people in a coma, a ward for people like my ex-wife. "I want to talk to Mummy," Ruby says as she goes for the door beyond which lies Sadie, hooked up to all her machines that are the only things keeping her alive. "It's not visiting time. We're not allowed in here yet," I say, before I see a nurse I recognize from my many trips here over the past 9 months. "Be quick, 5 minutes. I won't tell anybody," the nurse says before miming the "my lips are sealed" sign that confirms we are okay to go and see Sadie, briefly, if we want to. Ruby doesn't need offering twice and pushes through the door, so I quickly follow her. As I do, I see the same sad sight that always greets me when I come in here. I see the items that my children have left here, on the recommendation of the doctors, because they might provide the sensory stimulation that could help with the patient's recovery. There are a couple of Sadie's favorite clothes, a hoodie and a t-shirt, as well as some books she used to read to the children at bedtime. There are family photos too, or at least ones of just her and the kids, but I was hardly going to nitpick and demand that I feature in any of them after recent events. And there are the headphones plugged in. Though not being used now, the ones the nurses put over Sadie's ears at some point each day to play the songs that we selected, songs that we hope will speak a memory or reactivate something in her dormant brain. None of it has worked so far, but none of us are giving up. My ex looks like a shadow of her former self. She is unconscious, skinnier than before her accident, paler, and with less hair after it was shaved during an operation and kept trimmed short ever since. But she is still Sadie,
And, to Ruby, she is still Mummy. "Are you going to wake up today?" my daughter asks Sadie, as she leans in and gently places her head on the patient's stomach. My heart breaks every time I am in here with one of my children, although these days it's mainly Ruby. Arthur used to come in here and cry a lot in the early months, but now he prefers to stay away, only visiting once a week at most. He says it makes him sad, and I can't argue with that because I have to be very mindful of his mental health. But Ruby would spend all day in here if she could, although that could be just as detrimental to her mental health as her brother's preference for avoidance. So it's a fine balancing act, and that's just this part of my life. There's the fact that I am a new dad again, and will very soon be taking home a little baby who needs around-the-clock attention as he navigates his first few days and weeks of life. Oh, and I have to go to work too once my paternity leave is up. Can't forget about that. Then, last but certainly not least, there's the small matter of the new house we have bought, the one that Luna decided was the perfect place for the next chapter of our family. It's a house that is 30 miles further away from here, a distance that my current partner deemed satisfactory in terms of its proximity to my previous partner. Although Luna chose to keep her maternity care via our old hospital because it has such a good reputation. Luna pushed for the house move, and I couldn't argue, not after she was attacked in our previous home. The truth is, I was ready for a fresh start too. The only tricky thing is that I'll still have to come back here to visit Sadie, along with Ruby and possibly Arthur if he still wants to keep coming. But Luna won't be making the trip. I don't expect her to, because why visit the woman who assaulted you and put you through hell? All Luna wants to do now is get home to our brand new house and get comfortable with our brand new baby. These past few months might have been awful in a lot of ways, but they have culminated in a precious little life being born. Luna was right in what she said to me before we departed for the hospital yesterday, as her contractions grew stronger. "It's time to forget about the past and truly focus on the future," she said, as I helped her into the car. I agreed. Focusing on the future sounds good, because surely it can't be worse than what's happened in my past. Chapter 12. Luna. They say things come in threes, and I have to agree. I have a new house, I have my baby, and now, thanks to the gift that Reed just presented me with, I have a sparkling ring on my finger. They call it a push ring, he told me after I opened the box and saw the shiny item of jewelry inside. "You know, because you pushed the baby out." "I get it," I replied with a laugh. "No need to go into details." I tried the ring on and found it to be a perfect fit. "Thank you. It's gorgeous," I said, marveling at my man's romantic and expensive gesture. "I just wanted to get you something to mark the start of Jude's life," Reed explained, "and also to say thank you for being amazing during the pregnancy. I know it wasn't the easiest of rides, and the morning sickness turned out to be the simplest part of the whole thing, but you did it, and you never complained." I might have complained once or twice, I reminded him, and we both laughed at the occasional times my hormones had caused me to lose my temper over something silly and insignificant. But on the whole, Reed was right. I had done a good job during pregnancy, particularly when the whole Sadie saga was factored in. As I sit here in the lounge area of our new house, with Jude sleeping in his Moses basket beside me, it's crazy to think that there was a time when I was terrified that he wasn't even going to make it to his 12-week scan. Not after Sadie had slashed at me with a knife and caused me all that stress. But here he is, my healthy baby boy, growing and thriving after only a couple of weeks in this world, and I am confident that will only continue. But what about me? Will I continue to thrive as a mother? Or is it all going to be taken away from me at any moment? Unfortunately, that's the uncertainty I have been learning to live with, because Sadie is still refusing to die. A coma is a complicated thing. Every patient unfortunate enough to suffer a coma has a different experience. It's impossible to predict from one case to the next. That's why it's been pointless for me to spend as much time as I have reading and learning about coma patients and what they may be like if they wake up. I've read countless articles and watched numerous YouTube videos, all by people who have either been in a coma themselves or had experience of it with a loved one. I've been seeking some solace in all my research, but it has been hard to come by. That's because every account is different. Every story has an alternative ending. Some say that they remember nothing from being in the coma, but everything before it, while others say they recall the coma, but not what caused them to be in it. I'm obviously in the camp of hoping that Sadie will retain no memory of what happened before her coma began, but it seems there is no way to know for sure, unless she actually wakes up and puts her memory to use. I've read all sorts of crazy stories, from English patients who woke up and were suddenly able to speak fluent Mandarin, to those who had previously had no musical skill at all, yet since making a full recovery, could play classical piano to an expert level. All very bizarre, and no doubt fascinating to the medical minds of the world. But all I want to know is if I'm going to be arrested if Sadie wakes up and remembers that I'm guilty of so much. However, one useful thing did come from all my research. A very high proportion of those who had experienced being in a coma reported that they could hear the voices of those people in the room around them, loved ones talking to them, trying to wake them up, or simply chatting as a way to stay connected. I'd have thought that being unconscious meant hearing nothing, but it seems there is a chance a person in a coma hears a lot of things, if not everything. That was very useful to know, as it informed my decision not to go anywhere near Sadie in her current condition. I didn't want her to hear my voice and recognize it, for it to stir something inside her that might help her wake up, or for it to jog her memory of the night of her accident. I've decided to stay well away from that hospital room, just to be on the safe side, and it's been easy to do because nobody expects me to visit the woman who allegedly tried to kill me. But while I've been absent, Reed, Arthur and Ruby have not. I understand that he has a duty to try and take the children to see their mother. He can't just pretend she no longer exists, and certainly not when poor Ruby is so distraught over missing her mummy. So he visits Sadie often, though he tells me he doesn't say anything to her. Unlike her parents, who I believe are by Sadie's bedside every day, trying all sorts of things to wake her up, from reading her favorite stories as a child to playing her episodes of her favorite TV shows, and hoping something somewhere sparks her brain back into life.
I look at Jude, and I just want to marinate in motherhood and baby bliss. I wish I didn't have the spectre of Sadie hanging over us. I also wish I had the guts to sneak into her hospital room and kill her, but it's too risky. It might also be unnecessary. It's been 9 months, and Sadie has made no progress. Whatever hope the doctors and nurses and Sadie's parents had in the early days after her accident has dimmed, and now everybody is accepting the grim reality. She may never wake, and there may come a time when it's more humane to let her slip away. Being a mother myself now, I can never imagine a time when I would willingly make the decision to cut short Jude's life if he was in a coma. So I don't doubt that Sadie's mother will keep on fighting and praying for as long as possible. But fighting and praying aren't much good if the patient won't wake up, and Sadie is not showing any signs of doing that. She stays as she is, so I stay as I am. I remain here, and what a nice place it is to be. This wonderful house, where Jude is spending the first part of his life, is the home Reed and I decided to buy after visiting several other properties in the area. This one ticked all the boxes. A spacious kitchen, big back garden, upstairs and downstairs bathrooms, and enough bedrooms for all the children to have their own space, whilst the master room has the space for all my clothes, including my new maternity outfits. This house is slightly bigger than the one Reed originally bought with Sadie, which it has to be because we have an extra child in our family, but most importantly, it is in a different postcode. I was successful in convincing Reed that we needed a fresh start somewhere away from the life he had with his ex and all the horrible history that occurred there. Reed wasn't thrilled about the idea of having the children change schools, but I told him that it would be character building for them, and they could make new friends here whilst maintaining older friendships at the same time. Arthur and Ruby weren't happy at the idea of moving until I promised them both big bedrooms of their own, far bigger than the ones they already had. It's amazing how easy it is to swap children's opinions when you promise them more space for toys. Reed decided to try and get a new job nearer to this new house, and he has been successful in that, starting a new solicitor role at a company and even managing to get a small pay rise along the way. As for me,
Any job hunting is on the back burner as I focus on adapting to being a new mum. But we're fine financially, even after this sizable expenditure that I'm currently sitting in. I felt that moving house was a big part of disconnecting Reed from his old life with Sadie, but also disconnecting me from my past and what I had to do to get this family. I've now put a bigger distance between myself and all the people I had to hurt to get my goal. My days as a delivery driver feel like an awfully long time ago now, and that's exactly how I want them to feel. My days as a fabulous family-focused mother are all ahead of me. I also hope my days of being a wife are ahead of me too, and if only the ring Reed had gifted to me had been a marker of matrimony instead. But hopefully it's only a matter of time until he pops the question. Surely he will. We have done everything else there is for a couple to do. The only thing remaining for us to tick off is to get married. But that can wait. The older Jude is, the better, because he'll look cuter in the photos if he's a proper little boy in a suit rather than just a sleeping baby in a grow. But make no mistake, I have plenty of plans for my future wedding, and, as I've proven, my plans usually work out. I hope you enjoy your life, I say to the sleeping Jude beside me.
Your mother has worked very hard to get it for you. It's a shame that my son can never know the full extent of what I did to put him in this place where he is surrounded by family, money, and comfort. It would be a lesson in dedication and obsession, if nothing else. But it's best if he has no clue. Just like it's best if Sadie has no clue either. She can stay sleeping forever for all I care, and she can leave me to enjoy the family I stole from her. Chapter 13. Reed. What day is it? The fact that it takes me several seconds to figure that out tells me that I am very much back in the trenches of parenthood. I remember this feeling from before, the feeling of waking up and having no idea whether it was a Monday or a Thursday, a Saturday or a Sunday. That feeling comes when every day is the same, and that's how it's mostly been lately. Bottles, nappies, crying and cuddling. Jude is keeping me busy, as he is Luna, so much so that I can scarcely believe it when I realize that my parental leave has come to an end and I am due back in the office. I feel bad leaving you, I say to Luna, getting guilty about the fact that I am now about to swap milk-stained bibs and bath times for my shirt and tie and adult conversations. 2 weeks isn't enough time. I'll be fine, Luna replies, and while I don't doubt it because she has been an excellent mother so far, I still wish I could stay and help. But to work I must go, so I make sure the kids are ready for school and then get us all out of the door. Arthur chatters away about something from the front passenger seat beside me, while Ruby sits silently in the back, no doubt thinking about her mother again. A child psychiatrist would find it interesting how my 2 children are handling their misery over their mother in totally different ways. But I just find it upsetting, and yet another challenge thrown my way by life lately. Have a good day, I say to them both as I park outside the school, the new one that they have seemingly settled into well enough, although possibly only because the upheaval of their mum's hospitalization and Jude's arrival has meant they've got used to lots of change. I watch as Arthur and Ruby walk away from my car, wishing, like I do every time I drop them here, that when I see them again, I could give them the good news that their mother has come out of her coma, and there is no longer any reason to feel sad. But I don't expect that will happen, so I set off to work feeling far more despondent than a new dad should be feeling at what is supposed to be an exciting time in my life. After parking my car, I start walking towards my new office, aware that even though I'm much older than my children, trying to settle into a new environment can be just as daunting for adults as it can be for kids. Excuse me, Reed Hunt? I turn to see a man in a grey hoodie walking towards me across the car park, and, at first sight, he doesn't look like he belongs here, at this office for well-heeled solicitors. But I shouldn't judge people by their appearance. This guy could be the multi-millionaire owner of the company I am newly employed by, for all I know. Yes, I reply. I have a message for you, the mysterious man says. Sorry, who are you? I better not give you my name for now, but I can give you the name of the person who has sent me here. It's Gemma. The name of the woman I was once involved with brings all sorts of memories flooding back. Memories like how she was once a work colleague of mine in my previous job. Memories like how I found myself attracted to her and foolishly began swapping messages with her
that weren't appropriate for me to send. And memories like Sadie discovering this, and the whole thing putting a dagger through the heart of our marriage. My most recent memory of Gemma is seeing her go to prison after being found guilty of starting the fire at Sadie's parents' house,
The one that could have killed them and my children if they hadn't got out in time. That's why hearing her name now is not very welcome. Gemma sent you here?
Yes.
I don't know what she wants, but I don't want to hear it, I say before starting to walk away. I think you should, the man tells me, and, against my better judgment, I stop. Gemma is trying to help you, and I guess that's what I'm trying to do too, the man says. Help me how? By letting you know that you are in danger. Excuse me? Your ex-wife Sadie is in a coma in hospital, correct? That information has been in the local news, so there's no point asking how he knows that. Yes. After an altercation with your current partner, Luna. Sadie broke in and attacked her with a knife, I say, unsure where the man is going with this. Did you know that Gemma had sent a message to Sadie shortly before that incident, telling her that she believed Luna was the one responsible for framing her? I did not know that, and I can't disguise the surprise on my face. What are you talking about? I ask. I'm talking about how, on your previous visit to see Gemma in prison after she asked to speak to you, you revealed that you had a new girlfriend. At that moment, Gemma told you that she suspected her of being behind everything that has happened to you and your family. I remember that, and I ignored it at the time because it was utter nonsense. You might have thought that, but Gemma believed Luna was behind everything, so she informed Sadie. After receiving that message, Sadie must have gone to your home to confront Luna, or perhaps try to warn you and the children that she may be dangerous. Now she is in a coma, and Luna appears to have got away with it scot-free. Luna has done nothing wrong. Sadie is the one who attacked her with a knife. And Sadie is only in a coma because she slipped while running. Luna did not physically hurt her. Why was she running? The man asks me before answering his own question. Because she was the one who was afraid, not Luna. I shake my head in disbelief. Can my life get any more complicated? How did you find me? I have to ask. Gemma sent me to your previous workplace, and when you weren't there, I asked for a new address for you. They passed it on. I'll be sure not to thank my previous employer for that. I need to get to work, and you need to leave me alone, I say, turning to go again, but the man has more to say. I understand that this might sound hard to believe, but please, you're the only one in a position to find out for sure. Gemma is behind bars, and Sadie is unconscious. That leaves you, who can get close enough to Luna, to find out if she is hiding something. She is not hiding anything, I say before I storm away. Despite going into my office building, taking the elevator up to my floor and settling down into my chair, there is no chance of me getting any work done. Not now. I'm worrying that there might be something to what that man just said. It would be easy to dismiss Gemma's conspiracy theory that Luna framed her for the fire because she is a desperate woman who has to blame somebody. That's why I dismissed it when I first heard it back at the prison many months ago. Now I think about what the man said, specifically about how both Gemma and Sadie are now in positions where they are unable to pursue their suspicions of Luna. Is that a coincidence, or by design? I wish I could focus on work. If I could, I wouldn't be thinking a troubling thought. I wouldn't be thinking about how I might have to look at Luna a little closer than I have done so far. That's what Gemma wants me to do. But can I do it? Chapter 14. Gemma. Life behind bars is as miserable as any free person would imagine it is. But there are two ways that a prisoner can pass the time a little easier in here. 1. Have a goal. And I certainly have that as I continue to try to prove my innocence and simultaneously find a way to explain how Luna could have been behind it all. 2. Find a little romance in the midst of this grim place. As I sit in the common area where several of my fellow prisoners spend what free time we are allowed outside of our cells, I glance across the prison wing and see the man who has brought joy to my very dark life in here. His name is Jack, and the only reason he is present in this all-female prison is because he is not a prisoner. He is one of the prison officers here, part of the team responsible for ensuring this section of the prison stays under control.
I took a liking to him as soon as I saw him, noting how he was much younger and far more handsome than the other officers tasked with watching over us. It was only when I noticed him taking a liking to me too that I realized there might be a way to make my time in here more bearable. Yes, it's against the rules for a prisoner and a prison officer to become involved with one another. But it's also against the rules for somebody to frame another person for arson. And that happened to me, so why should I worry about rules? As I stay in my seat by the pool table, where a couple of prisoners by the names of Sharon and Stacy play yet another game while we all watch, I keep looking over at Jack. When I do, I see him looking over at me several times, although we are both wise enough to not do anything too obvious in a public place like this one, to alert anyone to the fact that we are romantically involved. Our fling began when Jack entered my cell one morning to conduct a routine search. Just one of the many joys of being locked up in here with all your freedom and privacy stripped away. But while he conducted his fairly demanding and dull task, looking for any contraband in a place where there was none, he spoke to me. Not in the condescending, demeaning,
or just downright rude way the other prison officers do, but in a caring way, as if he actually saw the human through the prison uniform and was treating me as such. He asked me about my life on the outside, what I did before I came in here. I told him I was a solicitor. He said that was interesting. I said he obviously didn't know what a solicitor did. We both laughed. I realized it was the first time I had laughed since I had been sent here for a crime I didn't commit. After that, I found myself wanting to laugh again, which meant I wanted to be around Jack. Thankfully, this is a small wing, so I saw him plenty of times, in the canteen, the common area, and the prison laundrette where I work. It was during one of my shifts in the laundrette when we found ourselves alone, the other prisoners in the other room, surrounded by loud laundry, rumbling away in the machines. It was too loud for us to hold a proper conversation, but as we looked at one another, it felt obvious that talking was the last thing we wanted to do. Jack looked over his shoulder to make sure nobody was around, and then he pulled me close. We kissed. I felt happiness and hope for the first time since my life was turned upside down. And then our lips parted, and I knew I couldn't wait to be alone with Jack again. The problem is, prison is not the best place to grow a relationship, so my private times with Jack have been fleeting, stolen moments in my cell or the laundrette that barely last seconds. But seconds are better than nothing. But while we can't be intimate with one another, in view of the other prisoners and prison officers, we can talk. There are no rules against that. It's during those conversations that I have explained to Jack what I believe has happened to me. How I believe that a woman called Luna, the current girlfriend of a man I was once interested in having an affair with, has framed me and also put another woman in a coma. Jack believes me, and he has proven it by doing the favor I asked of him. He has spoken to Reed on the outside for me. I know that based on the nod he just gave me. Now all I need to know is how that conversation went. I get up from my chair and casually walk over to the side of the common room where Jack stands. I'm ambling slowly, making it appear like I'm just stretching my legs rather than purposely seeking out a particular person. But eventually, I make it to the corner where Jack stands in his full prison officer's uniform with a big bunch of keys hanging from his belt, and I let out a fake yawn. "Tired?" Jack asks. "Yeah, didn't sleep well. Noise from the other cells." "Yeah, I heard it was noisy last night." The reason we are making chit-chat is because there is another officer standing within earshot of us. But he either gets bored of the mundane things we are talking about, or has some business to attend to elsewhere, because he moves after a minute, leaving Jack and me to truly talk. "I spoke to Reed," he tells me. "Thank you. It was no problem, but I'm not sure he listened to me." "You said what I told you to say?" "Yes, every word of it." "Then that's enough. He won't be able to stop thinking about it now. We just have to give him some time to get his head around it, and then see what happens." "I'm not sure he'll do anything," Jack replies. "He seemed angry." "That's to be expected. We're accusing his girlfriend of being a criminal. He's hardly going to be happy about that." "I suppose." I sense a little uncertainty from Jack, or maybe it's nervousness. After all, he has taken a risk for me by passing on a message to somebody on the outside when he shouldn't be getting involved in a prisoner's personal business.
If his employer was to find out that he is trying to help me prove my innocence, he could lose his job. He'd certainly lose it if they found out our relationship went even further than that. But I'll do my best to protect him.
And he's no fool either, so together, I'm sure we can make it work. He wouldn't have given Reed his name, so he won't know who Jack is and how he is connected to me. He'll just assume he is a friend, perhaps. He'll never suspect I have a prison officer on my side, but I'm a resourceful woman. Unfortunately, not quite as resourceful as Luna seems to be. I couldn't believe it when I saw the news about Sadie. Television is one of the few things we get in here that connect us to the outside world. So when I saw the news bulletin about the woman in the coma and the names of the people involved, I knew something terrible had happened. I also knew that what was being reported in the news was not factual, but simply what Luna had told everybody to report. I am on to her, and I warned Sadie about her. Within hours, Sadie was in a coma, one she may never wake up from. No coincidence. Luna might not have attacked Sadie, but Sadie was at that house because she was trying to save her family, and Luna is lucky that she has been silenced. Just like she has silenced me, but I'll find a way to catch that bitch. I checked in on your mother, Jack says then, switching subjects but to one that is just as important to me as Sadie and Luna. How is she? Not good. I'm going to see if I can fast-track your application for day release to go and visit her. Thank you so much, I reply, genuinely meaning it. That's because time is of the essence when it comes to my poor mum, who is currently in hospital fighting a losing battle with cancer. I got the news she was ill and was devastated, her diagnosis even harder to take when I'm stuck in here, unable to spend time with her. Now she is deteriorating, and I don't know how long she has left. That is why I have applied to visit her before she passes away, and it is possible that the prison might approve my request. It certainly helps that Jack is working to expedite that process. Of course, any visit will see me accompanied by a police officer so that I can't try to escape, and I will be brought back here as soon as the visit is done. But the important thing is that I get to see Mum one more time while I still have the chance. If she dies before I get to say a proper goodbye, it's just one more reason for me to hate the person who put me in here. That person is Luna. I am convinced of it. I don't have any evidence yet, but I will, and I hope that bitch is ready when I do. Chapter 15. Luna. 1 month with my baby. 1 more month of Sadie not waking up, and yet another month of dealing with all the paranoia of my past. I wish I was as pure and innocent as Jude. Then again, he might not exist if I was. As I prepare another bottle of formula and find the next bib to catch my son's dribbles, I cannot regret anything I did to bring this beautiful boy into my life. I love caring for him every day, seeing his little face in the morning, feeling him nuzzling into my shoulder, knowing that he looks at me the only way I have ever wanted to be seen, like I truly matter. Postpartum can be a hard time for some mothers, but not for me. All my hardship came before. It's about time I got to enjoy life a little. As I feed Jude, I check the time and see that we should have company soon. Reed will be on his way home with Arthur and Ruby in tow, another day of school complete for them, whilst Reed will have an hour or two of work to finish on his laptop in the spare room before he calls it a day. I look forward to the moment everyone arrives home, upping the population of this house from 2 to 5 and making it feel fuller. But until then, I'll savor some quiet time with Jude, who will grow so fast that he will soon be the one coming through the door in his school uniform, asking me what's for dinner. When the door does fling open several minutes later, Jude has finished his bottle, and I have finished burping him. As predicted, I am asked about dinner, the question coming from the hungry Arthur, who is always eager to learn what will be on his plate each night. He's followed by the sulking Ruby, the little girl having undergone a personality swap without Sadie, and she sulks off to her bedroom, where I know she'll stay until we can coax her out with food later. Finally, I see my man Reed walking through the door in his smart suit, and while he looks tired, he is able to muster up a smile for me. "How are you guys doing?" he asks, as he sees me and Jude approach. "It's been a good day, hasn't it, little one?" I say, giving Jude a kiss on his soft head before passing him over to his father, who repeats the gesture.
I always melt when I see Reed holding our baby, and it's another pinch-me moment that this is actually my life nowadays. It almost feels like it couldn't get any better, although I know it could. For that to happen, I'd need Sadie to be officially dead and buried, not lingering in life like she currently is. "Do you have much work to finish?" I ask Reed, as he fails spectacularly to stifle a yawn. I can see the disrupted nights of sleep since Jude arrived are taking their toll on him now, and he looks weary. It might also explain why I feel he hasn't been quite as affectionate with me lately as he usually is. I was used to lots of kisses and cuddles, but they have reduced over the past few weeks. Although from what I have read online, that is to be expected. Very few couples, if any, are able to maintain the romantic routine that they had before welcoming a baby. But I am confident we can find our way back to how we were before, once the fatigue subsides. "I love you," I say to Reed, before offering him a kiss too, making a nice change from only kissing Jude for the last several hours. When our lips meet, I still sense something in my partner, a distance or a hesitancy that I can't quite explain. But then our lips part. He passes Jude back to me.
And now he's on his way to the spare bedroom to finish working for the day. But he's barely got halfway up the stairs when his mobile rings. "Hello," he says as he answers it, pausing on the staircase while I look up at him with Jude wriggling slightly in my arms. I can't see Reed's face because he has his back turned to me, but I notice his body stiffen, so whatever he is hearing at the other end of the line is shocking and surprising him. Is it work? Are they adding more responsibility to his day? Or is it something else? Something closer to home? "Wow, that's good news. Thanks for calling. I'll get the kids and we'll be there as soon as we can." He hangs up then, before turning around to look at me. When he does, I see that he looks visibly stunned, as if he's just heard the last thing in the world he expected to hear. Then he tells me what it was, and it's the last thing I expected to hear too. That was Sadie's mum. She's at the hospital and she says Sadie is showing possible signs that she might be about to wake up. A weaker woman than I would have dropped her baby at this point, succumbing to the shockwaves that the news has just sent around my body. But I managed to maintain my composure, holding on to Jude whilst also holding on to an expression that makes it seem like that is not the worst news I have ever been given in my life. "Really?" is the extent of what I can say in this second. "Yeah, I need to tell the kids and get over there. Is that okay?" "Yeah, of course," I reply, understanding that Arthur and Ruby are going to be overjoyed at this development and want to be there just in case Sadie really does wake up, like the doctors are apparently suggesting that she might. Reed rushes up the stairs then, seeking his daughter first, and a few seconds later, I hear a loud squeal coming from Ruby's bedroom. The little girl appears at the top of the stairs a moment later, followed by her father, and the two of them come rushing down before Reed goes looking for his son in the kitchen. As Ruby gets her coat and shoes back on as quickly as possible, I hear Arthur let out a loud cheer before he appears in the hallway too, and within a matter of seconds, all three of them are ready and raring to go to the hospital. That's how quickly it feels like my wonderful family is ready to abandon me to go and see Sadie, that woman I wish was long gone, so we could focus on each other and forget about how our lives were all different before this. "Will you be okay here?" Reed asks me. "I'm not sure how long we will be, but I'll call you from the hospital and keep you updated." That's when I make a snap decision that I might later live to regret. "I want to come with you," I say, deciding that Jude and I are going to accompany the others to the hospital. "Really?" Reed asks, surprised. "You don't have to do that. You can stay here." "I know, but I want to come. I want to be with you all," I say, feeling it is important that I keep myself as integrated with them all as possible, rather than be left back here on the sidelines, leaving Sadie to get all the attention. I also need to be there so I can see the state of the patient for myself. Is she really waking up? Is she really coming out of her coma? Most importantly, is she going to remember what she knew before? There's only one way to find out. I have to go to the hospital. So that's what I'm going to do. Chapter 16. Reed. Increased brain activity. Vital signs improving. One of the nurses saw her move her hand earlier. Those are just some of the things the doctor told Sadie's parents before we got here, and they have now relayed that information to me. Or at least Sadie's mum did. Sadie's father is still giving me the silent treatment, as if this is all my fault,
But if that's how he is choosing to cope with the angst of his daughter's situation, then so be it.
I cannot imagine the hell he is in, and I never want to contemplate my own daughter fighting for her life like his daughter is fighting for her own. At least I have an update on Sadie's situation, and her prognosis certainly sounds far more positive than it has done at any point previously. Sure, she's still in a coma, but for the first time in months, there is genuine hope and almost expectation from the medical staff treating her that she will wake up. Of course, that has totally transformed the outlook for my family, because now there is a chance that Arthur and Ruby don't have to spend the rest of their lives trying to fill the enormous hole that their mother has left in it. "Why are her eyes still shut?" Arthur asks when he sees Sadie. "I thought she was awake." "She's not awake yet, but there is a good chance she might wake soon," I say, trying to explain the situation as best I can to my young audience. But it's complicated enough for a doctor to explain it to a fairly well-educated adult, so it's pretty tricky trying to tell a child about the inner vagaries of the human brain and its recovery from trauma. "I'm proud of you, Mummy," Ruby says then, and just hearing her voice reminds me of how little I have heard it over the past few months. I've missed hearing my daughter sing and shout and chatter away endlessly to me in the car. I figured she might never return to being that happy little girl if her mum didn't wake. But Ruby is showing signs of her true self again, at the exact moment Sadie is showing signs that she might be coming back to consciousness. I leave my children to sit by their mother for a little while and return to the corridor just outside the room. That's where Luna stands with Jude in her arms, and she has been lingering out here ever since we arrived. I didn't expect her to want to enter the room where Sadie lies. I didn't even expect her to want to come to the hospital at all. But she insisted, so here she is, although she looks very pale, and I'm wondering if she regrets coming with us now. "You really didn't need to come here," I say to my partner as we look through the glass at Arthur and Ruby beside their mother's bed. "It's nice that you wanted to be with us, but this must be so hard for you. Would you like me to take you home? Sadie's parents can stay here with the kids." I dread to think how much all these trips back and forth from our new house to this hospital are costing me in fuel, but it's hardly important in the grand scheme of things. "No, I'm fine," Luna replies, but she has done a bad job of lying, and I wish she would just tell the truth. Then again, I can hardly claim to be truthful myself based on what I have been keeping from her over these past few weeks. I still haven't spoken to Luna about the man who came to see me outside my office. I still haven't discussed with her how he passed on a message from Gemma, in which once again, that woman is claiming that Luna framed her for the fire. I certainly haven't mentioned anything about how it was suggested that Sadie was not fully in the wrong on the night of her accident, and that Luna is hiding what really happened between those two women. Why haven't I brought it up? Why do I feel the need to keep it to myself? Is it because I think it's ridiculous, so doesn't warrant discussion? Or is it because I'm scared there might be something in it? I keep telling myself it's the former, but maybe only because that's scarier than contemplating the latter. But it is ridiculous, right? Luna did not frame Gemma, and she is not hiding anything about what happened with Sadie that night at our old house. I have to look at the facts. The police are satisfied from the evidence that Gemma was the arsonist, and, as for Sadie, she slashed at Luna with a knife, not the other way around. She was also in our home. Luna didn't go to her. That means Luna is innocent. So why can't I just talk about this with her?
"I'm glad the children are happier," Luna says then. "They don't deserve to go through what they have been through." That's a nice sentiment, but I can also detect what is being left unsaid. Luna is acknowledging the children's happiness now that Sadie might wake up, but at the same time, it's drawing attention to the fact that she is unhappy. "If she does wake up, we will deal with it together," I tell Luna, putting an arm around her shoulder as Jude nestles into her chest. "Whatever the police have to do, and whatever course the investigation has to take when Sadie can contribute to it, we will face it as one and get through it, and eventually this will all be over. Then we'll be able to focus on our family and raising Jude in our new house with all the fun things we have to look forward to. Our first Christmas, our first holiday, hell, our second holiday even, because I sure need more than one break from this place." I laugh then, hoping Luna might do the same or at least show a smile. But she doesn't. She just keeps staring through the window at Arthur and Ruby, who are each holding a hand of their mother. Or is she staring at Sadie? It's impossible to tell. "I don't feel well," Luna suddenly says, turning away from the window. "Can you hold Jude?" "Yes, of course," I say, quickly taking our son from her so she can have some breathing space. As I feel my son's weight, the little boy already packing on a few pounds, despite still being so small, I notice how weak and fragile his mother looks. Luna has gone even paler than she was when we arrived at the hospital, and now she is reaching out for the wall as if to give herself some support. But she doesn't reach it in time, and I'm unable to try and support her myself because I'm holding Jude. That's why I can't stop her from falling to the floor, and as she hits the ground, I see that her eyes are closed, and a second later she is lying still, totally unmoving, as if she wasn't even just talking to me at all.
Has she fainted? Has she suffered a sudden drop in blood pressure? Or is it something else? I have no idea, but we're in the perfect place to find out. Chapter 17. Luna. I feel really weak, I say to the frowning doctor who sits beside me in the same hospital corridor where I just collapsed. Except I didn't really collapse, I faked it. That's because I had to do something about the chances of Sadie waking up from her coma soon, and this is my something. The fake fainting was part one of my plan. Now it's on to the second part. Something's wrong, I say to the doctor whilst Reed stands in front of us, holding Jude and looking very worried. She has been under a lot of stress lately, my partner chimes in, but that's not really helping me because I don't just want this doctor to think I became overwhelmed with my busy life and succumbed to stress. I need him to think there is some serious medical issue that I have that warrants investigation, and, to do that, I'll need to be given a bed on a ward somewhere in this hospital until the time comes for the tests. I need that to happen rather than the likelier outcome, which is that I get told to go home and rest, because I cannot go home now. Not when Sadie is on the verge of rejoining us in the land of the conscious. I have to stay here, where she is, but not to simply wait for her to wake. I have to stay so I can silence her before she does. My heart is pounding, and my head feels like it's going to explode, I say to the doctor. I feel hot too. Something is seriously wrong. Come on, Doc. I need you to fear that I am falling victim to some awful disease or virus and get me hooked up to an IV drip as soon as possible. I need nurses fussing over me. I need a bed. I need to become a patient here like Sadie is. Do you feel like you could lose consciousness again? The doctor asks me, and I have to pretend I do. Yes, I feel awful, like I'm getting worse by the second. I don't know what is wrong with me, but it's bad, I say, using all my acting skills on what I hope is an easily deceived doc. He looks fairly young, so that might mean he lacks experience, or at least I'm counting on it. An older, wiser doctor might not be as easily fooled by me feigning a serious illness, but this guy might. I need him to be worried, not just about me, but about himself and his career if he makes a mistake and sends a poorly woman home when he should have let her stay here. I don't want to die. My baby needs me, I say then, really going for it, like some aging actor who knows they are filming their last movie, and this is their final chance to capture that Oscar that has always eluded them. I think we should get you checked over by one of my colleagues and take it from there, the doctor says, deciding he can't risk anything based on what I am telling him. I need to lie down. The room is spinning, I say, hinting at the bed that I so desperately want. Is there somewhere I can go? Is there room here at this hospital for me? I'm not sure I can stand a waiting room when I feel like this. I will go and check, the doctor says, standing up, and he tells Reed to keep a close eye on me before he departs. Reed quickly sits down beside me, and I look at the sleeping Jude in his arms. I'm going to miss him if I do end up staying in here overnight, but it's necessary, and is the only way I can guarantee I won't be missing any other nights with him in the long term. Here, have some water, Reed says, handing me the bottle he brought from home, but has barely touched so far. I tentatively take it and put it to my lips, making a point of shaking my hands a little, so it looks like I am weaker than I really am. I feel bad that I will be worrying Reed now, but again, it's all collateral damage that must occur if I am to keep our family together. Maybe it is all the stress lately, I say to him after taking a drink.
Or maybe it's something else.
I don't know. All I do know is I feel so tired and need to rest. Would you be okay if they decided to keep me in here overnight?
Yes, of course. Don't worry about us. We'll manage, Reed quickly assures me. Thank you, I say, before I notice the doctor returning with a nurse by his side. She looks as young as he is, so this could be more potential inexperience that I can try to exploit. Are you okay to come this way? The doctor asks me. We have somewhere we can lie you down and examine you there. I'll try, I reply, hating how useless and pathetic I'm forcing myself to sound, because the truth is, I feel strong and like I could do anything, like kill a person, but I have to bide my time on that. And right now, appearing weak will ultimately be my strength. The doctor and nurse help me up out of my seat, lifting me by taking an arm each, while Reed stands and continues to be occupied with our son. Then, they lead me down the corridor, away from Sadie's room, and eventually onto another ward, about a 10-minute walk from her. When we get there, I'm delighted to see that I am being shown to a bed, and, as I am helped onto it, I am praying this is going to be declared as mine for the night. The doctor tells me the nurse will conduct a few checks, and he will be back shortly, so I allow his colleague to do what she needs to do. She takes my temperature, monitors my blood pressure, looks at my pupils, listens to my heart, has me cough, and recite back a couple of things to her to test my memory and cognitive function. Then she decides I'm dehydrated and gets me that IV drip that the doctor previously mentioned. All the while, Reed stands by, he and Jude, like worried watchdogs beside my bed, although Jude isn't doing as much watching as his father because his eyes keep closing not long after they have opened. The nurse writes down all the results of the various tests she has conducted on me before going to leave, but just before she can,
I have to find out if my plan has worked. Am I staying here for the night? The nurse turns back. Possibly. We're not quite sure what is wrong with you yet, but we'd rather not have you leave in case you get worse. Is that okay? I suppose it's sensible, I say, feigning some sadness that I won't be going home to my own bed this evening. But inside, I am delighted. Now all I need is everybody to leave me alone, so I can do what needs to be done before the morning comes. Seriously, don't worry about Jude or me or anything else, Reed says to me. We'll all manage. The main thing is that you are feeling better, and if a night's rest in here is what you need, so be it. I'm not sure how much rest I'll get in here, I reply. Hospitals are hardly the perfect place for sleep. I'm sure you'll sleep a lot better without Jude waking you up, Reed says, smiling slightly before looking concerned again. You had me really worried out there in the corridor when you collapsed. I thought I'd lost you. Again, I feel terrible for putting Reed through this extra stress, because he has been under more than enough pressure lately himself. If only he knew that there was absolutely nothing wrong with me. Well, nothing physically anyway. But mentally I am freaking out, and it's all because Sadie might open her eyes soon and tell everyone who I really am. I'm sorry, I say to him. You have nothing to be sorry for, Reed replies firmly, just as Jude wakes and starts to grizzle, probably hungry or just fed up with the bright lights and noise in this hospital. Maybe you should get him home, I suggest. He could do with a feed and then putting down in his crib. I don't want to leave you alone here, Reed says. I know, but you'll have to. You can't stay all night. They'll tell you to go home at some point. You might as well go now and get Jude settled. I'll be fine here. Reed looks a little lost. And it could be that he's worried about being the only one responsible for our son when he gets home. Sure, Arthur and Ruby will be with him too, but he's the only adult, and with 3 children to look after, it's a lot for anyone to have to do. You can do this, I say to him, giving him the confidence that he might need. Super Dad. Reed laughs, a little nervously, but he also looks like he knows he has to step his game up now and make this work. So that's what he does. He gives me a kiss goodbye and allows me to do the same to Jude before leaving me, but only after I have to promise him that I will let him know when there is any news. I assure him that I will, and one other thing I could have assured him of is that soon there will be lots of news coming from this hospital, but it won't be about me and my medical condition. No, it will all be about another patient here. The patient I am staying here with overnight. The patient who is still in her coma,
but showing signs of waking up soon. The patient who I will ensure never opens her eyes again. Chapter 18. Read. I hate having to pry my children away from their mother, especially after there has been the first positive news in months regarding her condition. But as optimistic as the doctors might be about Sadie at the moment, nothing has essentially changed. She is still in her coma, and she could be for a long time yet, so for those of us who are conscious, life needs to go on. That's why I need to take my children home and get them to bed so they can be ready for another day of school tomorrow. It's not going to be an easy task because Ruby is holding on tightly to her mother's hand, Arthur is sitting with his grandparents, eating snacks, and I'm trying to stop Jude from crying out for his mother. It would be easier for me if I just let us all stay here. But as a parent, you can't always take the easy option. Come on, guys. I won't ask you again.
Put your coats on and let's go. I try one more time, wishing my children would just comply, but feeling my frustration grow when they don't. As much as I hate having to do this, I am also hating that I am having to do it alone. But that's the case after Luna suffered some kind of medical episode in the corridor here and has been assigned a bed for the night while she undergoes a few tests. It was frightening to see my girlfriend collapse right in front of me, and I'm just glad she came back around quickly. I don't know what I'd do if I lost Luna, and not just because we have a newborn to take care of. It's because I love her deeply, and the happiness she brings to my life would be sorely missed if anything happened to her. Thankfully, she seems okay, or at least the doctors and nurses aren't panicking over her anymore. She's clearly worried about what might be wrong with her because she pushed to stay here overnight to undergo testing. I'm no medical expert, but I'm certain that the fainting episode she suffered is simply down to the stress of recent months, coupled with the news today that Sadie might wake up. Luna's brain has obviously reacted in an adverse way to that information, going into panic mode, triggering a fight-or-flight response that led to her body briefly shutting down in that corridor. That's okay. It's perfectly understandable. I wouldn't expect Luna to be thrilled at the idea that Sadie could wake up soon. I just wish she would admit it, rather than pretending like she might be suffering from some virus or condition that caused the blacking out. I understand that she might be reluctant to accept and admit that Sadie leaves her in a scared state, but she does not need to be. I'd rather she was honest with me rather than brave, but either way, I can see the truth. Luna is frightened of what might happen if and when Sadie wakes up. I will make sure that whatever happens, there is no way that my ex-wife can get anywhere near my current partner again, let alone do her any more physical or psychological harm. I'll see to that. And if the situation requires me to bluntly warn Sadie to stay away from us, so be it. I'll do whatever it takes to look after the woman I love. Arthur, Ruby, come on, let's go, I say, my voice louder now and far more tense. I'm starting to lose my temper, and my children won't like that when it happens. I won't like it either, but they're still not doing as I ask of them, and Jude is still crying, and I'm still here in Sadie's hospital room, listening to the beeping machines around her bed, and feeling the glare from her father, who clearly hates me and everything I seem to stand for. At least Sadie's mum is being reasonable. You two do as your daddy says and get your coats on, she tells her grandchildren. We'll be sure to call you as soon as your mummy wakes up. But I want to be here when she does, Ruby whines. Me too, Arthur replies, before stuffing more of his grandfather's crisps into his mouth. Yes, but baby Jude needs to go home to bed, so be a good brother and sister and go and help your father with him, comes the thoughtful response. And I smile at Sadie's mum because she is only trying to help, despite the difficult and awkward circumstances. Sadie's father stays silent, which speaks volumes, but thankfully, his wife's words get my children moving, and they put on their coats while I mouth, "Thank you," to the woman who was previously my mother-in-law. Jude is still crying, not that it is doing the job of waking Sadie, though I step outside the room to give those inside it a little peace and quiet. Arthur and Ruby quickly join me, and now we are ready to go home. But just before we can make our way to the car park, I see somebody I hoped I'd never see again. What is he doing here at this hospital? What is he doing here so close to my family? Hey, I call out, and when he looks back, he quickens his pace. But that's no good because that's not going to change the fact that I have seen him, so I quicken my pace too. Daddy, Ruby asks me, But I know they'll follow me, so I keep rushing after the man, and my faster movements do the job of getting Jude to stop crying for a second. "Hey, what are you doing here? Are you following me and my family?" I ask the man, who is still trying to get away from me. But he is slowed down when a patient is pushed through the double doors on a trolley and he has to stop before he walks into them. That gives me the opportunity to catch him up, and whilst carefully holding on to Jude under one arm, I use my other arm to reach out and pull him towards me, letting him know that he is not getting away without explaining himself. "What are you doing here?" I ask him again. "Tell me now before I call the police and have you arrested for stalking and harassment." The man, who I first met outside my workplace when he approached me to tell me that he was on Gemma's side, in her opinion that Luna had framed her for the fire, is now here. That can't be a coincidence. It can't be allowed. "Explain yourself," I snarl at the sheepish man, who clearly thought he could be here without getting caught by me. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't have you arrested now." "Because I haven't done anything wrong," the man tries lamely. "Haven't you? Then what are you doing here?" "Just visiting another patient." "You really expect me to believe that?" The man knows I'm not stupid, so he doesn't try and keep up the facade. "Sadie might be waking up," he says, and I realize he must have somehow overheard the doctor when he was talking to me or Sadie's parents earlier. How long has he been lingering around here? Obviously long enough if he knows the latest on Sadie's prognosis, and I'm just mad that it has taken me this long to notice him. But I have had a lot going on since I got here, from getting the news about Sadie, to Luna collapsing, to trying to control my 3 children. No wonder I missed him. I'm observant, but I'm not all-seeing. Sadie has got nothing to do with you or Gemma or anybody else other than her family, who are here to support her, I say firmly. So give me a good reason why you are here, eavesdropping on conversations and watching my family. "You don't get it, do you?" the man replies, shaking his head as if I'm the one in the wrong. "This isn't just going to go away. Gemma isn't going to drop this. Luna has framed her and she will be caught. It's only a matter of time. She certainly will be when Sadie wakes up and is on our side too. I cannot believe the level of this man's delusion. Who are you? Some guy who Gemma has got wrapped around her finger, doing her dirty work for her while she's locked away. Did you write to her in prison? Send her a love letter after seeing her on the news? Did she write back and tell you that she'll love you if you help her get out? Is that your sad story? Is that why you're doing all of this for her?" "No, I'm doing it because it's the truth. I believe Gemma, and Sadie believed her too, just before she had her accident. But it was no accident. Luna put her in this hospital, but Sadie is lucky. She's still alive. Make no mistake, if Luna had done what she wanted to, Sadie would be dead now." "Daddy, what is he talking about?" Arthur asks me, and for a second, my heated discussion with this man had caused me to forget that my 2 elder children were standing behind me, well within earshot of everything being said by the adults. But this is obviously not a conversation they should be privy to, and I regret that they are having to listen to this upsetting nonsense. I regret that I am having to hear it all again too, but this is definitely the last time that I do. I take a step closer to the man so he'll be able to hear what I say when I lower my voice and prevent the 2 children behind me from hearing it too. Only Jude is with me, but thankfully he is far too young to ever remember what his daddy is about to say to another person. "I'm going to give you one last warning," I say, my voice barely a whisper. "You stay away from me and my family, and you stop going along with Gemma's delusions. If you don't, it's not Luna or anybody else you might have to worry about. It's me. Because if I ever see or hear from you again, you'll be in this hospital for a very different reason next time." It doesn't feel good to make threats of violence, but it feels as though it might be the only way I can get this man to listen to me. It seems to work, as he doesn't say anything in response. He nervously takes a step back before departing through the double doors that he tried to scurry away through just before I caught him. I watch him go whilst Arthur and Ruby ask me who he was and what he was talking about. I ignore their questions for the time being. But what I can't ignore are the questions that his continued presence in my life is conjuring up in my mind. Why are he and Gemma so adamant that Luna is dangerous? Why do they seem so confident about that fact?
And why did I just defend my girlfriend so vigorously when a small part of me is now terrified that they might be right? Chapter 19. Luna. Being told that it is too late now to have any more tests taken and that they will have to wait until the morning was music to my ears. That's because now is not the time for pointless tests that will tell me I am healthy when I already know that I am. Now is the time for something far more important than that. Now is the time to kill Sadie. It's 3 a.m. and the hospital seems quiet, or at least by its usual noisy standards. I am lying in the bed I was given after my fainting episode, and the curtains are drawn around it. But I cannot hear anything on the other side, and it has been a few hours since any doctor or nurse stopped by to check on me. Everybody thinks I am sleeping now, but I am wide awake, and that's because I've been biding my time until now. Getting out of the bed, I consider putting on a few of the clothes I had to take off when I was given a patient's gown, but decide against it. It might be chilly, and I would definitely feel more comfortable in my own attire, but I also need to make sure I look like a weary patient traversing the corridors of this hospital when I am seen by people out there, rather than a member of the public on the prowl to commit a crime. It's inevitable that I am going to be seen on my way to and from Sadie's room shortly, as there will be plenty of staff working night shifts here, and it's not as if health conditions adhere to typical working hours. There will be heart attacks and emergency operations and all other manner of unfortunate things happening in the dead of night, so I expect to see plenty of doctors and nurses between here and where Sadie lies. But when they do see me, they'll only see a patient who is on the way to the bathroom before going back to bed. They'll have no idea what I'm really up to. They'll have no idea that I am about to cause the next medical emergency in this hospital. I carefully unhook the IV line from my arm, wincing at the slight pain it causes me, but it's merely a minor irritant, and not anything that will cause me to stop and abandon what I intend to do in the next 15 minutes or so. Now that I'm free from that, I approach the curtain before carefully peering through the gap in it. When I do, I see several more sets of curtains around other beds, the patients beyond them all, asleep or resting while awake, as they should be. I take the opportunity to step out then and make my way to the door that will lead out onto the first of several corridors I will have to navigate now. I squint as my eyes are met by the harsh lighting in the first corridor, the difference stark between here and the darkness of the room I was lying in. But while I'd rather not be blinded by so much light, I am relieved not to be met with the sight of any of the nurses on this ward, so I move quickly to get to the doors at the end of the corridor. As I reach them, I hear voices and glance to my left to see a doctor and nurse chatting. They both have their backs to me, so I move quickly past them and get through the doors, satisfied that I have left the ward without being seen by anybody in person. But there must be CCTV cameras around somewhere, so all I can do is keep my head down the best I can as I keep moving, before the gods of fortune can decide I've had enough luck so far and turn against me. I make it down another corridor before the third one sees me encounter the first person to spot me since I got out of bed. It is a male doctor with a set of notes in his hand, and he is reading them as he walks towards me. He briefly looks up to see me and smiles, before looking back down, so I guess I have barely registered as a blip on that man's busy radar this evening. I move into the next corridor, remembering the way I came earlier, so I can find my way back to Sadie. When I fail to recognize this way, I worry that I've got myself lost and am now wandering around a different part of the hospital to where I'll find her. If that's the case, I'm screwed and she is saved. Then I see something I recognize from earlier. It's a notice board with hospital news and various announcements pinned to it, and I remember seeing that earlier when I was being taken this way by the nurse who helped find me a bed. I'm going the right way after all, and that means I should be seeing Sadie any second now. I reach the double doors that I know lead to her ward and take a deep breath before pushing through them, wondering if I will be met with a team of nurses on the other side who will question why I am here, or Sadie's parents, who have somehow been able to stay long past visiting hours ended to be near their daughter. But I don't see anybody, just a quiet corridor. I can really do this. I don't slow down for a second as I approach Sadie's room, passing the same spot in the corridor where I faked my illness earlier, just so I could be admitted as a patient here and have this opportunity right now. Then I reach the window that gives me a view into Sadie's room, and I see the patient exactly how she was the last time I saw her. Lying in the bed, her eyes closed, the machines active and bleeping all around her, but her body still and silent. She's still in her coma, but it won't be for long. Time to ensure she never gets the chance to open her eyes. I open the door and step into the room before quickly closing it behind me. I see the empty chairs in the corner of the room where Sadie's parents sat earlier, as well as Arthur and Ruby. They are long gone now, back home and fast asleep, and that just leaves me as the sole visitor in here now. Unlike them, I am not here to hold the patient's hand and urge her to wake up. I approach the bed whilst looking at the myriad of wires that are connected to Sadie. All of these are helping keep her alive and giving her the best chance of making it through her coma. But my intention now is to disrupt the aid they are providing so that she slips away before help can arrive. I have no idea which cables and which machines do what, so I just start pulling things out of the patient at random, seeing a little blood pour from one of Sadie's hands as I remove a drip before I take off the heart monitor pads on her chest and then rip out the IV drip on her other hand. Within seconds, the machines start to react to the disruption, detecting that something is wrong with the patient. I'm sure this will activate alarms and alert the team of nurses. They'll be here soon, and I glance nervously over my shoulder at the window to see if there are signs of anybody sprinting through the corridor to get in here quickly. But I don't see anybody, so I still have a chance to ensure they have nobody to save when they get here. That's when I pull the pillow out from under Sadie's head, and I'm just about to place it down over her face when I see something that makes me stop. 2 eyes, wide open, staring right at me. Chapter 20. Luna. I drop the pillow as Sadie tries to sit up, looking confused, disoriented, and basically like somebody who has just woken up from a coma and has no idea that they went into one in the first place. No sooner have I done that than I hear the door open behind me, and I spin around to see 2 nurses entering the room, both looking incredibly anxious to find out what is happening with all the alarms now blaring on this ward. They get their answer when they see what I see, which is Sadie sitting up in bed, wide awake, but still seemingly unaware of what has happened to her. That might be lucky for me, but I can't be sure that she didn't register the fact that I was just about to suffocate her with her own pillow, so I stand back, afraid of what might happen next. That gives the nurses space to do their work, and while one of them settles Sadie down, the other frantically reattaches all the things I unattached when I first came in here. I consider trying to slip out of the room then, as if there is any way I can leave this scene unnoticed. But I know that I would be incredibly stupid to do so. I have already been seen, not just by Sadie but the responding nurses, so there's no chance of me not having to explain my presence here at some point. My chances of escape only dwindle further when 2 more nurses arrive into the room to offer their help. And as they all fuss over the patient, I realize I am going to have to think very fast to come up with a good reason as to why I am in here, and, more specifically, why I was here at the exact moment Sadie not only woke up, but seemed to be at risk of losing her life. There aren't any questions being asked of me yet. That's because the priority is on saving the patient, and to my dismay, it looks like the panic is now over. Sadie is lying down again in her bed, and all the machines are back to doing what they were doing when I first walked in. Sadie is trying to speak, although her voice is dry and muffled, and words seem a bit of a struggle for her at the moment. The nurses are telling her to relax, and that they will explain everything to her shortly. They say a doctor will be here to do that, and I prepare myself for yet another person coming in this room any moment now. Before that can happen, I notice that a couple of the nurses are now turning their attention away from the woman in the bed and towards me, the woman cowering in the corner. "What are you doing in here?" a nurse asks me. I begin weakly. "Who are you?" another nurse wants to know. That should be an easier question to answer, but I'm still struggling to find the words. This is looking bad for me. Really, really bad. How am I going to explain this? How am I going to talk my way out of this situation? How am I ever going to go back to making people think that I am just an innocent woman and Sadie is the real danger here? And then my survival instincts kick in and I start talking. I'm a patient here. I'm staying on another ward, but I couldn't sleep, and I knew Sadie was here, so I came to see her. We know each other. My partner is her ex-husband. She was actually at our house when she had the accident that put her in that coma. Her children have been so worried about her, but it seemed like she was never going to wake up. So I came here to talk to her.
I've been reading that coma patients can sometimes hear what people are saying to them, and I wondered if I could help. I wondered if by telling Sadie that I forgave her for what she did before her coma, she might hear it, and it might give her some peace. I thought it might give me some peace too. I'm so sorry. I know I shouldn't have just come in here, but I did, and I'd only just started talking when Sadie woke up. That's the lie that my brain has been able to concoct under pressure. And as I watch the nurses' faces to see how it lands with them, I feel like it is the best I could come up with under the circumstances. But will they believe it? Wait there, one of them tells me, a sure sign that I'm going to need to explain myself further soon, and possibly have to repeat what I just said to somebody with more authority than them. That's okay, I can do that. What is not okay is that Sadie is awake now. What if she starts talking too? If she does, all she has to say is what she was saying to me before her accident. All she has to say is that she knows what I've done. So far, Sadie is not saying anything. She seems too weak to use her voice, or possibly her throat is just too dry, or her vocal cords too underused to string some sentences together. That's lucky for me, but I've got a feeling that luck won't hold. She'll surely regain her voice soon, and when she does, I bet she won't shut up then, and will go from mute to spontaneously spilling secrets with effortless ease. How much does she know about what I did to her tonight? Did she feel me unplugging all the wires from her skin? Did she sense that I was about to suffocate her with the pillow? Does she know that she is supposed to be dead now? I have no answers to any of those questions, but the nurses don't seem as clueless as I am. They are all busy doing their jobs, and as a doctor enters the room, I hear one of the nurses say something that tells me this room is about to get even busier soon. I'll call her parents and let them know that she is awake, the nurse says, before exiting to go and make that call to Sadie's mum and dad. I have no doubt that they will be overjoyed to hear that their daughter is out of her coma, just like Arthur and Ruby will be overjoyed to hear the news too. Soon, they will all be crowded around this bed, telling Sadie how much they love her and are glad to have her back with them, and once again, I'll feel like I'm pushed to the fringes as the children focus more on their real mother rather than me. At least I'll still have Jude, and Reed, of course. What will his reaction be to this news that Sadie is awake? Will he be happy that his ex-wife is out of her coma, not just for their children's sakes, but happy for his now too? Or will he be worried more about me now and how I'll react to this? Only time will tell what impact Sadie waking up is going to have on all of our lives, but I feel it's going to have the biggest impact on my life. Surely nobody can stand to lose more by Sadie being awake than me. I could lose everything now this woman is back. I could lose my partner, my baby, my family life, my home, and my freedom. That's why Sadie had to die. But she is still here. So now what? Chapter 21. Reed. I've been used to my fair share of rude awakenings in my life, whether it be from my children stirring me from my slumber at a stupid hour of the night, or one of my bosses calling me to tell me that some disaster was underway at work and I had to get to the office immediately. But when I hear my phone ringing at 5 a.m. and see that it is Sadie's mother who is calling me, I fear that this might just be the worst awakening ever. That's because it doesn't seem there can be a good reason why this woman is calling me before dawn, unless it's bad news, unless something terrible has happened at the hospital, unless Sadie has passed away, and I'm going to have to tell Arthur and Ruby that their mother has gone. I wish I could ignore the call, but I know that's not responsible or wise, so I force myself to pick up the device on my bedside table and put it to my ear. Before I speak, I glance at the sleeping boy in the crib next to where I was resting, but Jude is still breathing softly and snoozing, so I don't have to worry about him being woken up yet. "Hello?" I say, my voice croaky and hoarse from snoring only a second ago. "Reed, I have some good news for you and the children. Sadie has come out of her coma." "What?"
I say, sitting upright in bed, instantly wide awake. She's awake. She opened her eyes a couple of hours ago, and the hospital phoned us to let us know. We are here now, but we haven't seen her yet because they're still checking her, and they don't want her to be overwhelmed. They have told us that we should be able to see her soon, so I thought you could tell the children and bring them down here. They're going to be so happy when they hear the news. I have no doubt about that, and I'm already peeling the duvet off my body so I can get out of bed and leave this room to go to Arthur and Ruby in theirs. Before I reach the door, I pause, wondering if there is a way this might not end up being the good news it seems to be.
Have the doctors said anything about potential memory loss? I ask nervously, and there is a pause at the other end of the line. They haven't told us much yet, comes the eventual reply, only that she is awake. I guess there's not much more point in discussing or worrying about that particular subject until we get more information later then. So, I carry on my way to my children's bedrooms, telling Sadie's mum that we will be there as soon as we can be. Although, as I end the call, it's difficult to not worry that Sadie's memory might have been affected by what has happened to her. She suffered a brain injury and has spent the best part of a year in a coma. Therefore, there has to be a high chance that her memory may have been affected. If it is, to what extent? Can she remember her name? Can she recognize faces? Will she know her children when they walk in and call her mummy? I'd rather know the answer to that question before Arthur and Ruby go rushing into her room at the hospital, because to go in there blindly risks there being a lot of confusion and upset if the worst-case scenario is true. How will our children react if they realize their mother doesn't remember them? Such an outcome could prove to be even more traumatic than their mother not waking up at all. At least if I could warn them about any memory loss, then they would be prepared and might have a chance at understanding the vacant stare on Sadie's face when she sees them. But without any information, there is little I can do to shield them from whatever might be coming, and I'd rather give them something positive to cling on to, rather than any more negativity to deal with when they've already battled through so much. First things first, let's focus on the good news. I can deal with any bad later. I decide to stir Ruby first and shake her shoulder gently until she stirs beneath her pink unicorn duvet. When she opens her eyes, I smile down at her and deliver the news that is sure to see her spring out of this bed as if she had slept for half a day. Darling, I have some good news. Mummy has woken up. Would you like to go and see her? Ruby's eyes go wide with shock, then excitement before she gives me a big hug. Yes, 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 she cries loudly, and I wonder if she might have woken her brother up. I get my answer when I enter his bedroom and find him still fast asleep. Typical. Not much wakes this boy when he's out. Some mornings before school, he is almost as difficult to stir as his mother has been lately, although that is a slightly dark bit of humour that I have refrained from sharing with anybody else in case they fail to find it funny. Arthur, I say, shaking his shoulder slightly, while I can hear his sister singing in her bedroom as she gets herself dressed. Wake up, buddy. I have something to tell you. My son eventually opens his eyes, and when he does, I tell him what I just told Ruby. Really? He asks me, seemingly stunned. Yes, really, I say, and then he breaks into a big smile before giving me a hug, and I'm sure I notice a few tears in his eyes as we part. I tell him to get dressed and meet us downstairs by the front door in 10 minutes, and he agrees. I wipe my own eyes as I return to my bedroom to dress, because that was an emotional few minutes with my children. I also realize then that whatever state Sadie may be in, whether she remembers everything or nothing, our children are brave enough and smart enough to get through it. They've already been through so much, and it hasn't broken them yet, so they are far stronger than I give them credit for. I have no doubt that most of that is their mother's influence, Sadie having instilled in each of them a fierceness and determination that they have demonstrated in various ways, from their schoolwork to their sports teams to the more serious stuff of home life and family drama. They deserve this optimism and excitement now, and whatever happens when we get to the hospital, we'll deal with it all as a family. But as I quickly pull on a t-shirt and the pair of jeans, I think of the part of my family that is missing from this house. In a moment, I will wake Jude and carry him to the car, where he will join Arthur and Ruby as we make our way to the hospital. But Luna will not be with us, and that means
She still doesn't know that Sadie has woken up. Should I try and see her first? Tell her what has happened before I go and see my ex? If I don't, would Luna get mad about that? Or would she understand? It's a tricky situation to have to navigate until I realize how early it is in the morning and figure Luna will be fast asleep. That should give me enough of a reason to hold off on telling her for a couple of hours at least. For now, I'll focus on the kids, and then Luna and I can deal with the situation that Sadie's sudden waking up presents for us. I'll let Luna rest for now. At least I presume that's what she's doing. But maybe I am wrong about that. Chapter 22. Luna. This corridor was quiet when I first entered it about 3 hours ago, but now it is a hive of activity, and it's only getting more that way by the second. Doctors, nurses, and finally family members have poured into this part of the hospital ever since the coma patient here regained consciousness. I can see Sadie's parents sitting on chairs a little further down from where I am, and they have been glancing over at me several times, though they haven't dared to approach yet. I'm hardly eager to approach them either, so we're continuing to keep our distance for now. I have no doubt that the doctor who spoke to them will have told them that I was present in the room when their daughter woke up. I guess they don't suspect I was doing anything untoward, or they would have made a big scene. I also guess the staff here don't suspect me of anything untoward either, because they haven't sought the attention of the police. But they have asked that I stay here so I can talk to them more about what happened. And while I could have pretended I was still feeling ill and needed to go back to my bed, I have decided to stay. I need to be here to find out if Sadie remembers anything, and it's better to stress here, where I might get a few answers, than stress in my bed behind those closed curtains, where I won't have a clue what might be going on. I also expect that Reed will arrive here at any moment with Arthur and Ruby, so it will be nice to see them, if only to remind them and myself that I am as much a part of the family as anybody else here. As I sit and stew, fidgeting and fiddling with my fingers, I think about how only amnesia can save me now. That's the only possible way I am not arrested in the next few hours. I need Sadie's memory of events before her head injury to be foggy, or better yet, forgotten. But are they? Or is she at this very moment recalling everything that led up to her being in a coma, as a nurse quickly writes it all down so it can be used as evidence later? I want to walk into her room and find out, but I've already spent enough time in there, and I don't think I'll get away with spending any more. I suddenly hear a familiar voice, and when I look up, I see Arthur bounding through the double doors, shouting out for his mother. He is followed by Ruby, who is doing the same thing, before their father appears behind them, my baby in his arms. As Sadie's parents get out of their seats to slow the children down, I get up to go and greet Reed, eager for a hug with my son, as this is the longest we have been apart since he was born, and I have been missing him terribly. He doesn't need to know that his mum almost killed another person tonight. All he needs to know is that I love him, and as I reach Reed, I make sure to take Jude quickly and envelop him in cuddles and kisses for the next several seconds.
"What are you doing here?" Reed asks me. "Did somebody go and get you?" "No," I reply before kissing Jude's soft forehead again. "I was here when Sadie woke up." "What?" "It's a long story," I say, and then the door to Sadie's room opens and a handsome doctor emerges into the corridor. In all the commotion earlier, I hadn't noticed this dishy doc, but it's hard not to notice him now. Although just because he has good looks, it doesn't mean he might not be about to reveal that Sadie has pinpointed me as the reason she almost died, both before her accident and after it. As the whole family gathers around to hear what he has to say, I hold on to Jude tightly, afraid that he might be taken from my grasp in a few seconds when this man in the white coat recounts Sadie's version of events. "Are you all family members?" the doctor asks before he begins, clearly wanting to ensure that everybody who is about to hear this has a right to hear it and isn't just some hanger-on looking for gossip. "Yes," Reed says, but then Sadie's father speaks up. "Technically she is not," he says, and I realize he is referring to me. "He's wrong. She is family, so whatever you have to tell us, she can hear it," Reed replies, speaking up on my behalf. I don't have the energy to argue with this man who I barely know, even if he might deserve it. That's because I'm too busy waiting to hear my fate,
and that all hinges on what the doctor says next. The doctor clears his throat and is clearly a little awkward about what just happened, and then he gets on with it and delivers the diagnosis that will decide my destiny. As you all know, the good news is that Sadie came out of her coma in the early hours of this morning, he begins. That is a hugely positive sign, and one we should all be thankful for. But this is also a crucial time, and the patient has a long way to go yet. That was a very measured way of tempering expectations,
And while everyone else listening in on this might feel slightly deflated by that last part, I am hopeful there is some bad news to come. We still have several tests to conduct, but the early ones we have completed indicate that, at this stage, Sadie is suffering from some memory loss. There they are, the two words I was desperate to hear. I could drop down to my knees and thank my guardian angel. Instead, I stay standing and keep a stoic expression on my face. Memory loss? Sadie's father repeats. Yes, but it is very early, and we have yet to determine the extent of it, the doctor tells us. I will say this is something that is common with those patients who have experienced similar injuries to the one Sadie did, and especially when it resulted in a coma. How much can she remember? Sadie's mother asks next. Can she remember us? I believe so, the doctor says with a cautious nod. She has been asking about you all, so that is a good sign. In particular, she has been asking about Arthur and Ruby, who I presume are you too. The doctor smiles at the two children staring up at him, but all I can think about is how he just said that Sadie has been asking about us all. Does that include me? So what memory has she lost? Reed asks. It's a question I'm grateful to hear, because it's the only one I want answering, but also the only one I am too afraid to voice in front of everyone else. Like I said, it is still early, and we have several tests to conduct to determine the extent of it, the doctor repeats. At this early stage, it would appear it is her short-term memory, and more specifically, the events around her accident and the time before she went into the coma. I feel some air escaping through my pursed lips, a slight exhale that is my body's way of releasing a little of the tension I have been holding on to ever since Sadie woke. What the doctor just told us is excellent news, at least for me anyway. She can't remember why she's in hospital, I ask then, finding my voice now I feel less panicky on the inside. Not at the moment, no, the doctor replies. This memory may return. It's very early days. When will you know if it will return? I ask. It's difficult to put a time frame on that. It could be days, weeks, months. It could even be years. There really is no way to know if and when the memory will return, but it absolutely can, and that is the outcome we will be working towards. As Arthur and Ruby ask if they can see their mummy now, and the doctor confirms that they can, I take a step back from the eager family who all want to get inside that room and see Sadie. All I can think about at the moment is the doctor saying Sadie's memory could return at any time, and it might even be years from now. If that's the case, I can never relax. Are you okay? I realize Reed is talking to me, and while everyone else has now gone in to see Sadie, he is still out here with me and Jude. I appreciate that, although I'd rather be on my own at this moment to process what I just heard about Sadie's amnesia. Yeah, I just feel like I need to lie down, I say. Maybe I should go back to my bed. The doctors are probably looking for me anyway. That sounds like a good idea. I give Jude a kiss before handing him back to his father. If anybody wants to speak to me about when Sadie woke up, you know where I am, I say to Reed, and he nods before I walk away, relieved to get myself out of this corridor where I have spent far too much time. As I put some distance between myself and Sadie, I feel a little better, although I am still aware that everything could change if the patient's memory returns. But for now, for the first time in a long time, I can relax enough, and as I do, my body lets me know that it is hungry. I decide to make a quick stop off at the canteen to see what I might be able to get there, but no sooner have I walked in than I stop dead in my tracks. That's because I see somebody in here who I recognize. What is she doing here? I make sure to stay well back so the person I am looking at can't see me, and as I do, I notice she has a police officer with her. That makes sense. She is a convicted criminal, even if only because I framed her. What doesn't make sense is why she is here and not in prison. I keep watching Gemma as she buys a packet of crisps
and some chocolate, and then I see her leave the canteen. Is she here to see Sadie? There's only one way to find out. I have to follow her. Chapter 23. Gemma. It should be easy to find a place that feels better than the one I've just come from. How hard can it be to beat a prison? But I might have come to the one place that is worse than being locked up behind bars. I hate hospitals and everything they represent. Sure, some people are here because they are welcoming babies into the world. But most people are here because they are doing everything they can to not leave this world before their time. And that's what brings me here today. My request to leave prison on compassionate grounds to come and visit my sick and dying mother has been granted, thanks to Jack helping the process along. So here I am, walking these wards on my way to find the woman who gave me life. It feels cruel that I will now get to go on living while she departs, but it is the natural order of things, I suppose. Being allowed here is not the only thing I have to be thankful to Jack for. I am also grateful that he has continued to do whatever he can to try and progress things with Reed and Sadie, and my vendetta with Luna on the outside while I have been locked up. And he has most recently done that by visiting this hospital and checking up on Sadie's current condition. Unfortunately, he was spotted by Reed, which led to another unpleasant altercation between the pair. But it was not in vain. That's because Jack was able to overhear a doctor telling Sadie's family that she was showing signs of potentially coming out of her coma, and that is fantastic news for me. It would mean that I have my ally back, another woman who is just as motivated to prove Luna's guilt as I am. And the sooner she is back on my side, the better. I need all the help I can get against our common enemy, so hopefully Sadie wakes up soon, and when she does, I'll be sure to try and get Jack to get a message to her, to let her know that Luna is still at large, but her time is running out. But for now, my focus has to be on my mother, and I take a deep breath as a nurse leads us to the room where she resides. I tell myself that I am ready to see her, in whatever condition she may be in, and I naively thought that was the case. Nothing can prepare me for when I walk into her hospital room and see my mum lying in the bed before me. She looks half the woman she once was. This is not the strong mother who supported me. This is a terminally ill patient who now looks to others for support. "Please, can you give us some privacy?" I asked the police officer, who has escorted me every step of the way since I left my cell early this morning and was transported here. I get that she has to keep a close watch on me in case I try and escape, but I'm not going to do that. I simply want to spend some time with my mother, time that I have so far been robbed of by the person who framed me and put me in prison. "I'll be right outside the door," the officer tells me, or possibly warns me, so that I know she won't be far if I do try anything that I shouldn't. The only thing I'm going to try is to wake up my mum, so I can hopefully talk to her. As she leaves the room, I approach the bed, looking at my mother's closed eyes and wondering if she is actually sleeping restfully or just drowning in a cocktail of drugs given to her to keep her pain at bay. I take a seat in the chair beside the bed and then reach out for the patient's hand, instantly feeling how frail and fragile it is, and the lightweight nature of the hand that once cared for me instantly brings tears to my eyes. "Oh, Mum," I say, wiping my eyes with my free hand, whilst feeling utterly useless in the face of the disease that is cruelly taking her from me. "Gemma? Is that you?" I hear the faint voice and realise my mum is awake. Her eyes are now open, and she is looking right at me, a sight that only makes my eyes cloud over with tears even more. "Mum, I'm here," I say, reassuring her. "How are you feeling?" "I'm tired." "That's okay, you just need to rest." "Who is that woman? Is she with you?" she asks me then, and I realise she is referring to the police officer lingering outside in the corridor. She is currently looking in through the window at us, as if I cannot be trusted to sit in here, as I said I was going to. I feel like making a rude gesture to her, but decide against it, not because it's the sensible option, but because even at my age, I don't want my mum to see me swear. "She's from the prison," I say. "She'll be taking me back there after our visit is over." "You're still in prison?" Mum asks, uncertainty in her voice, and I realise she could be losing her sense of time and reality. "Yes, but I'll be out soon," I say, telling a lie that I think is acceptable in the circumstances. "And when I am, We can go for lunch. Would you like that? That would be lovely. Okay, then you just need to hang on here and make sure you get better, okay? I say, battling more tears because I know my mum getting better is not possible, but I'm trying to stay positive for both of our sakes. I'm not sure I will get better, darling, Mum says then. Don't say that, Mum, I say, wiping my tears again. You need to find yourself a good man, Mum urges me. Start a family of your own. Promise me you will.
Promise me you won't be lonely when I'm gone. I won't be, I say, even if the reality is that I feel lonelier than I ever have before. Whatever happened to that man you worked with? Mum asks me. The one you said was very handsome and you thought he liked you too. She is referring to Reed. There was a time when I was genuinely hopeful that something might happen between us beyond the racy messages that we had been sending one another while he was still married to Sadie. I foolishly told my mother about him, if only because she was always asking me if I was dating anybody. But it feels even more foolish now, considering it is my involvement with Reed that has messed my life up so spectacularly. Nothing happened there, Mum, I say, which is the simplest way of answering that question. Her illness had already begun to take hold by the time I was arrested and sent to prison, so I've been able to spare her all the details of what happened. All she knew was that I was going away for a while, and now it seems she can hardly even remember that. That is a shame, Mum says. Don't give up on him. Always give love a chance, just like me and your father did. The reference to my late father doesn't do anything to help my tears, and I expect to spend the rest of this visit sobbing. Then I remember that the officer I was with kindly allowed me to pick up some snacks from the canteen on the way here, strictly for the patient to enjoy. So I reach for those now and open them up. But when I offer them to Mum, despite her taking one, it becomes clear she doesn't have the strength or appetite to eat anything. My dear mother is literally wasting away before my eyes, and I can see that she doesn't have long left. This is most likely going to be the last time I am ever with her, and while I might be allowed to attend her funeral, with a police escort of course, this will be the final time I get to look into her eyes and say everything I need to say to her. I love you, Mum, I tell her, meaning every word of it. And like most people who end up in this situation, I imagine they wish they had said it more over the years. I love you too, darling, Mum replies, and I gently rest my head on her shoulder and just lie there, trying to savor every second of this visit that should be something I get to do tomorrow and the next day, but cannot, because of Luna. She has robbed me of something I cannot get back. For that, somehow, I will make her pay. The rest of my visit passes by in a blur of tears, reminiscing, and a little laughter, before the officer steps into the room and tells me that it is time to go. Goodbye, Mum. I'll see you soon, I say very optimistically, as I give her a kiss on the head and smell her soft hair, instantly transporting me back to my childhood, when all I ever wanted was a hug from my mother. I leave the room in floods of tears, and thankfully, the officer by my side doesn't bother trying to engage me in conversation or order me around too much. She doesn't need to say anything anyway. I know what happens now. We go back to that prison, and I return to my cell, where I will stay until I get word that my mother has died. That's it. That's all I have to look forward to. It might as well be me lying in that hospital bed. What's the point of having all this life ahead of me if I can't enjoy any of it? Help me! The anguished cry from the room we have just passed causes both me and my escorting officer to pause and share a confused glance. Help me! I've fallen over! That second cry tells us that one of us needs to do something, and as we can't see anybody else around, I guess we are going to have to come to this person's aid. Come on, the officer says to me, leading me into the room where we heard the voice come from. As we walk in, I see a female patient lying on the ground, her hair covering her face, and her hands seemingly trapped beneath her body. Let me help you, the officer says, quick bending down beside the stricken patient to try and help her up. But no sooner has she done that than the patient rolls over and makes a very quick motion towards the woman offering aid. It takes me a second to realize what has happened, but when I do, my hands go over my mouth as I recoil in horror. That's because I can see the needle sticking out of the officer's neck. The patient has just stabbed her with it, and as she falls backwards, clutching at her wound, it looks like it could prove to be a fatal blow. But before I can cry out for help, or even consider running to avoid any danger that might be coming my way, I get a proper look at the patient who just deceived us.
When I do, the horror only grows. "Hello, Gemma," Luna says to me before she reaches out and closes the door behind me, trapping us in here while the police officer loses her fight for life on the floor beneath us. Chapter 24. Luna. If I was shocked to see Gemma in this hospital, she's just as shocked to see me here too. Then there's a woman currently dying on the floor in between us, the needle I stabbed her with having done terrible damage. But I already knew it would when I stabbed it into her neck. I had to do it. It was the only way I could get Gemma alone so I can do what I need to do to her. Sadly, for this woman, she shall suffer the same fate that Officer has. "You've killed her," Gemma cries when she realizes that the woman on the floor has stopped moving or breathing. This is another life I have taken, another crime to add to my ever-growing list of them, but I had no choice. When I saw Gemma here, I didn't know what she was here to do. She could have been here to see Sadie or speak to Reed, or even if it was for something else, I knew she suspected me of framing her because Sadie told me just before her accident. So at some point, Gemma had to pay. I figured that she was untouchable while she was in prison, but then I went and saw her here,
Out in the wide-open world, and suddenly I knew I had a chance to silence this woman like I wanted to silence Sadie. Unfortunately for Gemma, I am not going to make the same mistake twice. I quickly reach onto the shelf behind me to grab another needle, seeking the same weapon I just used on the woman who fell for my ruse of being a patient who needed assistance getting back to my feet. Whichever staff member left this storeroom unlocked is going to be in a lot of trouble when it's discovered that 2 people have been killed by the needles that are kept in here, but not as much trouble as Gemma is currently in. As I pick up a needle and tear it out of its packaging, I expect her to try and escape this room, lunging for the door handle and hoping to make it away from me before I can deal her a deadly blow too. I am prepared for that to happen and am confident that I will catch her before she can get away. To my surprise, she doesn't try and flee from me. Instead, I see Gemma doing the exact opposite. Instead of going for the door, she goes for me. I don't have time to raise the needle to use against her before Gemma pushes me hard into the rows of metallic shelving that store all the boxes of needles, causing me to cry out in pain. It's also a cry of frustration, because I wasn't expecting this woman to pose a threat to me or fight back, but she is doing both, and I realize I have underestimated her. I have underestimated her desire for revenge. As I try to get away from the shelving and use the needle in my hand to nullify my foe, Gemma hits me hard across the face, and I am forced to blink as my cheeks sting and my teeth feel as though they are rattling in my head. "You crazy bitch," Gemma cries. "You deserve to die for what you've done. You've ruined my life." She hits me again, almost causing me to drop the needle, and I quickly realize that I'm going to lose this battle unless I can start fighting back. I try to do that, forcing myself towards Gemma in the hopes that I can get close enough to plunge the needle into a part of her body that will cause her the most problems, but all that happens is that she hits me again, this time in the stomach. That punch takes all the air from my lungs, and I have no choice but to go down on bended knee as I try to gulp in any oxygen I can get. But in that vulnerable position, Gemma takes advantage by kicking the bended leg I rest on, causing me to fall fully to the floor. Now I really am lying in a perilous position, unlike the one I was in when I coaxed Gemma and that woman in here in the first place. And to make matters worse, I have dropped the needle. I can see it lying on the floor, but it's just out of my reach, and while I try to grab it, Gemma takes decisive action to stop me from doing that. I let out a howl of pain as she places her foot onto my outstretched hand and pushes down on it, the heel of her shoe digging deeply into my trapped limb. She's going to break my fingers if she keeps on applying pressure, so I force myself to wriggle free, feeling my hand aching as I do. It could be broken, but now is not the time to inspect my injuries. I need to make sure Gemma can't hurt me anymore, and the best way to do that is to hurt her. I grab her legs and aim to knock her off her feet so she is on the floor with me, a situation that will give me a far better chance of making this a fairer fight. But Gemma reaches out for the shelves, and that helps her stay upright, keeping her balance and leaving me pathetically pulling on her from my prone position. Then I see Gemma doing the exact thing I just did. She picks up a needle and takes it out of the packet,
so that it is ready to be used. She's going to stab me with it, and it feels like I'm in no position to stop her. I decide to let go of her legs then, because that tactic isn't working for me, and instead, focus all my energy on trying to reach the needle that I dropped a few moments ago.
As I scramble towards it, I am aware that Gemma will be raising her own needle up before attempting to plunge it down into me. I can't turn back and look at her because that would only waste time that I do not have, so I keep crawling until I reach the needle. Only then do I attempt to turn back and look at my enemy, but as I do, I see the needle coming towards me, and there is no time to stop it. I let out another cry of pain as the needle enters my skin, stabbing me in the left side of my torso, and while it's not a place that should prove as fatal as being stabbed in the neck, I know I cannot afford for Gemma to get many more goes at hurting me. So I use my needle to strike back at her, jabbing it into her lower leg and giving her a reason to experience pain now. Such was the force of the blow I just gave her, the needle actually snaps, possibly because it hit a bone in her leg, and I see her stagger backwards as she deals with the shock of that on her body. I feel the pain in my left-hand side where she hit me, but push up to my feet, and while Gemma slashes her needle at the air in between us, I decide to take a chance that she isn't going to be able to stab me anywhere vital in the time it will take me to close the gap between us. So I rush forward, giving Gemma no time to prepare her next attack. And while the needle hits my shoulder and I feel more pain, she hasn't dealt me a damaging blow. Now I am pushing her back into the wall, and as her body hits it from behind, my body hits her from the front, crushing her. As she tries to free herself from where she is wedged between my body and the wall, I reach up and grab a handful of her hair before slamming her head back against the hard wall. I hear a loud crack, and Gemma groans, but I don't stop. And while she keeps trying to stab me with the needle, I keep hitting her head until she suddenly goes limp. The needle falls to the floor first. As I step backwards, Gemma then falls to the floor after it. When I crouch down to feel for a pulse, I get no sign of one. Only then do I drop to the floor too, breathing hard, surrounded on both sides by a dead body, and aware that I am going to be the only person to leave this storeroom alive. I did it. I killed Gemma. Now, as it usually is, my next goal is clear. I need to get away with it. Chapter 25. Read. Being around an ex can always be awkward, but being around an ex with memory loss, even more so. I'm not sure what to say or how to behave. I feel I have to tiptoe through whatever conversation I start with Sadie, since the doctor told us she is suffering from amnesia surrounding the events that led to her being in this hospital. I also know that I'm going to have to talk to her about it soon. That's because the fact that she broke into my house and attacked my partner cannot go unanswered. For now, I am patiently waiting as I watch my children enjoy having their mother back with them. Arthur and Ruby are perched on Sadie's bed, the pair of them sitting as close as they can to the patient and chattering away to her as if she hasn't just woken up from a coma and needs some quiet and peace to come around. But try telling two excitable children to be quiet and see how far it gets you. That's why I haven't bothered, and Sadie's parents haven't bothered either. They are sitting in the chairs by the bed, smiling at their grandchildren, interacting with their daughter, and for one brief moment, it's nice to see all the family looking happy. But it really is a brief moment when I remember that I am standing on the periphery of this scene, and that's because I brought Luna into the family, and she is currently elsewhere in this hospital. I'm holding Jude, and have been, ever since I came in here. Not for the first time, I notice Sadie looking at the little boy in my arms, and even though I have already told her who he is, she still seems unsure. Sadie went into her coma before Jude was born, so this has been the first time she has seen or met my son, the step-sibling to the two children we share together. That's why I can forgive her being a little hesitant or just plain awkward around him. I don't want the awkwardness to last, though, as neither Luna nor I should feel uneasy about having brought this beautiful little boy into the world. We haven't done anything wrong, unlike the woman lying in the bed, looking over at me and my son. I really want to talk to Sadie about what happened between her and Luna. And I know I'm not the only one. The police will want to talk to her too now that she is awake. But thanks to the doctors and nurses caring for Sadie,
I will get the first chance to discuss the topic with her. The police are being kept away until she has had more time to recover. 5 more minutes, guys, and then I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave so Sadie can get some rest, the doctor says, poking his head around the door and giving us all a warning that this visit cannot continue endlessly. I want to stay, Ruby says, throwing her arms around her mother and hugging her tightly. Sadie hugs her back, while Arthur suggests having a sleepover in here, an idea that causes us all to laugh before I have to dismiss the notion. I stand back and give the kids a few more minutes with their mother, figuring I'll have to wait until later to try and broach the difficult topic of Luna with Sadie in private. But just after Arthur, Ruby and her parents have said goodbye to her, Sadie asks to speak with me alone. Sadie's father does not look too happy about that, but I ignore him, as I have got into the habit of trying to do, and linger in the room while Sadie's mum leads her reluctant grandchildren out. Eventually, and for 1 minute only before the doctor comes and tells me to get out too, I am alone with my ex-wife, or at least as alone as we can be when Jude is still between us.
"Thank you," Sadie says, as I sit down in one of the recently vacated chairs. "What for?" I ask, as Jude jiggles and wriggles on my lap. "For looking after Arthur and Ruby while I've been in here. I'm their father. Of course I looked after them." "I know that, but it can't have been easy doing it on your own." "I wasn't on my own. Luna was with me." Sadie doesn't say anything to that, but while we're on the topic of my partner, I might as well mention the elephant in the room. "The doctor tells me that you can't remember what happened before you came here," I say, and Sadie shakes her head sadly. "What is the last thing you remember?" "I'm not sure," my ex replies, looking strained as she tries to recall the past. "I remember being in my bedroom at the flat I share with Mum and Dad, but I can't recall the exact date or time that was." "That's it?" I ask. "Yeah." I let out a sigh. As much as Sadie deserves to be punished for what she did to Luna, it feels impossible to castigate a woman who has no memory of doing the thing I want to punish her for. "Please tell me what happened," Sadie asks me suddenly. "I need to know, and nobody will tell me." There's a good reason no one has told her yet. They are all worried that the shock of hearing it will affect her recovery. But Sadie is pleading with me, and the doctor hasn't yet reappeared to tell me to get out, so maybe I should just get this over with, and it might be better coming from me than anybody else. "You broke into our house," I say as delicately as I can. "The house you used to live in, but the house I then shared with Luna and the children. You broke in, late at night while we were all in bed, and when Luna went downstairs to check on the noise, you attacked her with a knife." Sadie's horrified reaction is what I would expect from somebody who has just been told that they did a terrible thing that they can't remember doing. This is almost like when I was younger and got really drunk, waking up the next day with a bad hangover, and my friends eager to inform me about all the mischief I got up to in my inebriated state. But this is much more serious than someone drinking too much and running around the streets with a traffic cone on their head. This is about real criminal acts, acts that could have taken a life if Luna's knife wound had been worse, or if Sadie hadn't been nullified by slipping and banging her head in the hallway. "You really don't remember doing it?" I ask then. "Or why you did it?" Sadie shakes her head and now looks on the verge of tears. "Oh my God," she says, starting to cry and leaving me awkwardly in a type of no man's land, sitting beside my ex but unsure if I should try and comfort her because she did attack my girlfriend, and it wouldn't be the best look to forgive her too easily. Jude seems to sense that someone is upset because he starts to cry too, and the sound of his distress stops Sadie's for a second. "I can't believe you have another baby," she says to me. "I thought you only ever wanted 2. This might just be as awkward a topic to discuss as the previous one, but before I can answer, Sadie goes back to crying. "No wonder we didn't last. You must hate me. I'm such an awful person," she says, and now she really looks upset. As I feared, it was a bad idea to tell her this so soon after she has woken up. Her brain is still very much recovering. It doesn't yet mean she is in any fit state to face the consequences of her actions, but I've told her the truth now, every bitter and twisted part of it, and she had to find out at some point. I don't know what to do now, but it feels bad to leave her like this.
I'm hoping the doctor might come in and tell me to leave. At least that will give me a way out, but there is still no sign of him, so I guess I'm stuck here for a little while longer. At least that's what I think until I hear a deafening sound ringing through the hospital. It's a siren, and it's very loud.
But what does it mean? Is that a fire alarm? Sadie asks me, wiping her eyes. Jude falls quiet, entranced by the noise he can hear just as well as the adults can. I'm not sure, I say, standing up and heading for the door to check outside, because if it is a fire alarm, I guess we need to evacuate. I see several nurses in the corridor, but no one seems to be leaving or trying to get the patients out. They are all standing around looking very confused. Or is it fear on their faces? It's only when I hear one of them speak that I realize why they might be afraid. The hospital is on lockdown, they say before they call out to everyone else in the corridor, which includes me and my family members, who stand a little further away from Sadie's room. Everybody stay where you are. Nobody leave. What's going on? Sadie's father asks, but he doesn't get an answer. The only reply any of us gets is seeing the doors lock at the end of the corridor. I guess the nurse was serious. We have to stay here. Nobody can leave. But why? What is going on? Why is the hospital locked down? Chapter 26. Luna. I have blood on my patient gown. I have Gemma's fingernail marks on my skin where she fought for her life, and I can hear an alarm blaring that tells me somebody has already found her body, and the body of the police officer I killed just before her. If that wasn't bad enough, I can hear a doctor telling some patients that the hospital is in lockdown and nobody is allowed in or out at present. That means I can't escape here, even if I had the chance to. I'm stuck here along with everybody else in this hospital, and my fate seems as sealed as all the doors that have locked shut around us. The only saving grace I might have is that after killing those two people, I was able to make it back to my ward and get into my bed, shutting the curtains around it, and nobody has come in here since. That means nobody suspects me yet as being the killer on the loose. And while it might only be a matter of time until somebody does, I still have my freedom for the moment. That means I have the opportunity to figure a way out of this. As I lie in my bed, hoping that if anyone pulls back the curtain, I would look like any other patient, I think back on what just happened, and more specifically, whether I won't get caught. After killing Gemma and standing over two dead bodies, I knew I needed a way to make it look different than it did. At that moment, standing there with some remnants of Gemma's blood on the sleeve of my gown, it looked like I was the killer. But what if I left the room? What would it look like then? As I assessed the chaotic scene, one option made itself available to me. What if it looked like only Gemma and the woman had fought, and they had both succumbed to the injuries they inflicted upon one another? What if nobody ever knew that there had been a third person in this room who had actually carried out the killing? What if it looked like Gemma, a convicted criminal who had been here to visit an ailing patient, I presume, had tried to seize her opportunity to escape and attacked the escort, stabbing her with a needle? What if she fought back? That story makes sense, right? It's at least plausible, surely. Gemma wouldn't be the first or the last prisoner to try and make a break for freedom before being taken back to her cell. But she never made it. She died along with her police escort. At least that's the version of events I want everybody to believe. After deciding that was better than having the police scouring the hospital for a killer on the loose, I had to quickly make sure that I left behind no evidence of my presence. I grabbed a pair of surgical gloves from a container on the shelf and wiped down the needles to remove all fingerprints. Then I placed one needle in the dead woman's hand and the other in Gemma's, applying their fingerprints to the murder weapons. But their fingerprints only. I knew the needles would be the first things the forensic teams would look at, especially once they had established the injuries to the two bodies, so it was imperative that my DNA was nowhere near them. Once that was done, I looked around the storeroom to see if there was anything else that could connect me to the scene, but other than somebody seeing me in here, I felt I could slip away at that moment and nobody would ever know I had been in there. Doing my best to conceal the small amount of Gemma's blood that had spilt on my sleeve, I opened the storeroom door and peeped out. No sooner had I done that than I saw a nurse, so I hid until they passed. Then, when the corridor was clear, I stepped out of the storeroom and closed the door,
concealing the two bodies that lay behind it. From there, I walked fast to get back to my bed, feeling bad that some poor soul who was probably on their way to pick up a few medical supplies would be the one to walk in and find a couple of corpses lying on the storeroom floor. Whatever trauma they might suffer had to be secondary to fighting to maintain my freedom, my family, and most of all, my bond with my baby, which will only grow if I get to spend more time with him, not less. It was a daunting walk back, but I told myself that only I knew I was guilty, so anyone who saw me along the way had no reason to suspect me of anything, especially if I kept the bloodstain on my sleeve concealed, which I think I did. I kept on the lookout for a spare patient gown that I could grab and change into, but didn't see one on my travels, so I'm still stuck in the incriminating gown at the moment. At least I'm back in my bed, and I plan to stay here for as long as possible. As my heart rate returns to something resembling that of a normal human being, I think about how I acted fast, but did what was necessary. I hadn't expected to see Gemma here, but when I did, I had to seize my chance to remove her from the picture.
Taking her life means there is one less person in the world who suspects me, and that just leaves Sadie. If only she had died too, then I could be free of them both. But I'll take the current situation for now. Sadie doesn't remember that she and Gemma had figured me out, and now Gemma is dead, Sadie might never remember at all. Following Gemma through the hospital had led me to where I saw her visiting a frail female patient, possibly her mother, though I don't know for sure. I think about that poor patient now, and how she has miraculously ended up outliving Gemma, even though the odds seemed against such a thing only a short time ago. That patient will be horrified to learn of Gemma's fate, as will everyone else who knew her. That includes Reed. How will he deal with the news of that woman's demise? Will he buy the story that I hope will be the accepted one, in which Gemma tried to escape captivity and died trying? Will it make him feel bad for ever being involved with a woman capable of murder? Or will he think there must be more to the story than meets the eye? I have no idea, but assuming I make it out of here and home to him, I will soon get a front row seat to the range of emotions he will go through. But a lot has to happen before I can go home. The police have to decide if they think the danger is over, or if there is still somebody at large who needs to be stopped. As the alarm continues to sound, and I hear frenetic voices from all the doctors and nurses in this section of the hospital, I force myself to stay where I am. It's human nature to try and get a peek when something dramatic is happening, like motorists driving past the scene of an accident on the motorway. But I'm not going to try and peep through the curtains because I don't want to draw any attention to myself. I'll have enough attention if something in that storeroom links me to the bodies. But will it? Or will I be able to leave this hospital and go home to my family? If it's the latter, I'll have surely used the last of whatever good luck I have in my lifetime. But that will be okay because I might not need any more. All I need after this is Sadie's memory to remain damaged, the gaping black holes in it helping preserve my freedom. She's only just woken up from her coma, and there is already more drama surrounding that woman. I wonder how Sadie is feeling now. I bet that, like me, all she wants to do at this point is go home and forget that this place exists, along with everything else she has forgotten. Chapter 27. Sadie. I put a hand to my head and wish it had the power to stop my skull from hurting. I've had headaches and migraines before, but this is something else. It's as if somebody or something has gone inside my brain and is now trying to force its way back out again. I've already asked the nurses for more pain relief, and they told me they would be back with it shortly, but they also have plenty of other problems to deal with, if the alarm is anything to go by. That deafening alarm is still sounding, which is only adding to my discomfort. But I know the main reason my head hurts so much is because I suffered an injury to it that has forced me to miss almost a year of my life. A coma. What a terrifying scenario that I never thought would happen to me. I've seen people in comas on TV or in movies, the patient lying in bed helplessly and haplessly for months or even years on end, while their family rallies around them, urging them to wake up. Depending on the plot and what the scriptwriters decided should happen, sometimes they woke up and sometimes they didn't. But either way, a coma was clearly something to dread. But then it happened to me. I slipped into a coma, and I was the one lying in the bed while my family tried to wake me up. How scary for them. And how scary for me too, to be here.
yet not really be here at the same time either.
To be living and breathing but totally out of sync with the world around me, missing out on everything that was going on, from the marvelous to the mundane. I missed everything, from seeing my beautiful children growing and changing to something as simple as a sunrise or sunset. I have no idea what is happening in the news, what changes there have been in my local area. Was it a good summer or a bad one? From the important to the insignificant, I am totally in the dark over everything that happened since I went into my coma. But that's all I'm in the dark about. I've been lying to the doctors and my family ever since I woke up. I've told them I have no memory of what caused me to go into the coma. That's not the truth. The truth is, I can remember everything. I'm so sorry for the delay, a nurse says as she enters my room with a couple of pills and a plastic cup of water. It's crazy out there, but I have your meds here for you now. She hands them over, and I don't waste any time in taking them, washing down the pills with the water and hoping they work their magic quickly on my pounding head. What's going on out there? I have to ask, the incessant alarm begging the question. I'm not sure, the nurse replies, but she looks stressed, and I have a feeling that she does know and just doesn't want to tell me. It must be serious. Somebody has died, I'd guess. But then, this is a hospital, and people must die here all the time. Surely they don't sound the alarm every time that happens. Unless there has been a mass casualty event, something happening in the local area that has caused this hospital to be inundated with injured, sick or dying patients, and the alarm is sounding to let every staff member here know that it is all hands on deck. If that is the case, I feel bad for distracting this nurse with my silly headache pills, but it really did feel like my head was going to explode. I'll be back to check on you shortly, the nurse says, already looking to leave. But before she can go, I call out to her, having to raise my voice over the alarm. Please, can you check on my family? I think they are still here in the hospital somewhere, but I'm not sure if they are okay, and I'm worried about this alarm. Yes, of course, the nurse says, but she seems frazzled, and as if my request has just added one more thing to her to-do list that was already full before she even walked in here. She leaves as quickly as she arrived, and I am alone again. But I don't like it. After spending so long alone, I want company. I want my children. I want my family. So I decide to try and get out of bed. The amount of effort it takes for me to pull the sheet off that covered my lower body should be a strong sign that I have lost a lot of strength since my accident, and I might not possess the necessary muscle to be able to just get up and go for a walk like I used to be able to. I ignore the warning sign and huff and puff as I make the effort to swing my legs out of bed and place my bare feet onto the cold floor, before tentatively trying to put my weight on them and stand up. No sooner do I start to rise up than my head feels as if it is in a washing machine. Everything is spinning, and my vision goes blurry, and before I can stop myself, I am falling backwards. Luckily, I land on the bed rather than the floor, so it's a soft landing. But it's clear to me that I cannot walk yet, and it could be some time until I can. I should have known I couldn't wake up from an almost year-long coma and just waltz out of the hospital as if everything was back to normal. If I didn't, the doctor has already warned me that I face a lengthy road to recovery, one that I initially dismissed until he broke it down for me in several shocking steps. Rehab, exercise, cognitive tests, counseling, physical and psychological therapy. Those were all the things that the doctor told me I was going to have to go through before I could even consider myself recovered. Hearing such a daunting and depressing thing was scary, but at the time, I was still riding the wave of actually waking up. Plus, I am still on so many meds that I was able to shrug it off and declare that I would be fine. Now, as I lie here by myself after my failed attempt to stand up, the reality of my situation is hitting me as harshly as a bright sunrise dawns on a party animal who has left it too late to go to bed. I am weak. I am vulnerable. I am half the woman I used to be. That would be bad news at any time, but it's catastrophic news now. That's because I have so much to do, so much to catch up on, so much revenge to take on the woman who did this to me. Despite my fragile appearance and the lies I told to the medical staff and my family members when I woke up,
I am not as ailing as I seem. My head might hurt, and my muscles might have atrophied, but I can remember everything about the events that led me here. How I was at my old house. How I was there to get Reed and my children away from Luna. How I had realized that she was behind all the bad things that had happened. I remember knocking on the door. I remember her dragging me into the garage. I remember us arguing as I told her the game was up, and I would see to it that she paid for what she had done. Then I remember running through the house, the pair of us fighting, arguing, the slash of the knife as I tried to get away from her, sprinting into the hallway to try and get upstairs to where my ex-husband and our children slept. And lastly, losing my footing and slipping before I banged my head hard, and everything went black. I have retained every single memory of what happened before my accident and coma. That includes Gemma sending me a message from prison. She alerted me that it could be Luna, and her warning allowed me to piece it all together.
I need to speak to that woman. I need to thank her, but I also need to work with her so we can catch Luna. Because that's what the plan has to be now, except history has taught me I have to be extremely careful. I went in too strong and acted too recklessly the last time I tried to catch Luna, and look what it cost me. I'm lucky to be alive. If I'd died, she could have got away with it all and spent the rest of her life living with my family. So I have to do this a better way. That's why I'm lying to my family now. I am not letting them know I have my full memory because it's safer for me that way. It's safer if Luna thinks I have forgotten. If she does, she won't try and hurt me before I can expose her, if she hasn't tried already. I am aware that she was in this room when I came out of my coma, and while I'm not aware of what she might have been doing before I woke up, it does seem strange that she was here by herself with me. I suspect she was about to try and kill me. Perhaps that plot was already underway, and it's what caused my brain and body to suddenly wake up. I'll never know for sure, as that part genuinely is a blur. But I did wake up, and Luna is no longer here with me. As far as she knows, I have amnesia, and that's the way I want to keep it. That's the way she'll let her guard down around me, and that's the way I'll be able to keep her close. That's the way I'll finally be able to have my revenge for what she has done to my family. Chapter 28. Reed. I wish we hadn't had to leave Sadie so suddenly after she had woken up. I wish I wasn't apart from Luna. I wish my children were happy, and we weren't stuck in this strange scenario. More than anything, I wish we weren't currently locked down in a hospital. But that's the situation we find ourselves in. I'm currently with Jude, Arthur, Ruby, and Sadie's parents, and we are surrounded by other members of the public who had been here to see loved ones, only to find themselves shepherded into this waiting area by a tense team of nurses. Nobody is telling us what is going on and what the deafening alarm means, just that we have to stay here and are not to go anywhere until we are told it is okay to do so. But that's easier said than done when you have 3 children with you, including a very young baby who is hungry and tired and restless and about as happy as being crammed into a small room with bright lighting and a bunch of strangers as his father is. "This is ridiculous," Sadie's father says, and for the first time in a long time, when it comes to us, I have to agree with him. "I just wish they'd turn the alarm off," Sadie's mum adds, and I certainly agree with that. But even if the alarm was to cease now, it's been blaring for so long that I imagine that I'll still be able to hear it ringing in my ears for a long time yet. Such is the loudness of it, I have taken to trying to cup my hands over Jude's ears, afraid the prolonged alarm might damage his hearing, or at least make him even more upset than he is. But it's not easy to keep a baby in the position you want them to be, and he keeps wriggling his head away from my hands, understandably, because I'd get annoyed too if somebody kept trying to cover my ears. Jude wants his mummy, and right now, I want her too. But we can't get to Luna because all the doors between us are shut and guarded by someone in a uniform, be it a doctor or a nurse, as if we can't be trusted not to try and sneak out if they weren't there. Whatever is going on here at this hospital, it must be very serious. But while I can't get to Luna physically, I can message her, so I pass Jude to Sadie's mum, which is slightly awkward, especially with Sadie's father glaring at me as I do it. But having free hands
allows me to take out my phone and text my girlfriend. Hey, are you okay? I have no idea what's going on, but we're all fine here, so don't worry about us. Do you know anything? Love you, XX. I send that text to Luna and hope she sees it and replies soon, just to let me know she is coping with the same problem we have over here. I've never known a hospital get locked down before, at least outside of the movies, and I've certainly never been caught up in it myself, as if today hadn't been dramatic enough. With Sadie awake now, the dynamic in my family has taken another dramatic turn. It means I'll be back to navigating the treacherous tightrope that is the relationship between my ex-partner and my current one, all while navigating life with a newborn and 2 children who are growing up fast and testing me even faster. Oh, and my ex-father-in-law hates my guts, and, on top of that, I still have a career to think about and a brand new house to maintain with a big mortgage to pay on it. If anybody needs admitting to this hospital as a patient, I think it should be me with all the stress I'm feeling. Quick, nurse, give me a double dose of something strong and let me sleep until this is all over. But that's not likely to happen, although something positive does suddenly occur to temporarily lift my mood. The alarm stops. Silence falls across the hospital. I can hear myself think again. Does this now mean the drama is over and we can all go home? That's what everybody else in this waiting room, myself included, is now asking of the nurse who was watching over us all. Please, just stay where you are until we have more information, the nurse says, her hands out in front of her as she tries to keep the frustrated masses back until her superiors say it's fine for us all to leave. Come on, we've been stuck in here for ages, one angry man cries. Yeah, you can't keep us caged up like animals forever, a woman shouts. The poor nurse looks like she might need some painkillers and a bed for herself if this carries on for much longer.
But fortunately, it does not. A voice comes over the hospital tannoy telling us what will happen next. Thank you all for your patience and compliance. The hospital is now fully open and operational, barring Ward E corridors 2 and 3, which remain closed for now. I have no idea what has happened on Ward E between corridors 2 and 3, but that is obviously where the problem lies. However, it's not the ward where either Luna or Sadie is, so they should both be safe, and I receive a text message a moment later letting me know that one of them is. Hey, I'm fine. Thanks for letting me know that you're all okay. Hopefully this ends soon and you can go home. I'm feeling better myself, so I'll try and come home too. Love you, XX. That Luna says she feels better and wants to come home is music to my ears and should make the rest of this day a lot easier than it would be if I didn't have her to help me with the kids. More than that, I'm relieved that whatever caused her to faint and be admitted here seems to have been a one-off that hopefully won't happen again. As I suspected, it was probably just the stress of recent events getting too much for her, and all she needs now is her own bed, a cup of tea, and some sleep. Don't we all? What about the worries I had that she could be hiding something, and that there might be more to her story than meets the eye? I've decided to trust my partner over the words of Gemma and Jack, 2 people who clearly have their own agendas and are saying whatever it takes to get their way. That's great news. I'm glad you're feeling better. Shall I try and come to you? I'm not sure if the staff here will let me, but if you can leave, I can drive you home. XX. I hope I can get to Luna and get her out of here so she can be with us all again, where she belongs. But she replies to put an end to that particular idea. It'll probably take them a while to let me leave, especially with all this going on. You guys go ahead. Just get Jude home and fed. Arthur and Ruby must be hungry too. I'll be home soon. I love you, XX. Luna seems happy enough to make her own way home, and I presume she'll get a taxi. At least that solves the problem of me trying to get to her across this hospital, because it's hard enough as it is trying to get out of this room. The nurse by the doors has stepped aside, and several people are lining up to leave now, so I join that queue with my family, and we patiently wait for our turn to reach the doors. I want to go and see Mummy again, Ruby tells me. We'll see Mummy later, I promise, I reply. She's just resting now and we need to go home with Jude because he's tired and hungry. Can you be a good big sister and help him? Ruby decides that she can, and Arthur is being compliant himself, so I'm not going to say anything more and risk upsetting the current balance of things.
We leave the waiting room where we had been trapped for so long, and eventually we make it out of the hospital. When we do, it's impossible not to notice the number of police cars parked out here. They weren't there when we arrived, and I can only assume that they are here because of whatever the issue was that just occurred inside this building. But it's time for us to get out of here, and after the kids say goodbye to Sadie's parents, and I share a brief and awkward nod of the head with her mum, I plan on getting my children in the car and quickly home. Before that can happen, Arthur suddenly spots something of interest and takes off running. "Hey!" I call out to him, and then I notice he has seen the half a dozen police officers walking around the side of the hospital and wants to see what they might be here for. Damn my son and his nosy ways, especially when it comes to people in uniform and any hint of drama or danger. "Arthur, get back here right now!" I call out to him, but he mischievously keeps running, and then he disappears around the side of the building. "Come on," I say to Ruby, figuring we're going to have to go after him. And together, along with the hungry and crying Jude in my arms, we follow Arthur around the side of the building. When we do, I spot my son standing up ahead of us, in front of a police blockade. There are officers everywhere, as well as the yellow tape that signifies this is a crime scene and nobody is allowed past this point. Beyond that, I see a van with the word forensics on it, as well as several paramedics and ambulances. Whatever has happened here, we are closer to it than we were in that other part of the hospital. I fear that my son might be about to see something bad, so I rush towards him, eager to get him away from here in case there are several grim sights about to emerge from the hospital to go into the back of the waiting ambulances. "Arthur, get away from there, we can't be here," I say, and I'm hoping one of the many police officers around here will notice us and come over to tell us to move. That should get my son to comply if he continues to ignore me. But before that can happen, there is movement by one of the doors, and a second later, I see something being carried out. It's a body bag. I want to avert Arthur's eyes, and Ruby's too, but for a split second, even my morbid curiosity gets the better of me, and I find myself standing and staring at the scene unfolding right in front of us. The body bag is fully zipped up, as I would expect it to be, so I cannot see the face of the victim. Poor person. I wonder what happened to them. But they are not alone. A second later, another body is carried out, and the zip is not fully fastened on this one. A paramedic's oversight is my opportunity to morbidly glance at the face of this victim. But when I do, I almost drop Jude in shock. That's because I recognize this person in the body bag. I recognize the corpse being carried from the hospital. It's a woman I was once attracted to, although now she looks deathly pale. It's Gemma.
Chapter 29. Luna. I still haven't been questioned or arrested. I still haven't been caught for the crime I committed that caused this hospital to lock down. I still haven't paid the price for anything I have done in the past. Long may it stay that way. I might seem invincible, but I certainly don't feel it. I'm tired from a lack of sleep, both since I've been here and since Jude was born before that. I'm also feeling weak because of my injuries and also because I haven't eaten much since I was admitted as a patient. Most of all, I am still shaken and stressed from having to kill 2 people today, although it was very nearly 3. If Sadie had died, I'd have scored a hat-trick of kills. Maybe it is for the best that she is still alive. I'm not sure my conscience could take much more in one 24-hour period. All I want to do now is go home and be with my family. But in order to get there, I need a doctor or nurse to accept that I am fit and well enough to leave. That's why I'm going to go looking for one. Before I do that, I'm getting changed out of my patient gown, the one with a bit of Gemma's blood on it. My own clothing is lying beside my bed, so I quickly get changed, using the privacy that the curtain continues to provide me to stay unseen. It feels good to take off the gown, but I know I can't just leave it lying here on the bed for a cleaner to find. Not when they might notice the blood and hand it over to a police officer. So I stuff the gown into my bag and plan on taking it home with me, where I can dispose of it myself in a safe and secretive way. Then I use what is left in a bottle of water to wash any traces of blood off my hands. But there isn't much.
The gown carries all the evidence, which is why it is now hidden away. Once I'm back in my own clothes, I zip up my bag, put it over my shoulder, and then pull back the curtain. When I do, I see the kind of thing I expected to see. A busy ward,
full of staff members and patients. I almost feel I could walk out of here without saying a word to anybody. Maybe I won't get noticed and stopped, and if so, I could be in a taxi in the next 10 minutes, which would be nice. But someone will notice I have left at some point when they come to check on me, and I don't want anybody getting suspicious of why I suddenly vanished. So I better go and alert at least one of these nurses that I plan to leave. "Hi, excuse me," I say to a nurse I don't recognize. So this must be the first shift she has worked since I came here. "Are you okay?" she asks me before checking the time. "Visiting hours haven't started yet. You shouldn't be in here." "I'm actually a patient," I say, before gesturing towards the bed I just vacated. "Oh, I see. I'm sorry," the nurse apologizes. "That's okay. I was here because I fainted earlier and didn't feel well after waking up. But I feel much better now, and I really want to get home because I have a baby son who needs me. So I was hoping I could get discharged." "I see," the nurse replies. "Let me just go and check your notes and speak to the doctor, just to make sure there isn't anything he needs." "Do you have to?" "Like I say, I feel fine, and I really need to get back to my son, so—" "It won't take a moment," the nurse tells me. "Wait here." She leaves me then, and it's frustrating to have to linger for longer. But I wait for her to return, hoping that when she does, she has good news for me. There are enough sick patients here who can occupy their time, so I'm hoping they'll have no problem with me giving them one less person to look after. It takes a while for the nurse to return, and the more I wait, the more I think about the evidence I carry in my bag, and how it would only take a tap on the shoulder from a police officer to bring my world crumbling down. But the next person I see is the nurse, and not a police officer, and as she reaches me, I show her a hopeful smile. "I'm sorry," she says. "The doctor is very busy at the moment. In fact, we all are. It's been a crazy morning." I sense an opportunity to possibly get some information about what has been going on with the 2 bodies I left behind. "I was wondering what happened. I heard the alarm. Is everything okay?" "No, far from it," the nurse replies, as I hope she is the kind of woman who talks too much and too fast before she has a chance to stop herself. "What's happened?" "I shouldn't say," she replies, which is no good. "I won't tell anyone else, I promise," I reply, hoping to tease the gossip out of her. Can she resist? "Some lunatic from the local prison was here visiting a patient, but she tried to escape. She killed the prison officer she was with, but she fought back and she died too." I make sure to seem staggered by that news. "Oh my God," I say, as aghast as I can be. "No one else at the hospital was in any danger," the nurse is quick to tell me, as if she realizes it was a mistake to talk so freely and is now worrying I'm going to go straight to the newspapers. "It all happened away from any patients or members of the public." "That's a relief," I reply. "But that's why we are all so busy this morning, so it's going to be a while until the doctor can see you," she tells me. "I really need to get home. My baby needs me," I repeat. "I appreciate that, but I can't let you go without being checked over by the doctor," I'm told. "Can't you? If you do me this favor, I'll do you the favor of not telling anybody about what you just told me. After all, I'm sure your bosses won't be pleased to know you were just spreading some confidential information around that could reflect poorly on this hospital and its safety." The nurse stares at me as if I have just betrayed her, which I suppose I have. She thought I was trustworthy, but now I am blackmailing her with the information she told me in confidence. "I really need to get home to my child," I say, trying to emphasize the human element more. So the blackmail is not the only thing she is considering. "Please, just let me go home." "Fine," the nurse says, shaking her head but looking like she's ready to see the back of me, and I don't blame her after what I just said. "But if the doctor asks where you went, I'll tell him that you were supposed to stay. I'm not getting in trouble for you." "Deal," I reply before I go to walk past. "Wait," the nurse calls, and I freeze, wondering what possible mistake I might have made that could have given away that I'm a killer about to walk away from the scene of the crime, totally free. "Where did you leave your gown? I can't see it on your bed," the nurse says. Damn it. She's asking about the gown, the one I have in my bag, the one with Gemma's blood on it. "Oh, I got changed in a bathroom earlier and left it in there. There was a clothes basket. Is that okay?"
The nurse looks at me for a moment, before shrugging and turning back to my bed to presumably tidy up after me. I don't need to hang around to watch her do that. I walk off the ward and get out of the hospital as quickly as I can. When I make it outside, I call a taxi, noting the strong police presence over one side of the car park and hoping none of the officers there take any interest in me before I can get out of here. But they don't, and when my taxi arrives, I leap onto the back seat and give the driver my home address, relieved when he drives us away and the hospital recedes quickly in the rear-view mirrors. I'm glad to be away from that place. I'm eager to go home and dispose of my bloodied hospital gown. I'm desperate to go home and be with my family. I'm also ready to deal with whatever obstacle presents itself next. I expect that obstacle will have a name. Sadie. Chapter 30. Sadie. I've dealt with all sorts of obstacles in my life, from subjects I struggled with at school, to career choices, childcare conundrums, and of course, a divorce that left me despondent and detached from the woman I used to be. Right now, the obstacle I am facing feels like it is my biggest, which is ridiculous because it shouldn't even be an obstacle for me at all. I'm simply trying to make my way back from the bathroom to my bed, a journey of only a few steps, yet it feels like I'm trying to scale Everest. Such is the strain it is putting on my legs. I let out a deep breath, at least the fifth one I have exhaled since I began this journey, while the nurse by my side continues to help me along, holding onto my arm in case I fall to the floor. But I'm determined not to fall. It's a fall that got me into this mess in the first place, and there's no way I'm going all the way back to square one. I just want to get out of this hospital so I can get on with my life, and by life I mean ruining Luna's. Come on, Sadie, I say to myself, not needing the nurse to offer me any words of encouragement or motivation, as I have all the motivation I need. The sooner I am declared physically fit and well enough to go home, the sooner I can find a way to make everybody see what kind of person Luna is. It's imperative that I am back to full fitness before I attempt that, though. She has proven once again she is a very, very dangerous and deadly foe. That alarm we heard a week ago, the lockdown we all went into, I should have known it had something to do with her, and I am absolutely sure of it, now that I know who was involved in that incident. It was Gemma, the woman who had been in prison for starting the fire at my parents' house, the woman who had always maintained her innocence. She had done such a good job of that I eventually believed her, despite hating it at one time in my life. And I also believed something else she had said. She thought that Luna was to blame for all the bad things that had happened to us, and how we had both been inexplicably cut out of Reed's life. I thought about things from my perspective, and realized she had a point. But the rest, as they say, is history. I'm here in hospital, lucky to still be alive, but Gemma was not afforded that same fortune. She is dead, and while the official story from the police is that she died whilst trying to escape from the prison officer who was chaperoning her, I think there is far more to it than meets the eye. Somebody wanted it to look like that. Somebody who was also here in the hospital at the same time. Somebody named Luna. I have no doubt that she killed Gemma. I don't know the exact ins and outs of what happened, but I figure that Luna must have seen Gemma here and took her opportunity to remove her from the equation. She had to have been aware that Gemma was being vocal about her suspicions of her, so she has silenced them before they could get any louder. Now, with my fictitious amnesia, Luna thinks she is safe and can continue to get away with what she has done. But she is wrong. I will get her for everything she has done to me, my family, Gemma, and everybody else she has hurt along the way, because they were unlucky enough to cross paths with her. But first, I will make it back to my bed. I grit my teeth and force my heavy, aching legs to move through the final few steps I need before I reach my destination. I slump down onto my hospital bed and let out another deep sigh. It shouldn't take as much work as it does for me to walk around, but as the nurse keeps reminding me, I am getting stronger each day, and the road to recovery is already being well traversed. I just wish there was a shortcut. But as the nurse also reminds me, there is not. Perhaps there could be, if I was actually honest and told everybody that my memory was not as bad as I am pretending it is. That might speed up the process of me being allowed to leave here, because it would make me seem less of an invalid who requires around-the-clock care in case I have a sudden relapse.
But I have to keep up the pretense to not only keep myself safe from Luna, but also to keep that woman clueless as to what is coming to her. As the nurse leaves me to rest in my bed, I know she will be back soon to run through the latest round of cognitive function tests I need to practice every day. I'd heard all about the importance of brain training and playing puzzles like Sudoku to keep your grey matter firing on all cylinders, but this is something else. In here, as a patient with a brain injury, I am having to do all sorts of things that seem simpler than Sudoku, and yet are clearly the level that the staff here think my intelligence is currently at. Like being shown picture cards of certain fruits and having to name them before putting them into a story, to demonstrate my brain's current capability to link items and perform associations. Half the time it feels like I am a toddler being played with by the parent. It reminds me of when I used to show Arthur and Ruby picture cards in an effort to teach them a new word, or at least stimulate their brain so that it wasn't all just cartoons and snacks. It's not that the tests I'm having to take are particularly hard. What is hard is completing them whilst pretending to have memory loss. I can't just ace every test because if I did, that news would filter from the doctors to my family, and I can't have Reed telling Luna that I am making good progress with my mental faculties. I need her to think everything is a struggle for me, from the simplest of things like figuring out why two picture cards are connected. If she hears that I can barely tell a story about 2 red apples and a yellow banana, she'll never suspect that I am out for revenge, and that she is the only story I really care about. I want her pity rather than her paranoia, so I will keep making sure to come across as someone who is far from the person they used to be. But on the other hand, I really want to leave this hospital, so it's a fine line to tread. At least I get plenty of visits in here. My parents come by to see me every day, always armed with plenty of snacks because Mum is trying to get me to put on the weight I lost in my coma. As for Dad, he sits and reads newspapers to me, ones he collected while I was unconscious because he thinks it's a good idea to update me on everything I missed while I was out. I told him it's hardly current affairs if it happened months ago, but he still does it, reminding me that the more I know about the past, the less I will struggle with in the future. If only he realized that such a sentiment extended far beyond simply giving me the news headlines from the last year. If only he knew that I know everything about my past, including the most important part of it all. Luna is the danger. Unsurprisingly, she has not come to visit me, neglecting to join Reed, Arthur and Ruby when they call by the hospital to see me. Luna is conspicuous by her absence. The official line from Reed is that she is at home looking after baby Jude, and while that might seem like a good and valid excuse, I know she is avoiding me. It's also not just because of any awkwardness on her part, because of how we fought before my accident after I had broken into her home. It's simply awkwardness that comes from Luna worrying that spending time with me will jog my memory and make me recall the truly awful person she is. She can stay away all she likes as I've already recalled everything. So why haven't I spoken to the police and told them what I remember? Why haven't I pointed them in Luna's direction as they investigated Gemma's death, or asked me what I can remember about the night of my accident and subsequent injury? Why haven't I worked more urgently to try to get my children out of the house they share with Luna so I can guarantee their safety? It's the same reason I am playing dumb and forgetful now. It's simply too risky. Luna is so smart, so clever, and so many steps ahead of everybody at all times that I cannot afford to tip another person off about what she is capable of until I have truly got her trapped in a situation she cannot escape from. To tell a police officer risks them not believing me, or worse, going to speak to Luna only for her to talk her way out of it. And once she has done that, what would be stopping her finding a way to kill me like she killed Gemma? She might not be able to get to me on her own in this hospital, but a desperate woman like that, with a whole family to lose, might hire a hitman to take me out. If that sounds fanciful, or even delusional, I only need to look back on everything that has actually happened so far to realize that absolutely nothing is out of the question where Luna is concerned. She will do anything to get what she wants, so I have to behave like that too. She's won every battle we have waged so far, but there is still a war to be won,
That's the only one I need to win.
Chapter 31. Luna. Motherhood teaches you many things, but perhaps what it teaches the most is patience. There's no rushing a baby because they will develop at their own pace and do things in their own time. Being with Jude all day is teaching me to slow down and live life at his pace, which is a welcome break from the relentless pace I was living before. With him, there is no need for urgently covering things up, scrambling around to keep secrets, or doing something deadly. It is all about the here and now, just mother and son, sitting on the sofa or the carpet, or lying in bed together, listening to one another's breaths, or trying to make each other laugh. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I love being a mum. I love this version of myself. I love it when I don't have to do all those other things. "You're so cute," I say to Jude, as I tap my finger on top of his nose and lose myself in his eyes for the 100th time this morning. I could happily keep doing this for the rest of the morning, but it is a Saturday, and that means we aren't the only two people in the house. Reed, Arthur, and Ruby are with us too, which means there is a lot more noise than there usually is during the week. I can hear Arthur kicking a football around in the kitchen while his father tells him to stop it. Meanwhile, Ruby is singing along to a song on the radio, the little girl having found her angelic voice again ever since her mother woke up and gave her a sign that life isn't so bad after all. Meanwhile, as all that commotion goes on, I sit on the sofa with Jude in the living room, content to simply exist in this bubble of bliss. It's been a month since all the drama at the hospital, a month since Sadie woke up, a month since I failed to kill her, a month since I killed Gemma and that police escort, a month since I got away with it. In all that time, there have been no repercussions for me, just plenty of long days with Jude, wondering if the police will ever come calling, and then putting my son to bed at night and realizing I seem to be living to see another day. And so it continues. I can't complain. I don't deserve what I have, but I am not going to give it up if someone is going to take it from me. I feel content, and Jude looks like he does too. At least that's the way until the football comes flying into the room, followed by the energetic Arthur, who is in turn being chased by his dad. "Stop kicking that ball around the house," Reed cries. "If you want to play with it, then take it outside and play in the garden." "It's cold outside," Arthur replies. He kicks his ball against the sofa I sit on, while Jude stares at his stepbrother with wide, wondering eyes. "Be careful," I say, hoping Arthur pays attention to me, but if he's not listening to his father, he probably won't listen to me. Sure enough, he does not, and a second later, the ball bounces up and knocks over my cup of coffee, spilling the hot liquid on the sofa, perilously close to where Jude lies on my lap. "Hey!" I cry out, lifting Jude up in case he gets splashed and burned, but thankfully, he does not. "Right, that's it. Go to your room," Reed cries, picking up Arthur's football before pointing to the way that he wants his son to use to get to his bedroom. "But it was an accident," Arthur moans. Not that such an explanation garners him much sympathy from the adults in the room, and a moment later, he begrudgingly follows orders and trudges away to his bedroom. "I'm sorry about that. I'll get that cleaned up," Reed says in reference to the coffee stain on the sofa. "No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have left my drink lying around." "It's not your fault and you know it," Reed replies, and we share a look before we shake our heads and smile. "Weekends, hey?" I say, and Reed laughs. "Weekends," he repeats, the pair of us acknowledging this, the most testing time of the week for us, as we try to navigate the 2 days when all 3 children are cooped up under our roof, without any school for respite. "I'll try and take Arthur and Ruby out this afternoon," Reed says, after grabbing a cloth and using it to dab at the stained sofa. "Give you and Jude some peace and quiet." "You don't have to do that," I say. "It'll do them good to get out of the house." "Maybe we could all go somewhere then," I suggest, and Reed shrugs, happy to go along with that idea. I'm aware that whatever we decide to do, having a young baby with us will make it harder to do it, but we have to try and live our lives. We can't just stay home all the time with Jude, even if it feels easier in the moment. Before we can make any plans, Reed's phone rings. "Hello?" he says, answering it while still attempting to wipe up the spilt coffee. I walk around with Jude in my arms, but glance at my partner,
curious as to who might be calling him. It's probably one of his friends seeing if he wants to go to the pub for a pint later. As long as he helps me get the children into bed beforehand, I have no problem with him going. An evening to myself with a box of chocolates and some television sounds good to me. But then I realize the phone call is more than a simple invite from a friend. "Sadie's coming out of hospital?" Reed says, repeating what he has just been told, because he seems surprised by it, but also to clue me in as to what is being talked about. I instantly stop walking around with Jude and stand still, my mind processing this information. Of course, I knew that Sadie had to leave the hospital eventually. She was never going to stay in there forever. But hearing that the doctors have cleared her to go home must mean her recovery is going very well now. Well enough for her memory to return. I pray not. "Okay, thanks for letting me know," Reed says. "That is good news. I'll tell the kids and see you shortly." Reed hangs up then.
"See you shortly," I say, repeating what I just heard him say. That was Sadie's mum. She was letting me know that Sadie is coming out of hospital this morning and wondered if we wanted to visit her this afternoon. Is it safe for her to come out? I thought she still had memory loss. She does, Reed confirms, and that's a relief to hear. The doctors say she has reached the point where she can continue her rehab from home, and it might even be good for her to have a change of scene. Be good for her how? As in start to jog her memory? I don't know. All I know is that Sadie is coming out of hospital, and I'm going to take the kids to see her this afternoon. But you don't have to come. You can relax here. Reed goes back to trying to clear up the coffee, which has definitely left a stain that will require some stronger cleaning materials than just a damp cloth. As he does, I think about my next move. I could stay here like Reed presumes I will want to. That's one way of avoiding the problem. But it won't help me get a sense of how Sadie is doing and, more specifically, if there has been any change in her memory coming back to her. I've avoided seeing her while she has been in hospital, at least since that fateful day when I tried to kill her, but ultimately had to settle for killing Gemma instead. But now she is coming out of hospital, maybe it's time I was around that woman again. I'll come with you, I say to Reed, wishing I didn't feel the need to do this, but it has to be better than sitting here stewing by myself, wondering what if until they all get back. You want to come? Reed asks me, surprised. Sadie has been through a lot and she still has a long way to go, I say. Maybe this will help her, and if it does, it's good for all our sakes. Mine, yours, the children's, everyone's. Reed puts down his damp cloth and walks over to me then, smiling at what I just said, as if he admires my compassion and thoughtfulness. "I love you," he says to me before leaning in for a kiss. "I love you too," I reply, and watch my man kiss our baby on the head. It's a stark reminder of how much I have gained ever since I first met Sadie when I was delivering parcels to her front door. I'm going to need all my confidence and strength for the next time I meet her. It's time to put myself in the same room as that woman again. What will happen this time? Chapter 32. Sadie. The doctors told me that the best thing for my recovery now would be to return to familiar surroundings, which meant leaving the hospital and going home. What they don't realize is that for me, there are no familiar surroundings. I lost my family home when Reed and I divorced, and Luna replaced me, and I lost my childhood home when it burnt down in an arson attack that I strongly believe Luna was behind too. Before my accident, I was living in a rented flat with my mum and dad while they rebuilt their home, but it was hardly a place that provided any of us much comfort, considering we were only there due to bad circumstances. But having been in hospital for the best part of a year, things have progressed in the outside world, and my parents' home has been restored, meaning there is no need to rent because they have their house back. At least, I think it is their house. Wow, was all I could say when I first saw the property where I'd spent my childhood. Mum and Dad had just driven me home from the hospital, and it had been my first glimpse at all the renovation and rebuilding work that had been completed while I was in my coma. The last time I had been here, the place had literally been a building site, and it had been almost impossible to hold a conversation with my parents amidst all the hammering and drilling that had been going on around us. We'd actually had to go out into the back garden just to talk, such were the noise levels in the house. But now the house is finished. The builders have packed up their tools and left, and peace has been restored. From a family-friendly home, to a burnt-out shell, to a building site, to this,
a beautifully designed and expensively rebuilt house with all the latest fittings and furnishings, guaranteed to turn the neighbors on this street from sympathetic of my parents to envious of them. I'd been helped out of the back seat of the car and led to the front door by Dad, while Mum unlocked the door. And now, as it opens, I'm about to get my first look at this place that is my latest home. "What do you think?" Dad asks me, a proud smile on his face as he and Mum step back and allow me the space to savor what I'm seeing. "Do you remember how it was before?" Mum asks me nervously, obviously still worried about my amnesia, which makes me feel guilty, but I have to keep up the act there. "Yeah, I remember it," I say. "I think. Like I said, it's just the night of the accident I can't remember." "I'm sorry it's not the same as you would have known it," Mum says then, as if she's sorry for totally transforming this house into the beautiful residence it is today. "That was the fire's fault," Dad gruffly adds. "We had no choice. It was either a total redesign or we had to move. But we didn't want to give up on this place. We've all made too many memories here to let that arsonist take everything from us." In my father's mind, the arsonist is still Gemma, because that's who the police punished for the crime, so I can understand why he holds all that hate towards her. I can also understand why he seemed pleased to hear that she had died at the hospital, because, as Dad sees it, she gave up her right to live a good life when she attacked innocent people for her own selfish gains. I haven't told him that I think Gemma was innocent, as I think why complicate or confuse things for him, or worse, make him think my memory is really a mess, and ask the doctors to readmit me to hospital.
I have to figure this out on my own. But first, I have to figure my way around this newly built house I no longer recognize. With Mum's help, I walk into each room, getting my first look at each new part of this home. There's the lounge area with new L-shaped sofas, a beautiful wicker coffee table and a wood fire, and the dining room with an impressive circular table surrounded by stylish black chairs. Then there's the kitchen, looking like it's straight out of a magazine, and no wonder Mum looks so happy. I bet she loves cooking in here. And as for my father, I'm sure he loves selecting a bottle from the huge, floor-to-ceiling wine rack at one end of this impressive room. Downstairs also features a playroom for when the grandchildren visit, full to the brim with any toys they might ever wish to interact with. Last but not least, there is the addition of something both my parents said they always wanted, but never previously had the space, finances, or inclination to achieve: a reading room, a specific part of the house designated solely for the enjoyment of books. 2 armchairs sit surrounded by tall bookcases full of paperbacks. Some I recognize, many I don't. And this is where Mum tells me she and my father spend much of their time these days. While the fire was a total disaster for my family, and very nearly cost the lives of the most important people to me in the world, something good has eventually come from it. Nobody died, and now that the house is restored, my parents seem happier than ever with their home. They deserve this happiness, because as well as seeing their house go up in flames, they also had to see me in a coma. They've been through hell, but they are back now. It's just me who is still going through it. "Wait until you see the bedrooms," Mum says as she leads me to the staircase. "I got this," I say, wanting to attempt the steps myself, or at least with the help of the handrail leading up them. "Are you sure?" Dad asks me, enough concern in his voice and on his face to make me feel like even more of an invalid. "Yes," I insist, as I place one weak and wobbly leg onto the first step before attempting to pull myself up with the banister. I just about manage it, if only because I am determined not to rely on my parents' help for every second I am back living here with them. But my determination is misplaced because I stumble on the second step, and I would have fallen if it wasn't for my father catching me. "Let me help you, darling," he says, and I don't have the energy to argue, so I allow Dad to assist me up the staircase until Mum is able to show me the bedrooms that she has been so excited about. "This is mine and your father's new room," she says proudly, and I admire the king-size bed flanked on both sides by 2 dressing tables. There are also fitted wardrobes, his and hers, before Mum opens the door to the brand new ensuite, another thing she always wanted but couldn't quite get in the previous version of this house. It's clear that the insurance payout from the arson attack has been spent wisely and fully,
but it's worth it to see a smile back on Mum's face. She keeps smiling when she shows me the next room. "This is where you can sleep," she says. "And you can stay here for as long as you need to," Dad adds. "We just want you to get better, so take as long as you need, and if you want to stay here forever, that's fine by us." I appreciate my father not telling me to hurry up and get better so he and Mum can have their own space back again, but I also detest the thought that I could be here forever, dependent on my parents when I'm actually a grown woman who used to have a home of her own, not to mention dependence of my own too. But instead of getting sad about that now, I'll save any tears for when we're all in bed and I can cry in privacy, in the dark, which is how I have spent the last several nights in hospital once the nurses had finally left me alone for the day.
"Do you want to have a lie down now?" Mum asks me, as I take in the newly decorated room that looks nothing like the room I inhabited as a child. The familiar sights, sounds and smells that once brought me childhood comfort have all gone. My parents might have been successful in keeping the same plot of land where our old house once stood, but while what they have rebuilt is beautiful, it lacks the familiarity that made it truly special to me. "I think I'd like to sit in the garden for a while it's dry," I say, looking out of the window down at the place where I played in the sun or snow as a kid. Because the fire didn't touch the garden, it seems to be the only part of this place that looks similar to how it used to, which might be why I want to go there now. "It's freezing out there," Dad says, as if I wouldn't have noticed it is winter without him mentioning it. "I'll put my coat on then," I reply, feeling like I'm back to being that little girl who wasn't allowed to leave the house to go to nursery, school, or a friend's birthday party until my parents had deemed my clothing to be appropriate. My father helps me back down the stairs and even helps me put my coat on. Not that I need that extra bit of help, while Mum goes to make us all a hot drink. As I step outside, with Dad tightly clinging to my arm, of course, I feel the fresh, frigid air, yet still feel stifled by being here, being looked after, being made to feel such a victim. Even once I'm sitting down on a piece of garden furniture and Mum has handed me a mug of coffee, I still feel terrible. I think my parents sense that because they leave me alone, giving me the space I need to acclimatize to these new surroundings, even if this should be like coming home for me. I sit out in the pale sunlight for a while, losing track of time as I stare at the frost on the leaves, a few brave birds flying between the trees, and my breath fogging in front of my face. I have so much to consider, including how I had a job before my coma, but obviously haven't been able to work since. My boss, a man named Landon, who was also a potential love interest for me, has been in touch with my parents to let them know that a job will still be made available for me when I am fit and able to return. That's very kind of him, although work is the last thing on my mind at the moment. As long as I'm living here, I don't have to worry about money, and while I don't want to be living off my parents' goodwill forever, it helps that I can keep my focus on Luna rather than commuting and chatting with colleagues over coffee breaks. I do still have proceeds from the divorce settlement too, my share of the family fortune that I had a right to after giving up my career to be a homemaker before Reed saw to it that our home changed forever. I run through so much in my mind, feeling as though my thoughts are running away faster than I can catch up to them. But eventually, my parents come out to get me, no doubt worried that I'll catch a cold if I stay out here much longer. They also have news for me. I phoned Reed, and he's bringing the children to see you, Mum tells me. I thought seeing them might cheer you up. That news certainly does lift my mood, and I look forward to seeing Arthur and Ruby again soon. One quirk of my accident and current condition is that I'm actually seeing them a lot more than I would have been if I was still healthy, as under the divorce and subsequent parental agreement between Reed and me, they were only with me twice a week. But they are desperate to spend time with me after my extended hospital stay, and vice versa, and thankfully, Reed hasn't yet told me that we are reverting to the previous agreement. Maybe he never will. Maybe he will allow me to see our children much more going forward. Then again, by the time I have finished with his girlfriend, I'm not sure what he will think of me. I don't have much longer to ponder that thought, because Mum and Dad's fancy new doorbell sounds, audible to us even out here in the garden, and that tells us there are visitors at the door. We all head inside, Mum moving quicker than me and Dad because he is having to help me back into the house.
As he lowers me onto one of the sofas, I hear the front door open, and Arthur and Ruby's excitable voices soon follow. I smile as I prepare to see my children, and as they come running into the room, I open my arms wide to take them both in a big hug. As they race towards me, I see Reed walk in after them, looking a little pensive. As I cuddle our children, I realize why he looks unsure. It's because he has brought someone else with him, someone I wasn't expecting to see for a while yet, someone who is pushing a pram into the room with a sleeping baby inside it. Luna is here. She's here in the house she once burnt down. Chapter 33. Luna. Returning to the scene of my crime is the least of my worries as I stare at Sadie and try to figure out what she might be thinking. As far as I know, her memory has still not returned, so I should be safe. But I did not fail to register the flicker of emotion on her face when she realized that I had accompanied Reed and the children on this visit. There was a definite reaction from her, and while it could be one that is simply because no woman enjoys the company of their ex-husband's new partner, it could also be that there is a part of her brain that remembers how my presence signifies danger for her. I don't know, but what I do know is I cannot just stand here and say nothing. I can't appear to be hiding anything. So I force myself to speak. "Hi, Sadie. How are you feeling?" The tension and awkwardness in this beautifully decorated room are palpable. It hangs so heavy in the air that it feels like someone could cut it with a knife. As well as Sadie's eyes on me, I can feel her parents' gaze burning into my back from where they stand behind me in the hallway. Then there is Reed, standing between me and his ex and looking as hapless as ever, no doubt wanting the ground to open up and swallow him so he doesn't have to spend another second between us two women. "What are you doing here?" Sadie asks, and I feel my heart skip a beat. Does that question mean she remembers? I reply, looking to Reed because I'm not sure what to do. Then Sadie speaks again. "I thought you hated me," she says. That's when I realize that she isn't questioning my presence here because she knows I was trying to kill her before her accident. She's questioning it because, based on her memory, she was trying to kill me, and therefore she should be the last person I would ever want to visit. Sadie starts crying then, causing concern from her children who are hugging her, but now worry why their mother is shedding tears. I realize that rather than the potential disaster I was afraid of, it could actually be an opportunity to further cement myself as a friend to this family, rather than a foe. "I don't hate you," I say softly. "I know a lot has happened between the two of us, but I consider it all to be in the past. I want you to know that, which is why I'm here. I want you to know that I forgive you. If this scenario wasn't actually as warped as it was, my words could qualify me for the Nobel Peace Prize, such is the generosity and compassion I'm displaying to a woman who tried to kill me. Of course, there is no compassion at all, and I'm simply playing another one of my games, but it seems to be working." "I don't deserve your forgiveness," Sadie says, wiping her tears. "It's very kind of Luna to forgive you," Reed says then to his ex. "But we both just want you to get better." Sadie nods as she continues to try and dry her tears. "How about a cup of tea?" I suggest then, as a way of breaking the ice a little more, and Sadie's mum agrees that is a good idea. I decide to follow her into the kitchen, if only to get a little break from being around Sadie. Reed and the children stay with her, while Sadie's father joins us, and as I enter the immaculate kitchen, it's clear to see just how impressive a job the builders did on this house. Of course, I held no ill will against the couple who lived here when I set fire to their property. It was simply a means to an end, to add the final bit of force to Sadie and Reed's marriage, so they would separate and I could swoop in. That's why I'm glad to see that it appears it has turned out well for this couple, as they stand in their lovely rebuilt home. The only losses they incurred were of the material kind, rather than the more serious loss if somebody had died. "Thank you," Sadie's mother says to me as the kettle boils. "What for?" I ask. "For your forgiveness. You didn't have to do that, but it will help Sadie a lot to know that she isn't hated by you and Reed." Sadie's parents seem just as clueless as their daughter is around me, but long may it continue. I suspect they have held any debates or discussions about their daughter's alleged behavior that night in private, and whatever they think, They are keeping it in the family, which is the way it should be. Like Reed said, we just want her to get better. That's the best thing for everybody, especially Arthur and Ruby. They need their mother, and like I've always said, I am not trying to replace her. I smile. That last part couldn't be a bigger lie. But Sadie's mum is still looking at me as if I'm the one doing her the favor. But what about Sadie's father? I look to the person who has so far been quiet and see him leaning against one of his fancy new kitchen worktops. Luna's father is much harder to read than his wife is. I also understand that whatever happens,
you will always have your daughter's back, and that I will always be the woman who has taken her away from her children, I say, a way of getting that message across to that man. Sadie and Reed were finished before you came along, Sadie's father says, and it's good of him to acknowledge that fact, even if he has no idea I was actually far more present and pulling strings in their life than anybody realizes. Even so, I accept that we probably won't ever be close because it's simply too awkward, I say. But I just want you both to know that Reed and I are committed to helping Sadie in her recovery in any way we can, and we hope that one day we can all coexist and make things hospitable, not just for the children, but because it's good for us adults too. Sadie's father nods his head, seemingly understanding and respecting my position on things. As for his wife, she looks even happier than that. "Thank you so much for not making this any worse for our daughter," she says. "We have been so afraid that she was going to go to prison. But if you are showing forgiveness, the police are less likely to punish her severely once she has recovered, and they fully investigate what happened at the house that night of her accident. I know her memory is not what it was, but she has been apologetic, so it's obvious she was going through a very difficult time back then and was not behaving in a way that was true to her character." "That's okay," I say, feeling like the bastion of forgiveness. I understand that the police have a lot to sort through surrounding that night, but it's good that they are giving Sadie some time and space to hopefully make a full recovery. And as for any restraining orders or anything like that, Reed and I don't feel that would be necessary. We are satisfied that Sadie was struggling with her mental health back then, but hopefully now she has turned the corner and can rebuild her life with all of our support. Sadie's mum surprises me then by rushing towards me and giving me a hug, clearly extremely grateful that I am not pressuring the police into punishing Sadie with the full force of the law after she broke in to our home that fateful night. Sadie's father holds off on any hugging himself, but that's fine by me because this visit has already gone far better than I thought it would when I was in the car on the way over here. I was fearing the worst, that Sadie would see me and instantly remember everything that she once knew. But not only has that not happened, but she and her parents are treating me like some kind of saint. As we leave the kitchen and return to the luxurious living room where Sadie, Reed, and the 3 children sit, I am feeling comfortable enough now to not only enjoy my cup of tea, but also savor a chocolate biscuit with it too. Could this really be happening? Can I be sitting in the house I set fire to, being made to feel like a welcome guest? Can the people who should hate me more than anything else in the world actually be looking at me with admiration rather than anger? I think so. That's why I decide to reach for a second chocolate biscuit. After all I have worried about lately, it seems my time for stress is over. So who cares about a few extra calories? I have my freedom and my family, and all because I have offered Sadie forgiveness for something she didn't actually do. What more could I ask for? Chapter 34. Sadie. Look at her sitting there on my mum and dad's new sofa, sipping tea and scoffing chocolate biscuits, chatting away, making herself at home, acting as if she didn't almost kill my parents and children when she set fire to this house before trying to kill me too. I want to get off my sofa and strangle her, wrap my hands around her neck and make her choke on that third biscuit she has just helped herself to. I want to keep wringing her neck until her face goes blue. Her eyes bulge out of her head and she lets out her final gasp of air before her body goes limp, and my revenge is complete. But I won't do that, at least not yet. That's because this is working so far. I have her exactly where I want her. For possibly the first time since she came into my family's life, she is in the weaker position. I have always been the vulnerable one, susceptible to whatever Luna was plotting behind my back,
and unable to stop whatever plan she had put into motion until it was far too late. But not anymore. Now I am the one plotting, and she is the one who will be too late to stop it. She has no idea, but she is the vulnerable one now, and it will stay that way for as long as she thinks that this is over and the past is dead and buried. I see her lean forward and check on Jude in his pram, the little boy having been sleeping soundly and silently ever since they got here. He must still be asleep now because Luna sits back after checking on him, satisfied that he is still comfortable, and it makes me wonder if being a new mother has dulled some of her strengths and skills. Would she be able to see through my ruse if she was still the same desperate woman who used to deliver parcels to my door? I suspect she might. Back then, she had to be on the top of her game if she was to stand a chance of getting what she wanted. But now, possibly worn down by pregnancy, sleep deprivation, time, or simply sheer complacency, she seems to be unaware that the hunter has now become the hunted. Whatever the case, I cannot ease off now. I smell weakness in Luna, but best of all, the only weakness she sees in the room is sitting on the sofa opposite her. She pities me. I can see it written all over her face. Why else would she come out with that pathetic story about how she just wants me to get better? She genuinely thinks I am some poor loser who has not only lost her family, but also the one piece of her memory that could have enabled her to get them back.
What's this? She's reaching for a fourth chocolate biscuit? The slim, slender, and sexy Luna, who took everything from me, is now so content with her life that she is allowing her diet to slip and is unafraid that Reed might not find her quite as attractive. She really does think she has completed her mission. My revenge is going to be even sweeter than I thought. Jude suddenly wakes up then, the little boy letting out a cry to alert everyone else in the room that after his nap, he would now like to go back to being the center of attention. Luna quickly finishes her biscuit before reaching down and picking him up out of the pram, and he quickly settles, showing he has developed a close bond with his mother, as one would expect. But I decide to test that bond now. "He's gorgeous," I say with a smile. "Would it be okay if I held him?" I study Luna's reaction to my request, interested to see how it will affect her. Will she be mortified about the thought of allowing her arch-enemy to hold her baby? But, if she is as saintly as she suggested earlier, why should she care about handing him over to me if she really just wants me to be happy? I wait and see what Luna does. She keeps up her act. "Of course," she says, standing up and carrying Jude over to me before carefully lowering him down into my arms. "Just watch his head. He still can't support it yet," she says to me, as if I have never held a baby before in my life. But there are two children in this room who are evidence that I have more than my fair share of experience when it comes to this, and I gently cradle Jude without the need for any further instruction. As Luna steps away, leaving me with her child, I love the power I hold over her in my arms now. I am literally in possession of the one thing that she must love more than herself, the only thing that could possibly stop her selfishness so that she resembled something like a normal human being rather than the monster she is. Of course, I'll never know for sure how much Luna is willing to sacrifice for her baby, and whether she is like almost every other mother on the planet in that she would be willing to lay down her life for her child. But wouldn't it be fun to find out? For now, I make do with snuggling Jude, this innocent little boy who has no idea of the monster he came from. Whatever happens from here, this poor child will not have a normal life. I'm going to see to it that the truth comes out about Luna, even if it costs me my own life in the process, and even knowing that he will grow up without his mum around. Luna will either be in prison or dead. It's not his fault, and it's not what he deserves. But it is what is going to happen, and for that, I feel terribly sorry. "He's very handsome," I say, aware that all eyes in the room are on me, as if I might not be well enough to be holding such a precious thing as a baby. But there is no danger of me dropping him. "Can you believe that you two were this small once?" I say to Arthur and Ruby, both of whom scoff and agree that it can't be true, especially my son, who seems to think he has always been the bigger, more boisterous person he is now. "They grow up so fast," my mum says then, a hint of sadness in her voice. I'm sure she can hardly believe how I have gone from a baby to being an adult in the blink of an eye, and particularly how,
While all these years have passed, I'm technically back to depending on her again. No matter how much they grow, they still end up costing you money, Dad chimes in, and everybody laughs. You can say that again, Reed adds. For a split second, it's as if we are a normal group of people enjoying some time together in a house in the suburbs. If somebody was to look in on us through the window, they might simply see a scene of relative domestic bliss. But below the surface, a storm is coming.
And the reality of this situation is that it won't be long until all of us in this room can never be together like this again. If I have my way, it will be Luna who is missing. If she has her way, I guess it will be me. So who will win? I'm starting to feel tired now, and I cannot allow fatigue to make me sloppy and slip up in my deception of Luna. That's why I indicate that I'm ready to hand Jude back to his mother before making sure to yawn a couple of times so that everybody hopefully gets the hint. How about we get going and give your mother some time to rest? Reed says to Arthur and Ruby, getting the hint. Yes, you are looking tired, Luna says. We'll get out of your way so you can relax this afternoon. Luna looks more than happy to leave, which is the opposite of my children, who both want to stay here. You can visit again tomorrow, Reed says then, and I smile at him because he is still not showing any signs of limiting me to the way we were co-parenting before. I'll be sure to stock up on chocolate biscuits for when you return, Mum adds, and that piece of good news is enough to get Arthur and Ruby moving. I want to see them off from the front door, even if it's going to take a lot of effort to get myself there, so I allow Dad to help me up, and then we follow everyone out into the hallway. As I watch my children put on their coats and shoes, I feel a pang of pain that they are leaving me. It's not right that Luna gets to spend so much time with them, and I'm stuck here, missing them every minute. But it's not forever. At least I hope not. See you soon, Luna says, as she waves us off with a smile before pushing Jude's pram out of the door. I hope you get some sleep, Sadie. Thank you, I reply, playing my part until that woman is out of sight and earshot before I turn back into the house and let out a deep breath. That was hard, but I did it. Luna still has no idea that I'm onto her, and that's the way I like it. Can you help me upstairs, please, Dad? I ask my father, who is only too happy to oblige, and once he has assisted me onto my bed, I ask him if I can use his laptop. I thought you were resting, he says skeptically. I will do, I just need to check something, I say, and he reluctantly hands over his laptop, clearly worried that I'm going to spend hours surfing the web instead of sleeping like I should be. But I will rest, just not yet. First, I want to log into my social media accounts and check my messages. I haven't been online in such a long time, and I'm curious to see who might have got in touch. My best friends have been sure to stay in regular contact with my parents since my coma, and I will see them all soon. But what about my other groups of friends? People who might have heard I have been through a hard time, and might have reached out to express their concern or extend their sympathies. Checking my social accounts, I see that I do have several messages to read through. Sure enough, news has travelled that I have been out of action for so long. I can see that all sorts of people from my past, from school friends to parents of my children's friends, have left messages at varying times over the past year, letting me know that they hope I am okay. It's very sweet and I appreciate them all. It's also what I need to remind myself that, beyond my two children and my parents, there are plenty of people who care about me and only want me to do well. It takes me a while to sift through the messages, but I reply to as many of them as I can before I feel a massive headache coming on. A sure sign that someone recovering from a brain injury should not spend too much time on a computer. But before I close the laptop, and then my eyes, I notice a more recent message that is still unread. I don't recognize the name of the sender, someone called Jack, but I open it to give it a read. Hi Sadie, you don't know me, but I know all about you, and I really think we should talk. I believe you are out of your coma now, which is great news, and I hope your recovery is going well. When you are feeling better, please reply to arrange a meeting. It's very important. It's about Luna. Chapter 35. Luna. Our drive home is a peaceful one, or at least as peaceful as it can be with 3 children in the car with us.
Arthur and Ruby are on the back seat, squabbling about something like many siblings do, while in between them, Jude is strapped into his car seat and snoozing away. I'm up front with Reed, my man at the wheel and looking a little tired, so I reach across and take his hand when he uses it to shift the gear stick. "I love you," I say to him as he stops at a red light. "I love you too," he replies. "Was it weird?" I have to ask then. "Huh? Seeing Sadie holding our baby?" No, not really," he says, but it could be a lie. Then again, Reed doesn't tend to lie to me, so I trust him. I'm glad she seems okay with me. I'm glad it's not as awkward as it could have been. "It's only like this because you are making such an effort," Reed tells me, giving my hand a squeeze. "Thank you for that. It's really making all of our lives easier, and that's what we need now more than ever." "I know," I say with a smile before the light turns green and Reed sets up back into motion again. As we cruise on, Arthur and Ruby still arguing about something, but not being loud enough to disturb Jude, I lean back against my headrest and keep smiling. I went to see Sadie to ensure that her memory hadn't returned, and now I am more than satisfied that it hasn't. Unless she was pretending back there, but surely she isn't as good an actress as that. If she was, she wouldn't have been just another suburban mum when I met her. She'd have been on the big screen out in Hollywood, scooping Oscars, and there'd have been no way I'd ever have had the chance to steal her life. No, she's not a good actress. She's just exactly what she is, which is a sad, lonely woman with a brain injury. Perfect. To add further fuel to my confidence that Sadie still has no idea about my threat, I think about how she asked to hold my child. Surely, she wouldn't have wanted to do that if she hated my guts. That gesture was a big one, showing that she was willing to set aside whatever differences we might have had, because some things were bigger than that, like a baby, for example. It's why I made a similar gesture in not only accepting her request to hold my baby, but also handing him over myself. All is well between Sadie and me. Peace reigns. I get what I want. As always, I feel nothing could spoil my mood at the moment, not even the two bickering children on the back seat, or if Jude happened to wake up hungry and cry. But as a few raindrops start to fall on the windscreen and Reed turns on the wipers, I realize that with everything going on lately, I haven't had the time to consider the more fun aspects of life, like a holiday. But now, in the depths of winter and more rain on the way, I have an idea. "I was thinking," I say, leading into a new conversation with Reed. "Oh no, this sounds dangerous," he replies, and I laugh at his lame joke. "How about we take a holiday soon? Get away from this cold, wet weather and go somewhere sunny. Our first family holiday as a 5. What do you think?" Reed glances away from the road to look at me, and I can see that I have piqued his interest. "That does sound nice," he says over the sound of the windscreen wipers that are now having to work even faster as the rainfall grows harder. "Doesn't it? You, me, the kids, sitting by a pool, sipping cocktails, soaking up the sun," I say, really letting myself fantasize now. But then Reed laughs. "You've clearly never been on a holiday with kids before," he says with a chuckle. "I should warn you that there won't be much sitting by a pool with these 3. I might have just shown a little of my inexperience when it comes to parenting, but it's no big deal. Whatever it's like, be it complete chaos or chilled cocktails, I'm ready for it. So what do you say? Shall we take a look online tonight when the children are in bed and see what deals are on the holiday websites? Just one small problem. School, Reed reminds me, referring to Arthur and Ruby's education, because it's a while yet until little Jude has to worry about strict teachers and horrible homework. "Can't we take them out for a week or 2? I ask, and again, Reed laughs. "I'll have to tell you about school fines and how parents in England are treated like criminals if they so much as dare attempt to take their own offspring out for the day," he tells me. I have shown my inexperience again when it comes to kids, but it's okay because I'm happy to learn, although by the sounds of it, it won't be fun to learn about school fines and all things like that. "We could do it during the Christmas holidays," I suggest. "They get 2 weeks, right? How about we go then?" Reed looks at me like he has another secret to shock me with. But unlike the other times, I feel I have some idea of this one. Sure, I know it will be a lot more expensive taking the children abroad during school holidays than it would be during term time, I say, which is true. I recall seeing various things in the news over the years about how airlines and hotels steeply raise their prices to take advantage of desperate families looking for a break at the same time as everybody else. And it does sound terribly unfair. But overall, life has been more than fair to me this year, all things considered. So if the worst that happens is that I have to pay a little extra money to have a holiday, so be it. Then Reed comes up with another problem. Then there's the fact that we'd have to run it by Sadie, he tells me.
Sadie? Why? Because she's their mother, he reminds me. Not that he needs to say something so plainly obvious. I am aware of that, I reply, growing irritated. But what I mean is, why do we have to ask her? The children live with us. We have custody. Therefore, we should be able to take them away when we want to, without the need to get Sadie's consent. Unfortunately, it's not that simple, Reed tells me. When we go away, Sadie will be missing out on her agreed days with the kids, so we need to discuss that and make sure she is happy with rescheduling a few things. I know Reed is right, but I can't help letting out a deep sigh then. Even though I have everything I wanted, and even though I have stripped Sadie of so much, that woman will always be hanging over our lives. There's just no other way around it when she has 2 children with the man I love. It's also Christmas, Reed goes on, and Sadie will most likely want to see Arthur and Ruby on Christmas Day to give them their presents. From being excited about the prospect of some sun-filled pool days with my family, I'm now wishing I hadn't suggested anything. Not when Reed keeps putting a downer on it all. Forget it then, I say, frustrated and fed up. Hey, don't be like that, Reed says, and now he's the one trying to take hold of my hand. I'm just pointing out a few of the obstacles in our way. It's not that we can't make it work, we just have to manage all the various elements, that's all. Sure, I say with a sigh, not wishing to continue this conversation any longer because it feels too draining, and the last thing I need is anything else to sap away at my energy. Sadie does that well enough without her ex-husband doing it too. I stay silent then, staring out the window as the rain falls, and hating Sadie, even though she's never been so weak, vulnerable, and unthreatening to me. All I wanted was a holiday, but she might end up ruining that for us. But if not, and we do manage to make it abroad, maybe I should add something extra to the agenda other than simply sunbathing, swimming, and sipping cocktails. Maybe I should pay a visit to one of the local estate agencies near to wherever our hotel is, and maybe I should inquire as to any properties they might have. I know we only recently bought a house, and I wanted it because of its greater distance from Sadie. But I realize now that it is not far enough. Perhaps the next step for my family is to get even further away from that woman. Could I take them all abroad and never come back? I guess I could if I convince Reed that a life in the sun is better than the life we have here. Suddenly, I don't feel so down anymore, but that's always the case when I think of yet another way I can make my life better whilst simultaneously making Sadie's worse. I know I wanted that woman dead at one point, but perhaps her being alive is better. She motivates me to keep pushing to improve my own circumstances. Where would I be without her? If I'd never met her? If I'd never aspired to have her life? I guess we'll never know. Just like Sadie herself will never know what she forgot after she slipped and banged her head. Chapter 36. Sadie. I've completed another 2 weeks of rehab, and I'm growing stronger by the day. That's a good feeling, though not quite as good as knowing that I'm continually getting closer to taking my revenge on Luna. But while I still have to wait a little longer, I am hoping to do something today that might help me along with it. But it remains to be seen, though I'll find out soon enough. I'll find out in 5 minutes to be exact. That's when I am due to meet with the mysterious Jack, the man who messaged me saying that he wanted to talk about Luna. I replied to him to get more details, and he certainly provided those. He told me how he works as a prison officer and was close to Gemma before she passed. He also told me how he believed everything she said about Luna, and therefore he'll believe anything I say about her. I guess he knows some useful things, so we have agreed to meet here in this park at midday. The only thing he doesn't know is that my memory is not as bad as all the reports have made out.
but I will decide if and when to reveal that to him, depending on how our meeting goes and if I deem him to be totally trustworthy. But first things first, I need to lose my parents. Is it okay if I just have some time to myself here? I ask Mum and Dad, both of whom have accompanied me from our house to this park, which is only a 10-minute drive from home. I see them both look at each other, and it's disconcerting, as if they view me as a child who cannot be left alone in a public place for more than 2 seconds, rather than the adult I actually am. I just want to sit here and think about things, I say then, indicating to the nearby bench that I have slowly steered us towards ever since we entered the park. That's because this is the bench where I have arranged to meet Jack, and he will be here in 4 minutes from now. We could sit with you, Mum suggests, as I should have guessed she would. Come on, let's give the girl a break, Dad says then, coming to my aid. She doesn't want her mummy and daddy hanging around with her every minute of the day. I laugh then as Dad gives me a kiss, and while Mum still looks unsure, I smile to let her know that I really will be fine by myself for a while. There's a coffee shop just around the corner past the trees, I say to them. Why don't you go and get a drink there and come back here in half an hour? Sounds like a good idea, Dad says, and he links arms with Mum before she can object, leading her away until I am mercifully on my own for the first time in a long time. I slowly sink down onto the bench and feel the coldness of it seeping through. It's another frigid winter's day, but it is dry, so my meeting with Jack won't be falling foul of the weather. I check my watch and see that he is due here in 2 minutes before I glance at my parents, who are now a good distance away. I keep watching them until they disappear around the corner, Mum only looking back at me 3 times before she vanishes from view. Bless her. She worries about me so much, just like I worry about Arthur and Ruby so much. But as my watch ticks to noon, I start to worry about the more immediate issue. What is going to come of this meeting with Jack? I look around the park then to see if I can spot him, and sure enough, I see a solitary male making his way towards the bench. This must be him, and when he gets close enough, he confirms it. "Hi, Sadie," he says, before looking at the space beside me on the bench. "Take a seat," I tell him, and he does just that. "Thanks for agreeing to meet me," he says. "You're looking well, considering I could be dead or permanently in a coma," I add, finishing his sentence for him. "Exactly," Jack says, not shocked by the seriousness of what I just said, but seemingly expecting it. "Not everyone is as lucky as you, like Gemma, for example." In his messages, Jack told me that he had been close to Gemma, but he had never let on it went beyond anything more than a friendly relationship between a prisoner and a prison officer. But looking at him now, I can see it definitely did go beyond that. He clearly had feelings for that woman, and while I'm not sure if he crossed the line and got closer than that to her, I'm not here to get him in trouble with his employer. I'm here to see if he might be of some help to me when I catch Luna. So, will he? I'm not sure how much you remember about Luna and whatever was happening between you two before your injury, Jack says. But Gemma told me everything. She told me all about your history, and she told me about the message she sent to you on the night of your accident. She also told me that she didn't believe Luna's story about you breaking in there and attacking her as if you were some crazy, jealous ex. She told me that you had most likely gone there to try and get your ex-husband and your children away from that woman, but she must have fought back before you got hurt. Jack certainly does know a lot, and I can see from his demeanor that he is being honest. Maybe it's because he is a prison officer and has to be good at reading people too, considering he works in a dangerous environment where things can turn nasty at any moment. But he seems to understand what I have been through. The only thing he doesn't understand is that I am not as vulnerable as he thinks I am. "I remember it all," I tell him, deciding that I can trust him because he is clearly trusting me. Jack raises his eyebrows while I nod. "I'm just pretending to have memory loss because this way Luna thinks I'm no threat to her," I go on. "That's a good idea," Jack agrees. "She doesn't suspect anything?" "I don't think so." "Wow." "What do you want to say to me?" I ask him then, eager to keep this conversation moving along at a fast pace before my parents re-emerge and wonder who it is I'm talking to. "I want to say to you that I'm going to catch her," Jack tells me adamantly. I'm going to prove that Luna has done all the terrible things that Gemma told me she did. And most of all, I'm going to prove that Luna killed Gemma in the hospital. Gemma's legacy should not be that of a desperate and dangerous prisoner who got killed whilst trying to stage an escape. I nod at Jack, understanding his motivations and being fully on board with each and every one of them. But I do have a question. Why have you kept quiet all this time? I ask him. If you believe Gemma and you suspect Luna of killing her, why not go to the police? Have them investigate her. I imagine it's for the same reasons you haven't done that either, Jack replies.
Because I'm afraid that if it didn't work and Luna was still free, she would come after me and kill me, and if she did, she'd never get caught then. Jack and I really are on the exact same page with this, and I nod my head to confirm it. She's the smartest, most calculated person I have ever met, I say. She is capable of anything. She cannot be underestimated. She's too dangerous for that. One wrong move, that is all it takes, and she will kill us like you fear. Make no mistake, if you want to be a part of this, if you want to help me get her, you are playing a very deadly game that might not end the way you want it to. I am prepared to lose my life to catch Luna. Are you? Jack considers the enormity of everything I have just said before giving me his answer. How do we get this bitch? He asks me, and I can't help but smile. I have an idea, I say, the smile quickly fading because this is too serious for me to spend more than a second allowing myself to enjoy what lies ahead. You do? Jack asks optimistically, and I nod my head. I'm going to get her the way that she got me, I say confidently, even if I am a mess of nerves, doubt and anxiety on the inside. I never saw her coming until it was too late. Now it's time to turn the tables and do the same to her. What does that involve? Jack asks, clearly eager to help, and that is a good question. He wants to know how I will catch Luna. I bet she'd love to know too, if only she had any idea I was even coming for her. Chapter 37. Luna. For a woman who used to be a delivery driver and hated every second of it, you might think that the last person I would want to see would be another delivery driver to remind me. But I don't mind it, as it's much nicer to be on this side of things, receiving parcels, than it is to be handing them out. That's why I smile at the friendly woman who has just delivered one to my door. I close it and carry the parcel into the kitchen while she goes back to her van. I know what her routine will be now. She'll be checking her route, planning the fastest way to go so she can finish as early as possible. But she'll only finish when all the parcels are gone from the back of her van, and it will likely be hours before that happens. Yes, it's safe to say that I don't envy that woman. I did my time as a delivery driver, but I prefer this life much better. The life of a mum, partner, and domestic goddess. At least, that's how I like to think of myself. So far, Reed hasn't said anything to correct me, so I must be doing something right around the home. What have you ordered now? Reed asks me when he sees me enter the kitchen with a small cardboard box. None of your business, I say with a smirk. But Christmas is coming up, so get used to plenty more deliveries between then and now. Reed rolls his eyes before going back to his breakfast, which is a bacon sandwich I cooked for him as a treat, because that's just the kind of perfect partner that I am. There are also a few pieces of bacon sitting on the side for Arthur and Ruby too, but as usual, they are taking a long time to come downstairs. The pair of them always seem to take longer than needed to get their school uniforms on and make an appearance at the breakfast table. I tend to find this part of the day the most stressful. It's the part of the day when I'm dealing with the consequences of another night of unsettled sleep with Jude, so all I want at this hour is coffee and quiet. But while I might be able to make myself a hot mug of caffeine, there is no quiet, not with Arthur and Ruby running around upstairs, and it certainly won't be quiet when they eventually make it down to join us. But before that happens, Reed usually has to make several trips to the bottom of the stairs to call up to his children and give them a warning about how much trouble they will be in if they don't hurry up and get ready faster. That shouting only makes my morning migraines worsen, and I find myself counting down the minutes until everyone but Jude leaves this house to go to work or school. But until then, it's a testing time. Reed seems to be delaying the inevitable, savouring his bacon sandwich rather than shouting up the staircase. With Jude happy in the pram by the window, where he likes to lie and look out at the treetops swaying in the wind in the back garden. I take the opportunity to sit at the table and sip my coffee. I also take the opportunity to give Reed the pep talk that I know he needs before his very important lunch date. "Are you all set to see Sadie?" I ask him. "Yeah," he mumbles unconvincingly between bits of bacon. And, as I suspected, he does need a little reminder of who is the boss between them. "Like I said yesterday, you need to go and see her and be firm but fair. Tell her that we would like to take the children away on holiday this Christmas. And remember, you're not asking, you are simply being polite and keeping her in the loop. You don't need her permission because you have custody of the kids." "She still has rights as their parent," Reed says. "Yes, but she lost a lot of them with all the crazy things she did, like driving drunk with them in the car or attacking me while they slept upstairs. She knows it as well as we do. She can't argue over this because we have been playing nice with her so far. But we can play nasty if she'd prefer. And somehow, I don't think she'd like that." Reed listens to everything I am telling him, and I feel a bit like a coach giving one last pep talk to their players before the big game. Reed is going to his ex-wife to tell her that we are not going to be here this Christmas, and she will have to make do with seeing the children when we are back from our holiday. We haven't actually booked it yet, despite my desire to do it already, and that's because Reed wants to tell Sadie first. I said, "Okay, do it, but on one condition. He does a good job of it." "She's really not going to like this," Reed says, as he finishes his sandwich and wipes a little bit of ketchup from the corner of his mouth. "She'll miss the children terribly, and any extra stress might affect her recovery." "I'm sure you didn't like it when you found out she had recklessly endangered your children's lives by getting behind the wheel of a car whilst drunk," I say. "And I sure didn't like it when she slashed at me with a knife. But we got over it, so I'm sure she can get over this, considering this is the least harmful thing to happen out of the three." Reed lets out a sigh and pushes his empty plate away from him, and I do sympathize with him. He is the man in the middle between two very strong-willed women, and it can't be easy to be him. But if he only knew how hard it was to be me, I'm sure he'd take his problems over mine in a heartbeat. "Okay, I'll do it," Reed says. "That's my man," I reply before leaning across the table and giving him a kiss. "I better chase up the kids," he says, wearily getting out of his seat to go and perform the same routine that marks all of our weekday mornings. As I hear him shouting in the hallway, urging Arthur and Ruby to hurry up or they're all going to be late, I sit back in my chair and comfort myself with my coffee. The caffeine is kicking in, and while my headache will be kicking in soon if Arthur and Ruby don't hurry up and get to school, I know it's not long now until it's just me and Jude here. I love our alone time. No stress, no drama, just us two and the whole day ahead of us. As for Reed, I fear he's got plenty of stress to come before the day is out.
Chapter 38.
Reed. This is the last thing I need after the morning I've had. Sure, my day started well enough when I walked into the kitchen to find my partner presenting me with a bacon sandwich. That was delicious, and I gave my compliments to the chef. But things went quickly downhill from there. No sooner had I finished it than I had to endure the torture that is trying to get my two eldest children to follow simple instructions like getting dressed, eating their breakfast, and then getting in the car so I can take them to school. That took as long as it typically takes, and it always takes forever. Once they were in the car, I was met with nothing but traffic jams and red lights, making them late for school and me late for work. Arriving at my desk 20 minutes later than the time I should is hardly the ideal way to endear myself to my new boss or any of my more punctual colleagues, but what could I do? I just sat down and started to work. Unfortunately, it meant I was inundated with emails, phone calls, password-protected spreadsheets, and plentiful paperwork, all of which left my head spinning. But I couldn't even afford the luxury of looking ahead to lunchtime because I knew that was only to be even more arduous. Unlike everyone else in my office, who was spending their free 60 minutes at lunch eating, going for a walk,
or scrolling social media on their phones, I had to go and do something no man likes to do: visit my ex-wife and give her some bad news. Now I'm here, sitting outside Sadie's house, or Sadie's parents' house, should I say, although I guess they're the same thing these days, and this is as much her address as it is theirs. I need to get out of my car and approach the front door, because there are only 44 minutes of my lunch hour left, and I have a very difficult conversation to initiate before I can get behind the wheel and drive back to my office. I dare not be late to my desk twice in one day, so I better get a move on.
With a world-weary sigh that every divorced dad would recognize, I open my car door and decide to just get this over with. As I walk to the front door, I can hear Luna's words still ringing in my ears. While I was busy biting into bacon, Luna was busy motivating and managing me. But to be fair to my partner, I needed it. I'm nervous about this because I know Sadie is going to take it badly. I know I would if our roles were reversed. I would hate the thought that I wasn't going to get to see my children over the Christmas period, not even for an hour on the day itself, or at least a bit of Boxing Day. That's why I know that Sadie will hate it too. It's also why I wasn't exactly keen on the idea of taking the children on holiday during the Christmas break. Sure, I'd love some sun, but what I won't love is seeing the look of sadness, disappointment, or anger on Sadie's face when I tell her what is happening. But that's what I'm about to do right now. I knock on the door and then pray that nobody will be home, that I won't have to do this, and I can return to Luna tonight and tell her that I tried, but luck was against me. But I already know that's not going to happen because I had to message Sadie to arrange this lunchtime chat, and she said to meet her here at this precise time. So she will be in this house. I assume her parents will be too, and sure enough, it's her father who opens the door to me. "Come in," he says before stepping aside and allowing me to enter. As warm a welcome as I tend to get from this man these days. "Thanks," I say simply. "She's in the garden," he tells me. "Really? It's freezing," I say. "Yes, I have told her that, but she likes sitting out there, and if it's helping her recovery, so be it." I nod my head before making my way through this lovely home in the direction of the garden. I wish this house had looked this nice when I had been spending so much time here, back when Sadie and I were still a couple, and I was forced to endure countless Sunday dinners with the in-laws during our marriage. Typical that as soon as we separate, it is the kind of place I'd actually like to spend a Sunday afternoon. But never mind. "Hi, Reed," Sadie's mum says to me with a small smile, and at least that is a little warmer than what her husband offered me when I passed him a moment ago. "Hey," I say, as I reach the back door and step outside. Sadie is sitting on a chair in the middle of the garden, seemingly staring at the trees, or the birds, or maybe just nothing at all. It's hard to tell until I reach her and take a seat beside her. Then she is looking at me. "How are you feeling?" I ask, because that's the nicest way to start this conversation, but also, I do genuinely care. "Better every day," Sadie replies. "That's great, you're looking much better," I reply, and I really do mean it. I'm actually getting glimpses of the old Sadie now, the one I fell in love with many years ago. "Thanks, but you don't have to lie," Sadie scoffs. "I'm not," I insist, but Sadie just smirks, not buying it. She doesn't believe that she can possibly look good while still in the midst of her recovery. But she is certainly looking better every time I see her, and it is clear that her rehab is progressing well. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" she asks. I'm guessing it's about either Arthur or Ruby. "Yeah, it's about both of them actually," I say, psyching myself up to do this. "Is everything okay with them at school?" "Yeah, school is fine." "So what is it then?" "It's about the school holidays," I say, "the Christmas break." "What about it?" "Well, the thing is, Luna and I haven't actually had a holiday with the kids yet. And of course we haven't been away with Jude either. So we were thinking of doing something over Christmas, when the schools are shut and we won't get fined for taking the children out." "What dates are you thinking of going?" Sadie asks. "It'll be from the 22nd of December, I say, assuming my ex will figure out the rest." "How long are you going for?" "A week." "So they won't be here for Christmas?" I grit my teeth and shake my head, and when I do,
Sadie goes back to staring at whatever she was staring at when I got here. I know it's not perfect, and you obviously want to see Arthur and Ruby at Christmas, but it's the only time we can fit a holiday in, and I think it would be really great for them to get away and have a change of scene. They've had a tough year, and some sunshine and pool time is what they need. I don't disagree with that, Sadie says, which sounds surprisingly promising. You don't? No, I think it's a good idea, she continues. I think you should do it. Wait, what? That's it? That easy? Really? I say, not believing my luck. Yeah, I'm obviously going to miss seeing Arthur and Ruby at Christmas, but part of my recovery is accepting that I made mistakes in the past, and those mistakes come with consequences. I've gone from fearing an argument to feeling terrible. I feel sorry for Sadie and her acceptance that she has to miss out on so many fun things with our children because of what has happened before. Sure, her accepting it makes my life a lot easier, but there's something very sad about it too. Some of her virtues that I found endearing when we met were her patience and kindness, and that is on full display now, making me regret everything bad that has happened since I first discovered those traits. This is the woman I once wanted to make happier than any other woman in the world. But now as I sit here beside her in this chilly garden, I realize I not only failed at that, but whoever the next guy is to try and make her happy is probably going to fail too.
How can Sadie ever be truly happy if she can't see her children whenever she wants to? Seriously, go ahead. Book the holiday. You guys go and have fun, Sadie says, seemingly sincerely. I imagine Luna has got some exciting ideas about where you could all go, am I right? I nod my head and Sadie nods too. You all deserve a break, so have one. I'll be here waiting for you all when you get back. That sounds even sadder than she intended, but before I can offer anything to try and lighten the mood, Sadie speaks again. We were happy once, right? She asks me. Yes, of course we were. I quickly confirm. That's good. I just needed to hear that. It helps me tell myself that I'm not a bad person, and that there is hope for me in the future. You are absolutely not a bad person, I assure my ex. It's just that a lot of things happened, things that weren't all in your control, and it sent you into a spiral. But I am as much to blame for that. Those messages I sent to Gemma, I broke your heart. I started our downfall. If I hadn't done that, if we'd stayed as strong as we once were, none of the other stuff would have happened. I'm not sure, Sadie says with a shrug. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. It could have just been fate, destiny. We could have been powerless to prevent it all. I don't know, I concede. All I do know is that we're only human and we make mistakes. But we can also forgive and make things better. I really hope this is the beginning of us trying to do just that. Me too, Sadie agrees. I expect the conversation is at an end there, so I'm preparing to say my goodbyes and leave, especially when I check my watch and see that my lunch hour ends in less than 20 minutes. But before I can get up off this cold chair and head back to my car, Sadie throws her arms around me. What's this for? I ask as she hugs me tightly. I just want you to know that you did make me happy once, and for that, I will always be grateful, she says. We have 2 wonderful children, and whatever happens in the future, we should be proud of them because, despite both our faults, they are perfect in every way. I feel I have no other choice but to hug Sadie back, so I do that, and it's only when we separate that I realize the part of my coat that covers my left shoulder is now wet. Sadie must have shed a few tears while she was embracing me, and sure enough, I see her quickly wipe her eyes. I'm sorry, she says sheepishly. I just wanted to say that. It's okay, I tell her. You are right in everything you said. We sit in silence for a moment, neither one of us knowing what to say, or perhaps just aware that we've already said everything there is to say for one day. Eventually, I break the silence. I better get back to work. I stand up and turn to leave, but before I do, I place a hand on Sadie's shoulder, feeling how it's not only cold, but fragile too. You'll be okay, I tell her. We might be apart now, but I'll always want the best for you. That goes for the children too. You'll never be alone, not while we're around. Sadie looks up at me and smiles, and for a brief moment, it's as if we are transported back to the days when we really only had eyes for one another. I feel a strong ache to return to those times now, more than ever. But those days are long gone,
and I have to leave, as after work, I will go home to a different woman. I will return to a woman who can be pushier than Sadie, more impulsive and more impatient, which will always make me wonder if I was far more suited to Sadie than Luna before my mistake set us all on different paths. As for my ex, I guess she is already home, so I leave her to it, walking away and passing through the house, saying goodbye to my ex-in-laws before reaching my car and getting inside. I let out a deep breath as I place my hands on the wheel before starting the engine and driving back to the office.
I'm aware that Luna will be eager to hear my report about how that conversation went, and I will message her when I get to my desk to tell her that it went well. Surprisingly well. Almost too well. While I've had some doubts about my current partner recently, I'm now having doubts about my ex. What did Sadie mean when she hugged me and said that I made her happy and that we should be proud of our children, whatever happens in the future? Why did that sound like she knows something might happen? People only say that kind of thing if they are worried. Is Sadie worried about something? If so, what is it? What does she know about the future that I don't? Chapter 39. Sadie. Every child dreams of Christmas coming early, and for Arthur and Ruby, that wish has come true. That's because they are currently sitting on the carpet in my mum and dad's house, surrounded by wrapped presents that they are getting to open now, still a couple of weeks away from when Santa traditionally delivers his gifts. Along with the twinkling Christmas tree in the corner that I decorated earlier, and the festive Disney movie playing quietly on the TV, it really does feel like 25th December already, even if that date will not be quite as special for me as it has been in previous years. "Can we open them?" Arthur asks excitedly as he eyes up all the wrapping paper and what might be beneath it. "Yes, go ahead," Mum says with a smile, while Dad gets his phone out to record the festivities. As Arthur and Ruby tear into the presents from their grandparents, I sit and watch them, smiling at their happiness, as well as accepting that Christmas really did have to come early. Once I'd agreed to Reed and Luna's request to take the children on holiday, I knew that the gift-giving would have to take place earlier this year. There was no way the children would want to wait until they got home to receive their presents, because that would have meant it was January, and much of the magic would have been lost by then. Both Arthur and Ruby still believe in Father Christmas, or at least they say they do. So it's good to keep the fantasy alive for as long as possible. That's why I told them that Santa had made an extra special delivery to this house after he had heard they were going to be on holiday on the big day itself. And as the wrapping paper flies through the air and 4 excitable little hands scramble to see what they have received, it looks like it is a job well done. My parents were dismayed to hear that the children wouldn't be around over the holidays. My mum, in particular, enjoys all the traditions of this time of year, from decorating the tree to making mince pies, and she always says it's better when little ones are around to help and add to the magic of the season. I was also dismayed when Reed told me he wanted to take them away for the holidays. But if that was the case, why did I agree to it so quickly? Why didn't I put up a fight and demand to see my children over Christmas, instead of just rolling over and accepting it without a protest? It's because I know that there is no way the holiday will actually go ahead. Sure, Reed and Luna might have booked it by now, but they'll never step foot on that plane. I fully intend to have exposed Luna by then, and once that has happened, she can forget all about going to somewhere sunny. There is only 1 out of 2 places she will be spending this Christmas: prison or the cemetery. As Arthur and Ruby show each other the gifts they have received so far, from football shirts to magician sets, I think about how agreeing to the holiday was another perfect part of my plan to totally fool Luna. If she's excitedly packing and planning for a vacation, she is even less likely to see my threat coming. And that, alongside my continued ploy of having amnesia, means I am fully confident that she has no idea that I'm about to destroy her life in the next few days. "Wow, aren't you two very lucky?" Mum says to her grandchildren, as Dad decides that he's captured enough video footage of the unwrapping and puts his phone away. But the fun isn't over yet, because while Arthur and Ruby have opened the gifts my parents bought for them, there are still those from me to be opened too. The gifts I have purchased and painstakingly wrapped with precision are sitting in a gift bag by my feet, and I have purposely been holding back from handing them over because I want to do it when it is just the three of us. I need my parents to leave because what I am about to give to Arthur and Ruby is very important, and it can't be seen by anybody else except us. That's the best way of keeping a secret. Tell as few people as possible. Would you mind giving us a moment? I asked my parents as I reached for the bag. I'd already pre-warned Mum and Dad that I wanted some time alone with my children, under the guise that I was upset they would be away this Christmas, so I would like some private time with them. Of course, my parents agreed, and they show no signs of changing their minds on that, because they get up and head for the door. Mum mumbling something about going to make us all hot chocolates and snacks, while Dad says he will get rid of the opened wrapping paper in the recycling bin outside. Once they are gone, I slide down off the sofa until I am sitting on the carpet in between my two happy children, my left foot brushing a branch of the tree as I get comfortable, before I take out the first of the presents in the bag. These are the ones that don't require any particular explanation, and are just what Arthur and Ruby had on their wish list to Santa this year. So I get them out of the way first. "New football boots!" Arthur cries as he inspects the black and orange boots that cost me a small fortune and will soon be completely covered in mud after his next match. "A Cinderella dress!" Ruby exclaims, holding up the purple and pink dress that she has spent the last few weeks showing me photos of. "Amazing," I say, soaking in the wonder of seeing their happy little faces. This is something that I will miss as more years go by and they start to understand that Christmas is less about elves and reindeer doing the deliveries and more about online shopping and standing in long queues at supermarket checkouts. After a couple of presents are unwrapped, I see that there is only one more gift lying untouched at the bottom of my bag, so I take it out carefully before showing it to them both. "This is a shared present between the two of you," I say, reading what is written on the label as if it came straight from Santa's grotto and not my bedroom upstairs. "This is a special gift that Mummy arranged with Father Christmas, and he wants me to explain it carefully to you. Do you understand?" Arthur and Ruby nod their heads before I check the door to make sure my parents aren't about to walk in and see what is inside. They aren't, so I hand the present over and my children both work to quickly tear off the wrapping paper so they can see what they have received. It takes them a few seconds to figure out what it is that they are looking at. It'll also take some explaining from me, but I'm ready to do it. I know exactly what to say to make them understand. It's vital that they do. After all, this is a huge piece of my plan to catch Luna. Chapter 40. Luna. Something's going on. Something's not right. I can't quite figure it out yet, but I can feel it in my bones. Then it hits me. I realize what is wrong. It's so obvious once I figure it out that I can't believe I didn't work it out sooner. I shake my head at my silliness. Then I make sure to tell Reed. "Have you noticed that the children are being well behaved this morning?" I say to my partner, and the pair of us look over at the kitchen table where Arthur and Ruby are sitting and eating their breakfast, already dressed in school uniform and keeping the noise to a minimum. "I thought it was strange that I didn't have a headache," Reed comments before the toaster pops and he picks up the 2 pieces of bread that have just emerged from inside it. "I wonder what's going on," I muse. "This must be the first time you haven't had to scream and shout at them to hurry up and come downstairs." "It is a little odd, I'll give you that," Reed replies as he starts to butter his toast. "What are they up to?" I wonder, but Reed seems to have the answer. "Maybe they're being on their best behavior because of the holiday coming up," he suggests, and he might be right. Or because Santa is watching closely at this time of year. Nothing makes mischievous children behave better than the mention of the naughty list. We have gone ahead and booked our week-long trip over the Christmas period, finding a hotel that has all the amenities a family like ours could want, and paying the deposit required to secure our booking. As soon as we had done that, we told Arthur and Ruby, and they were excited to go, especially once we had shown them all the photos online of the pool, beach, playground and entertainment center where we will soon be spending our days and nights through the last week of December. I checked the weather forecast in our destination this morning,
and it's a lovely temperature over there right now.
Nothing but clear blue skies for the foreseeable future, so the weather should be perfect when we arrive.
We have a little while to wait yet, just over a week before the children finish school for the year, and we can get in that taxi to the airport to head to sunnier climes. But the main thing is that we are definitely going, and I'm glad that Sadie didn't try to ruin our plans by putting up more of a fight about us taking Arthur and Ruby away from the area on Christmas Day. She actually agreed it was a good idea, Reed had said when he had got home that day after visiting Sadie, surprising me with the ease of how it had gone. Really? She didn't protest? No. I mean, I could tell she was disappointed that she wouldn't be seeing the children, but I think she understands that they deserve a holiday after this year, and she also understands that she isn't really in a position to argue too much. Wonderful, I had said before wrapping my arms around my man and giving him a kiss. I had almost added that maybe this was a sign that Sadie wasn't going to be the problem in our lives, that we had assumed she would be going forward, but I kept that part to myself. Still, on the inside, I was delighted that Sadie seemed to be rolling over easily and giving in to whatever demands I was now putting on the family. After all, it is my family now, not hers. Back in the moment, peace still reigns in this quiet kitchen, the only sound now being Arthur and Ruby's spoons hitting the side of their bowls as they finish their cereal. "Please, can I have some more?" Ruby asks me ever so politely. "Of course, darling," I say, picking up the cereal box and carrying it over to her before pouring in more of the crunchy wheat flakes she seems to be enjoying so much this morning. Why can't every breakfast time be like this? I think to myself as I smile at the two well-behaved little beings at the table,
loving how this differs so much to the wild animals they usually are at this time of the day. As for Jude, he is doing his usual thing of lying in his pram staring out at the sky, but he never gives me much trouble. Hopefully, Arthur and Ruby are following suit now, and this can be the start of much easier, more positive days ahead for this family. "This is amazing," Reed whispers to me when I return to him by the kitchen counter as he takes a big bite out of his toast. "Don't jinx it," I whisper back. Together, the two of us stand and watch Arthur and Ruby, who are now chatting amongst themselves, talking about something at school that they both seem to be looking forward to. I realize that having children is only hard if they are naughty, but when they are like this, it's a total breeze, and I'm almost sad when it has to end and Reed announces that it's time for everyone to get their coats and shoes on and head for the car. I wonder if this will be the moment when the peace is shattered, and Arthur and Ruby will remember that they do have the option of kicking up a fuss and being naughty instead of being nice. But it still doesn't happen, and the two of them simply carry their empty cereal bowls over to the sink before going into the hallway to get themselves ready to leave. Ruby even sings as she goes. I could really get used to this. I decide to pick up Jude and carry him to the door while we wave off the rest of our family, wanting to make this wholesome morning even better. And as I reach the door with my wriggling, giggling son in my arms, I see Reed flashing me a happy smile. He's clearly enjoyed the start to this day as much as I have, and this feels like we have finally turned the corner on a tumultuous past, and brighter days are ahead. They certainly will be when we get abroad and step off the plane into that sunshine. "Have a great day, guys," I say to Arthur and Ruby, and they both give me a wave before running to Reed's car and getting into the back seat. "And have a great day too, my handsome, hard-working man." I give Reed a kiss, as well as a cheeky squeeze of the bum through his suit trousers, and he laughs before he follows the kids to the car and gets in behind the wheel, telling me that he loves me as he goes. I give Jude a kiss on the head as we watch them drive away, and then I close the door and let out a slow, satisfied sigh. That was brilliant. I just hope the rest of the day goes as well as it has started. I decide to ride the wave of momentum that has come from such a positive morning by getting some house chores done, leaving Jude to enjoy his inclined baby bouncer while I dust, hoover, and put the washing machine to good use. I'm working quickly through my domestic to-do list when I'm interrupted by a knock at the door. I expect it will be a delivery driver dropping off some of the things I ordered online yesterday for our holiday. I've been stocking up on sun cream, so it's probably more of that on the way. But when I answer the door, I don't see anybody looking to hand me a parcel. I see Sadie. "Hello," she says, a sheepish smile on her face that seems disarming, but I'm still feeling on alert as to why she is here. "Oh, hi," I reply before mentioning something that I presume she doesn't know.
Reed and the children are not home at the moment. I know. I'm here to see you. Me? Why? Can I come in? Sadie still looks unassuming enough, wrapped in a thick winter coat and with a woolly hat pulled over her head. But despite her angelic appearance, I'm still not keen on having her here. Is everything okay? I ask, wanting to make sure before I do step aside so she can enter my home. The home that I purposely wanted to move to because it was further away from Sadie. Yet here she is, having turned up anyway. I guess Reed gave her the address at some point.
Which makes sense because she has a right to know where her children are living, but I didn't expect her to ever visit, and certainly not when those children were elsewhere. Everything's fine, Sadie replies. I've just got an idea for a Christmas present for Ruby that I want to discuss with you. With me? Yeah, I think it's better discussing this with another woman rather than with Reed. Oh, I see. There isn't really a good reason why I could turn Sadie away, not without it seeming strange on my part, so I smile and open the door wider. Please, come in. Thank you, Sadie says as she steps inside, and while I wish this wasn't happening, I guess it is a sign that there is no such thing as a truly perfect day. Things might have gone amazingly well so far, but I can't have it all. I guess the price to pay for the nice morning is having to negotiate a conversation with this woman. But what have I got to fear? Sadie has been no trouble for me ever since that night we fought back in the previous house. So as I close the door and ask her if she would like a cup of tea, I'm not expecting any trouble now. I should be right to think that, shouldn't I? Chapter 41. Sadie. This is a lovely house, I say as I admire the parts of it that I am getting to see as Luna shows me into her kitchen. Thank you, she replies, as amongst the fine furnishings and gleaming pots and pans in here, I spot the baby and the bouncer. Hello, Jude, I say, approaching the happy little boy who stares up at me with wide eyes. Are you being a good boy for your mummy? Yes, he is, Luna answers for him, before she fills the kettle and puts it on to boil. I take a seat at the kitchen table, glad to take the weight off my legs because, while I am now capable of walking around unassisted, it still takes a lot of effort and energy to do so. But still, being out of breath is better than having Mum, Dad, or a nurse escorting me everywhere. How are you feeling? Luna asks me as the kettle boils. I'm getting there, slowly but surely, I reply. Or at least my body is. My mind is still a bit fuzzy, but I'm learning to live with that. Have the doctors said anything more about your memory coming back? No, they won't admit it, but I think they've given up on me there. I'm not sure they expect me to remember everything before my accident, but maybe that's okay. Maybe it's better if I don't. I smile at Jude then rather than Luna, but I know that woman has her eyes on me, and I know she just asked about my memory because she has a very good reason not to want it to return. As the kettle gets louder, Luna asks another question. How did you get here? She wants to know. Ah, yes, of course, thanks to her, I lost my driving license, so she is probably wondering how I got myself here. I took a taxi, I say. Oh, I see. Was that not expensive? A little. It was quite far to get here, I comment, well aware that I'm sure a major selling point of this house for Luna was the distance from here to where I am based. But it's no problem. It gives me something to do. Luna nods, unsure what to say to that last part, because it does make me sound rather pathetic. Just the way I want it to. So what was it you wanted to talk about? Luna asks as the kettle reaches its crescendo. Something about a present for Ruby, was it? The kettle is really loud now, so I decide to let it finish doing its thing rather than raise my voice over it. While I wait, I stare at Luna, and she stares at me, and I savor these final few seconds before the only noise in this kitchen will be the sound of her panicking. The switch on the kettle finally flicks off, signaling that the water inside it has reached boiling temperature, and suddenly all is quiet. As Luna pours our drinks, I take advantage of her back being turned to stand up and walk over to Jude. I unclip him from his comfortable, inclined bouncer and lift him up into my arms. By the time Luna turns back around, I am holding her baby. He really is handsome, I say, smiling at the little face. You are so lucky to have him. I know, Luna replies,
holding 2 cups of tea while I hold something of far more importance. The thing is, I say, taking my time because I want to enjoy this, I wasn't exactly being truthful with you back there at the front door. You weren't? Luna asks, suddenly putting down the tea. No, I said I was here to talk about Ruby, but that was a lie. I guess it was a good one because you seemed to believe it. Why would you lie to me? Because you lie all the time, so I thought I'd give it a go myself. Luna is starting to realize that this is not a friendly visit after all. Please, can you pass Jude to me? He's due for a feed, she says, after sensing the shift in my demeanor. No, I think I'll hold on to him for a little while longer, at least until I tell you about the other lie I told. Now Luna really looks nervous, and this is even better than how I imagined it going when I was lying in bed last night and playing it through in my mind. What other lie? The lie I told back at the hospital after I woke up from my coma, I say before shushing Jude, who is starting to cry, but only because he senses his mother's angst. The lie about not being able to remember my accident. It starts to dawn on Luna what this is all about. That's right. I remember everything, I say smugly. How you dragged me into the garage, how you wanted to kill me when you realized I knew the truth about you, and how I ran but slipped before I could make it to the stairs. Luna stares at me, her mouth open, aghast at how I fooled her and everybody else. Surprise, surprise, bitch, I say, and I laugh at her. Then I resettle Jude in my arms, trying to get him to stop crying. As I do that, Luna suddenly gets as serious as I am. Give me back my baby, she says,
stepping towards me. Don't you dare get any closer to me, I say, and my threat is implied, even if it is unspoken. I have her baby, so she has to do what I say, or else. You won't hurt him, Luna says, calling my bluff. You're right, I won't. That's because I would never harm another human being, not willingly anyway. But you, on the other hand, have no problem harming people. Isn't that right, Loopy Luna? I see the flicker of emotion behind her eyes at using that nickname. Admit it, I say. You're crazy. You're a stalker. You're a murderer. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll make you a deal, I say. You tell me how you did it all, and I will leave here without calling the police. That sounds like a fair deal to me, but Luna has a counteroffer. I wouldn't let you call the police, she snaps back, and I won't let you leave either, not if you really do remember everything like you say you do. I make sure to stay calm, though on the inside, I am pleased to see that Luna seems to be showing her true self, finally. Oh, Sadie, what have you done? She asks me with a laugh. I'll give you credit. You genuinely had me fooled with the whole amnesia thing, but you've just gone and ruined it all by giving yourself away. You had the element of surprise on your side, but this is how you choose to use it. I'm sorry to tell you, but you have totally misplayed your hand if that's so. Luna is now the one looking smug, as she thinks that I have totally botched my big master plan. Is she right? You think that holding my baby makes you safe? She asks me then. Because it doesn't. I know you won't hurt Jude because you don't have it in you to do such a thing. You know as well as I do that I'm the only one out of the two of us who is capable of doing bad things. So stop being silly and put Jude down. Then we can deal with this woman to woman. How does that sound? If I put him down, there will be nothing stopping you reaching for one of those knives and killing me, I say, glancing over at the 6 sharp knives that sit in the rack very close to where Luna stands. There's nothing stopping me anyway, Luna says with a shrug. I can kill you any time I want. You're lucky you're still alive now, but this is when your luck runs out. You're wrong, I say. You've tried to kill me before and failed. Like the time you tried to lure me to the woods, pretending to be Reed with the kids, when really you were there alone, looking to entrap me. Then, of course, you tried to kill me on the night of my accident, but you failed again. Last but not least, you were standing there in my hospital room when I woke up from my coma, which makes me think that you were in there to try and kill me a 3rd time, but that was another failure too. Am I right? You're not wrong, Luna concedes, but don't let my past mistakes fool you into thinking you are invincible, because you're not. Nobody is. Well, nobody except me, of course.
I watch as Luna reaches for the knives and picks one up by the handle, the one with the biggest blade. "The only thing you did succeed at was silencing Gemma," I say to her. "That was you, wasn't it? You killed her." "She had to go," comes the cold response, as Luna eyes up the knife in her possession. "I just want to know why you did it," I say as Jude wriggles in my arms. "Why you targeted my family? Why us?" "You really don't see it, do you?" Luna replies. "How you had it all. You had everything a woman could possibly want. The husband, the children, the house, the cars, the lifestyle. You took it for granted, but not me. I saw what you had, and it was my dream to have it for myself. So that's what I did. I took it from you, and it worked. Now I have the life you had, and you have nothing, just like the old me. Only now do you realize what you had to lose, but it's far too late to get it back." Luna takes another step towards me,
the knife raised in her hand, and it looks like she is actually thinking about trying to stab me while I am holding her child. But nothing should surprise me with this woman, which is why I am prepared for every eventuality, even my own death. "Why couldn't you start your own family?" I ask, taking a step back. "Why couldn't you do what normal people do and find yourself a man? Have your own children? Buy your own house? Why did you have to take mine?" "Because it was easier," Luna says before laughing. "Really? It was easier to set fire to my parents' house and frame an innocent woman for it? It was easier to drug me and cause me to fail a breathalyzer test. It was easier to kill Gemma at the hospital and that police officer she was with." "Yes, it was," Luna replies as she steps forward again. "Just like it will be easy for me to kill you now, and then I will have completely got away with it all." The knife is raised higher. I see the blade glint in the pale sunlight that pours through the large kitchen window. Jude's crying gets louder. I keep backing up until I bump up against the wall. I have nowhere else to go. Luna has me cornered. She knows it as well as I do, so there is only one option left for me to take. "Here," I say, holding out Jude towards her. That move surprises Luna, who clearly presumed I was going to try and hold Jude like a human shield during the inevitable assault that was about to take place. But by holding out her baby towards her, it forces her to lower the knife. And if she wants to take back possession of her baby, she's going to have to put the knife down first. But will she do it? Will she choose her child over ending this once and for all? As Jude dangles between us, his little legs kicking at the air whilst I hold him with outstretched arms, I glance to my left. As I do, I see 2 shelves full of cookery books, an ornament, and a family photo showing the smiling faces of the 5 people who call this house home. "That's a nice picture," I say sadly. "I guess you really did win." I look back to Luna, and she senses what I am trying to signal to her. I have given up. I am conceding. I am admitting that she is the better woman. Luna puts the knife down on the table beside her before taking Jude from me, but I don't lunge for the knife, nor does she rush to pick it up again either. We just stare at one another. "What happens now?" I ask her. "You know the answer to that question," Luna says. "I put Jude down, and then I finish what I started. You know I can't allow you to keep living, not when you remember everything and can ruin it all for me." I nod my head. "I thought so," I say sadly. I hold my hands up, surrendering, accepting, waiting for Luna to put Jude down and pick up the knife to finally finish me off once and for all. But before she can do that, we are interrupted by a knock at the door. Chapter 42. Luna. This day has quickly turned into a nightmare, but it's far from over yet. Who is at the door? I have no idea, but I cannot answer it while I have Sadie to deal with. I choose to ignore the knocking, figuring whoever it is will go away, but the knocking only continues. Sadie smiles. "Could be the police," she says with a wry grin, which makes me fear she has somehow arranged for them to be here just after she said everything she needed to say to me. Is that what she's done? If so, it hardly makes me want to answer the door any quicker, but if it is the police, they aren't going to leave. So what should I do? I still have Jude in my arms, and I tell myself that makes me appear more innocent, which could come in handy if Sadie starts telling the police about the things I've done. They might take pity on me when they see my child, and it could buy me some much-needed time to try and talk my way out of this. I haven't done anything incriminating today,
Sadie willingly came to my home.
She also doesn't seem to have any evidence of anything, so this might not be the disaster it seems. Another knock at the door. It must be the police. Anybody else would have left by now. "Just answer the door and let's get this over with," Sadie says simply, and I don't really see how I have much choice. I can't hurt her now, not if the police are here, so better to try and play the innocent housewife who has just had another stressful visit from my husband's ex. "Come with me," I say to Sadie as I go for the door. I don't want to leave her unattended, where I can't see her and see what she might try next. I certainly don't want her reaching for the knife I put down. I wonder if Sadie will refuse, but she complies, following me as we leave the kitchen and I head for the door, which has been knocked on for a 5th time. I can see the silhouette of a male face through the frosted glass of the door and wonder how many more people are behind him. How many officers in uniform, with handcuffs and questions and ways of making this day get even worse. There's only one way to find out. I take one last look at Sadie before I pull the door open, making sure to use my other hand to hold Jude even tighter to my chest as I do. Then I see a man holding a cardboard box. "Hi, I have a package for you," he says. "What? Where are the police? It's just a delivery driver?" I glance at Sadie, but her blank expression doesn't tell me much about what she is thinking right now. Did she really think the police were here, or was she just trying to spook me? "It's quite heavy. Would you like me to bring it in for you?" the delivery man asks me, clearly able to see that I already have my hands full with my child. I say, unsure because with everything that's been going on, taking receipt of a package is the last thing I care about. But the man doesn't wait for a response, presumably because he has dozens of deliveries still to make, so he can't dither on this doorstep for too long. He steps in and places the package down, leaning it against the hallway wall while Sadie stands by watching. "Thanks," I say, ready for this man to be gone so I can get back to dealing with the far more important task of what to do with my husband's ex. But the delivery driver doesn't leave. He is still in my home, and then he speaks. "I can't leave without her," he says, and I realize he is referring to Sadie. "Excuse me?" "You heard me. I'm not leaving this house until Sadie is safe," he replies. He looks to her. "Are you ready to go?" "Yes," Sadie says, and I watch on in astonishment as she goes to leave my house with this guy she seemingly knows. What the hell is going on? "Wait," I say when I realize that they are going to leave without so much as an explanation, and, thankfully, they do stop. "What is happening?" I ask. "I'm leaving," Sadie says with a shrug. "What happens now?" "Whatever you decide." With that, she makes her exit alongside the mysterious man who was a delivery driver, but might not be now that he has revealed himself to be on Sadie's side. I stare at them as they walk away from me, having absolutely no idea what just happened. But neither of them is going to explain it to me. As they go out of sight, I have no choice but to close my door, and now it's just me and Jude again. Or at least, me, Jude, and the mystery package. I put my son back in his bouncer before retrieving the package from the hallway and carrying it into the kitchen. It's not heavy at all. It's actually as light as a feather. So that was just a lie that man told, so he had a reason to step into my house. I have a very bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, as if I'm part of something that is well beyond my control. This is very unfamiliar territory for me. I usually know everything that is happening. I'm usually the one making it happen, but not right now. All I can do is open this parcel. As I rip into the cardboard, I think about how I used to deliver things to Sadie all the time. That was how I found her family, and it was also how I was able to give her the tainted vitamins that caused her to fail a breathalyzer test and look like the world's worst mother. But what has she delivered to me? I reach into the box and find a photo. It's one I recognize. It's one of Sadie, Reed, Arthur, and Ruby. It's the same photo I defaced when I broke into Sadie's home and scratched her face from the image. But it has been restored. She must have had a digital copy of it and had it reprinted. Now it looks like it did before I left my mark on it. But why has she given it to me? What is the meaning of it? Is she trying to say that her family is back together, and I'm still the odd one out? If so, she's wrong because I still have Reed and her children, and she has nothing. Then I turn the photo over and see that something is written on the back. "You took my family.
Now I'm taking your freedom. P.S. Smile for the camera. Chapter 43. Sadie. By the time I reach Jack's car, my heart rate is slowly coming back down. It's been high ever since I saw Luna, and it was certainly high when she had that knife in her hand and was advancing towards me. "How did it go?" Jack asks me as we get into his car, the one he drove me here in and parked around the corner from Luna's place so she wouldn't see that we had arrived together. "I better check," I say as I take out my phone and find the app that will tell me how successful my interaction with Luna just was. When I do, I see what I expect to see. Luna's kitchen. Sure enough, she is in there, as is Jude. While that happy baby stares out of the window, Luna is staring at the handwritten message I just left her on the back of that family photo, the message in which I told her to smile for the camera. The camera in the corner of her kitchen that just recorded everything.
My plan to catch Luna really began when I gifted my children their early Christmas presents at my parents' house. After a couple more presents are unwrapped, I see that there is only one more gift lying untouched at the bottom of my bag, so I take it out carefully before showing it to Arthur and Ruby. "This is a shared present between the two of you," I say, reading what is written on the label as if it came straight from Santa's grotto and not my bedroom upstairs. "This is a special gift that Mummy arranged with Father Christmas, and he wants me to explain it carefully to you. Do you understand?" Arthur and Ruby nod their heads. I check the door to make sure my parents aren't about to walk in and see what is inside. They aren't, so I hand the present over and my children both work to quickly tear off the wrapping paper. "What is it?" Arthur asks after not being able to figure it out himself. "It's a camera," I say to both him and his sister, pointing to the photo on the front of the box that shows the little device inside and the tiny window from which it is able to film things. It records sound and images. "What's it for?" Ruby asks as I take the box from Arthur and start opening it up for them. "It's so I can see and hear you even when I'm not with you," I explain. "It's because I miss you." "We miss you too," Ruby tells me sweetly, and I smile. "Here's my idea. If you put this camera in your home, somewhere like your kitchen, I'll be able to see you every day," I tell them. "I'll see you in the mornings when you're having your breakfast, and I'll see you at night when you're having your dinner. I'll also see you when you have any snacks, as well as when you are sitting at the table doing your homework." "We can wave and talk to you," Arthur cries, suddenly on board with this gift, but I shake my head. "No, you can't do that," I say firmly. "Why not?" "Because this is our little secret. Your daddy and Luna won't know about it. If they do, they might not like it, and then we won't be able to do it. But if we don't tell them, it can be our fun little game, just between the three of us." Arthur and Ruby think about that before nodding their heads excitedly. "I will set it all up and make sure that it is working," I say. "I can test it on my phone. Once it is, I will need one of you to put it somewhere safe in your kitchen, somewhere Daddy or Luna won't see it. Do you think you can do that?" "Yes, I know a place," Arthur cries. "The shelves." "I want to do it," Ruby tries. "You can both do it together," I tell them. "Just make sure you do it when nobody else is in the kitchen, so they don't see it. This camera has to be hidden. Do you understand?" Arthur and Ruby nod. "We have to be good because Mummy is going to be watching us," Ruby says to her brother, which makes me laugh. "And listening too," I remind her. Then I focus on getting the camera ready so it can be used when Arthur and Ruby go home. I realize that I'm putting my trust in two young children who don't understand the importance of what I am really asking them to do. They just think this is a fun game with their mother. But I know it will work. Arthur and Ruby are good. Now that goodness is going to help me catch the bad. Now, I watch and listen to the footage that my children's perfectly positioned camera has recorded today. As I do, I smile at Jack because it has worked. I have everything I need here to show to the police. Everything that both says and demonstrates that Luna has been a menace to my family since she first found us. From talking about what she has done to picking up a knife and telling me that she can't let me go, the police are going to be very interested in everything that the camera has picked up. Of course, there is the issue that the camera was secretly put in the house, and Luna had no idea it was there. But I can explain that by saying that my children came up with the idea for a Christmas present so we could see each other more, and I just went along with it, not wanting to make the divorce more difficult on them than it already had been. Even if Luna tries to get this evidence discredited, it will do the job of at least getting the police to look at her seriously, and they will then have a reason to conduct DNA tests around the sites and on the bodies of the people Luna has hurt along the way. There will be something that connects her to those she has hurt, whether it is Gemma at the hospital or that man whose flat she was seen leaving just before he died. I think the news said his name was Dara. I'm sure the police will be interested to see why Luna was with him around that time and why she never came forward to try and help any investigation after his death. There is no doubt that what the camera has recorded today is damning. Luna looks like the woman I know her to be: dangerous, deadly, deranged, like she'll do anything to keep her true self hidden. I have no doubt she would have done too if Jack hadn't been watching the camera footage and knew when to knock on the front door to interrupt us. He couldn't do it too early, in case Luna hadn't said or done anything incriminating, but he couldn't leave it too late either, in case Luna was successful in killing me. But he timed it just right, and I think it has worked. "I'll call the police," Jack says to me, and as I allow him to do that, I get out of the car and tell him I want to go and get a closer look. I walk back the way we just came, towards the house we left, and I stop when I'm a safe distance away, but the property is in view. I'll stay here and keep watch. This spot offers me a good view. I'm ready for the show to start. Chapter 44. Luna. I'm looking all around me, but I cannot see a camera. But there must be one in here somewhere. Why else would Sadie have told me to smile for it? My paranoia is in overdrive as I think about how everything we just said and did could have been captured on camera. If it has, I will have a very hard time explaining any of it to the police. Even if I protest and say that it was illegal for Sadie to plant a camera in my home, the police are hardly likely to disregard everything they see and hear. That's because it'll be impossible for me to portray myself as some poor victim of harassment from Sadie, not when I admitted to so much in our conversation, and certainly not when I willingly picked up a knife and walked towards her while she backed away from me. That bitch knew exactly what she was doing when she came here, and she led me right to where she wanted me to go. She also knew that man who knocked on my door, showing how this was all perfectly coordinated and I was merely the pawn in that pair's game. Where are they now, though? And what are they going to do with the footage they got? I don't know because I'm still searching for the damn camera. As Jude giggles and jiggles in his bouncer, my blissful boy, living without a care in the world and making me extremely envious, I have awful anxiety as I frantically search the room. I'm pushing pots and pans onto the floor, opening and closing cupboard doors, pulling drawers open, feeling along the top of every surface. If there is a camera here, I have to find it. It won't change anything, but I have to know what Sadie has done to me. She could just be playing mind games with me. There might be no camera at all. That optimistic thought is fueled by the question I have of how she would have got a camera in here in the first place. She had never been inside this house until today, and while she was here, I certainly didn't see her planting a camera. So she can't have got one in here, right? But then I think about how I was able to trap her without stepping foot in her home. How I got those vitamin pills into her home by completely fooling her.
Is that what has happened here? Did she get a camera into this kitchen in a clever, calculated way that has completely fooled me? I look around at my messy kitchen, the one I have just totally ruined by pulling everything apart in my desperate bid to find a camera. But then my eyes land on a part of the room that I haven't touched yet. I see the shelves in the corner and all the things that sit on them. It would be the perfect place to hide a camera. My heart is pounding and the blood feels like it is flowing even faster around my body as I start pulling cookery books off the shelf until something other than a book full of recipes falls to the floor. I look down at the small black object before bending to pick it up. It looks like a very small, very expensive camera. As I stare into the lens, I wonder if Sadie is staring right back at me, wherever she might be watching this recording from. If she is watching, I'm sure she will have taken great pleasure in seeing me frantically scouring and searching this kitchen to find what I have finally found now. She might be watching. She might also be listening. If she is, there is only one thing I want to say to her. You bitch.
It feels useless and far too little too late, but I had to say it anyway, and with that off my chest, I throw the camera to the floor and stomp on it until it's no longer in one tiny piece but several of them. I'm furious, but not just at Sadie. I'm angry at myself too. She got me, and I didn't see it coming. But what is coming next? I wonder if she is on her way to the police, or are they already on their way here? As I ponder my grim fate, my gaze falls on the only thing left on the kitchen shelves that was spared my desperate searching. It's the framed photo of my family of 5. I look at each of the faces in the image, from Reed to Arthur to Ruby to Jude, and then finally to me. It felt like I got everything I ever wanted. Now it feels like I have just lost it all.
I consider my options. Should I phone Reed and try and explain this to him? No, it's too late for explanations. Whatever I say will be no match for when he sees the footage, and I have no doubts that Sadie will ensure that he sees it. As for Arthur and Ruby, they'll always be on their mum and dad's side, so there would be nothing I could say to make them not hate me. That just leaves Jude, and I turn to face my baby boy. He looks so happy where he is. Why wouldn't he be? He's done nothing wrong, but his mother has. Now I know what I need to do, and it has to be done before the police find me. I have to take my baby, and I have to run. Having made up my mind to abandon half of my family, to hopefully preserve the final piece of it, I leave Jude alone for the moment and rush upstairs, grabbing a suitcase from under the bed and throwing in as many of our things as I can fit. Once I've done that, I haul the suitcase downstairs before stuffing my coat pockets with a few snacks and a bottle for the baby, because I have no idea when I will get a chance to eat again. I don't even know where I'm running to, only that I am running because if I don't, I'll be separated from my son, and it will be years until I get him back. I scoop him up and put him in the pram, before heading for the door, not even taking a moment to look around my home one last time, because there simply is no time. I pull the front door open, and am relieved to not hear sirens or see police cars. It's all quiet out here. Too quiet? I can't worry about that. I just have to keep moving. I plan to take Jude and this suitcase a couple of streets from here before calling for a taxi to take me to the train station. If I call for one to come to the house, I risk the police arriving before the taxi does. So I'll go around the corner, where they might not see me if they do come here. Pushing the pram in front of me with one hand, while the other drags my suitcase behind me, I hear the wheels from the suitcase rumble along this sleepy street where I thought I'd spend the next several years of my life. This was supposed to be the place where I got to live out my fantasy of being a family woman, raising the 3 children I shared with Reed. But now that fantasy is over. My life will never be the same again. Sadie saw to that. And then I see her again. "Going somewhere?" she asks me with a smirk after I have rounded the corner and almost run right into her. "Get out of my way," I say, determined to push past her with the pram if I have to. "Why would I do that and miss out on seeing the police arrest you?" she asks me. "They're on their way." "You better believe it," Sadie says. "They've been told that you threatened me with a knife, and when they see the footage to back it up, what will you say then?" "Planting a camera in someone else's home is illegal," I try, but Sadie just laughs. "Okay, so we'll both face the full force of the law and see who comes out worse," she replies with a shrug. I have a feeling it won't be me. I can see that Sadie doesn't care what laws she might have broken, only that she has been able to finally catch me out. But while she might be willing to risk prison time, I am not. Especially not when I hear a siren in the distance that sounds like it's getting closer. "Here they come," Sadie tells me. "I hope you're ready to face the consequences. I hope you're ready to get everything you deserve after taking my family from me." As more sirens are audible, I realize this is really happening. I am going to stand here and be arrested in front of both Sadie and my son. "So much for the family woman," Sadie says with a shake of her head. "I'll be sure to tell Reed and my children that you were willing to abandon them to save your own skin." The sirens are louder. The cars are almost here. They're going to come round this corner at any moment. As the seconds tick by, the sicker I feel. "I can't go to prison," I say honestly. "I won't survive there. I can't do it." "You should have thought about that before you committed all your crimes," Sadie says in response, showing no sympathy. "I'm serious," I go on, starting to panic. "I can't be arrested. I can't live in a prison cell. I can't do it." I look down at Jude then,
and realize this is the last time I'll ever be able to do something for him. Then I look back to Sadie. "Please, will you make sure he is looked after?" I beg of her. "Reed has to raise him without me around. I know you hate me, but my son has done nothing wrong, so please, promise me that you will make sure he is looked after." "You can make sure of it yourself," Sadie says, looking slightly surprised at my sudden plea. "You can have contact from prison. There can be visits. Reed will send you updates. You are evil, but you are a mother, so you will get what you deserve as far as your rights as a parent. I will see to that, because I know what it's like to be separated from your children, and I wouldn't wish that feeling on my worst enemy." "No, you don't understand," I say, shaking my head this time. "I'm not going to prison." Without giving it another thought, because it would only cause me to lose more time that I do not have, I take off running, leaving behind Sadie, the safety of the pavement, and most of all, my son in his pram. I was tempted to give him one last kiss goodbye, but it felt too hard, too emotional. I'm ashamed to say it would also have been too time-consuming, all because I want to try and run away. I want to make one last break for freedom. Just me, no one else. All alone again, like I was before I got my family. Maybe it was always meant to be this way. Maybe I was never destined to have a partner or children or happiness. Maybe I should have stayed single and left family fun to other people. I don't know.
I just keep running while Sadie calls for me to come back, and Jude starts crying, and the sirens get louder. I keep running across the street, and I'm almost at the other side when a police car comes speeding around the corner, and both the driver and I know it is already too late. He can't stop in time. I can't avoid getting hit. As the vehicle collides with me, I see what Sadie saw for so long while she was in her coma. I see nothing but black. 1 month later. Chapter 45. Reed. Many parents wonder which parts of them their children will inherit. But while most talk about personality traits, eye color, or height, there is something far more serious and sinister that I have to think about when it comes to my son. Does he take more after me or his mother? I hope he's going to be like his dad. I hope he's not going to be evil like his mum. Staring at Jude and trying to figure out if he will one day grow up and demonstrate any of the crazy behaviors that Luna did is ultimately a frightening and futile pursuit. It's too early to tell if my son might end up being as insane as the woman who brought him into this world. I sure hope not. And I like to think that he will become a product of the safe, stable environment I am trying to foster for him, rather than end up susceptible to whatever strands of DNA run through his body from his mum's side. Time will tell, and until it does, I guess I'll have to worry about it every day. I'll try to enjoy my life in the meantime, though, and that's what I intend to do now as I pick Jude up and carry him from the carpet to the sofa, where I sit him down on my knee to give him his latest bottle of milk. I've always prided myself on being a hands-on father, but I've really had to step up my game over this past month. That's how long it has been since I became a single parent in the most shocking of ways. How does a person process all that has happened to me? From getting a call from Sadie to tell me that Luna had been struck by a police car, to getting to the hospital and finding out that my girlfriend had died. From that initial wave of shock and grief came the tsunami of news that the police car involved in the accident had been on its way to arrest Luna at the time. The reason for that arrest? Sadie explained that one to me. "Please let me talk to him," I heard my ex-wife say to the detective whilst we stood in that hospital corridor, me with my hands on my head and pacing in disbelief after learning of Luna's demise. Sadie had led me into a private room where the pair of us had sat down, and while I was still shell-shocked, she had begun to speak. "What I'm going to tell you about Luna will seem unbelievable, but just know that it is all true," Sadie had said, and I could tell she was trying to break this to me as gently as possible. "You probably won't believe me, but I have the evidence for you to see if not. But I hope you trust me because I care about you and don't want this to be any harder than it is already going to be. That's why I wanted to be the one to tell you first." All I could do at that time was sit in stunned silence and think about how Jude had lost his mother. So Sadie spoke again softly. "Luna targeted us," she said. "You know she was our delivery driver, but it went well beyond that. She became obsessed with us and concocted a plan to infiltrate our family
and remove me from it so she could take my place. It took a long time for me to figure it out, but Gemma helped me before she died. I'm afraid to say that it was Luna who killed Gemma. I'd almost been sick at that suggestion. Nonsense, I'd said through tears. But Sadie had reached out and taken hold of one of my hands, giving it a squeeze, and that simple act made it seem real, rather than just some wild theory from my ex. She was in the hospital at the time, Sadie had said. She saw Gemma, and she took the chance to silence her.
She was also trying to silence me before I woke up, but she failed. The only reason she didn't try to kill me again was because I pretended to have amnesia. "No," I'd cried then, but Sadie didn't let go of my hand. "Luna had us all fooled. She was clever and manipulative, and that's why this is not your fault. You have nothing to feel sorry for. But I do. I thought you had ruined our family and forced me to lose custody of the children. But I was so wrong. You were totally innocent in all of this, as was I, and as was Gemma. Luna was guilty of everything, and she had to be stopped. So, I stopped her." "By killing her?" I'd gasped through tears. "I didn't kill her," Sadie explained. "She was running away when she got hit by that car. She was running because she was trying to avoid prison." "She wouldn't run," I'd argued. "She wouldn't leave Jude." "That's exactly what she was doing," Sadie corrected me. "She was willing to leave you all behind if it meant getting away with what she had done. She showed her true colors right at the end. She never cared about family. Not really. All she cared about was herself. I wish I'd recorded our conversation like I secretly filmed us in your kitchen, but there was no time. It was all happening so fast. But it's the truth. It had all been too much to process, and I couldn't bear to hear any more, mostly because I could tell that Sadie was being honest with me. That was the biggest difference between Sadie and Luna. Only one of them lied because they had bad intentions, and that person was not my ex-wife. "Please, stop talking," I'd begged Sadie, and she complied before moving round to sit next to me and offer me a shoulder to cry on. I ended up accepting that offer, and I stayed in that position for a long time. When we eventually emerged from that room, we both knew we had a lot of work to do to not only tell the children about what had happened, but also to make things work for our family going forward.
That's what we're working on now. As I sit here with Jude, Sadie is with Arthur and Ruby. I believe they've gone to a fun fair. They should be back soon, but for now, I'm going to enjoy only having one child to look after. This is hard enough, but I have no choice but to manage it. Jude needs his daddy more than ever now he has lost his mummy, so I will try and fill the role of both parents. But I also know that is impossible, which is why it has been incredibly kind of Sadie to say she will help too. "Jude is Arthur and Ruby's little brother," she had said to me before we left the hospital that fateful day. "Therefore, he is always a part of the family, and that means I will always want what is best for him. Whatever his mother did, it isn't his fault, so I won't be taking anything out on him. He is an innocent child and deserves to be treated as such. That's why, whatever help I or my parents can offer you, please take it." I'd agreed then, because I knew I didn't have any other choice. I'd never manage on my own. But with Sadie's support, maybe I could make it. So far, we're struggling but surviving. As I finish Jude's feed, I try not to dwell too much on my part in all of this. How it was my brief attraction and flirtation with Gemma that created cracks that Luna was able to exploit. How I provided Luna with the perfect target to frame, whilst also giving her a way to make Sadie feel like things were too far gone between us. How I didn't believe Sadie when she told me she hadn't been drunk at the wheel of her car that day, or when Gemma told me that Luna must have been behind it all after I visited her in prison and revealed I had a new partner. If only I had listened. If only I had taken more time and thought more about things. If only I hadn't been so quick to move on from Sadie after our separation and sleep with Luna after she found me in that hotel bar. Sadie is right. We were targeted. Both of us, equally, for different reasons, but one common theme. We were both vulnerable. Luna exploited that. This is what we are left with now the dust has settled. I suddenly hear car doors opening and closing, so carry Jude over to the window. Looking through the glass, I see Sadie's car and Arthur and Ruby getting out of it. My ex has her driving license back,
after it was reinstated, based on the probability that Luna had spiked her as part of her plot to destroy her life. It was good of the police to give her the benefit of the doubt after initially treating her like a criminal, and it is certainly good that Sadie has more of her independence back. She is still living with her parents, but hopes to move out soon. Where will she move to? I don't know, but it won't be here. Sadie and I will not be getting back together. Too much has gone on between us. Things that can't be forgotten or forgiven. But that's okay. It's for the best. We work well as friends now. As I open the door and see Sadie, Arthur and Ruby approaching the house, I smile. This is our family. We were normal once, but not anymore. We never will conform or be stereotypical ever again. But we still have something every family needs. Love. I really hope that is enough. Chapter 46. Sadie. Tell your father all about your day, I say to Arthur and Ruby as they rush into the house, a sweeping, sibling, sugar-fueled storm descending on this quiet home where my ex and his son were enjoying a peaceful afternoon. We went to the fair and it was so much fun, Arthur cries. I went on the rides, Ruby adds. The teacups and the big roller coaster. It wasn't a roller coaster, Arthur scoffs, correcting his sister. It was a baby ride. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Even Jude could have gone on it. Reed and I share a smile then, as the squabbling siblings carry on their conversation whilst heading into the kitchen, probably to look for snacks. Would you like to come in for a minute? My ex-husband asks me, and I detect the hope in his eyes that I will say yes. Maybe he wants me to hang around here and help out with the kids a little more, or perhaps he just wants some adult conversation before he's left with nothing but childish chat for the rest of the day. But I'm going to have to disappoint him because I already have other plans. Sorry, I can't, I say. I'm on my way to meet a friend. No problem, Reed replies, trying to hide his disappointment. Which friend? His name is Landon, I say, and that was not the reply he was expecting. Oh, I see. It's a date, I add, for the avoidance of doubt. We actually went on a date a long time ago before my coma. We're going to see if we can pick up where we left off. You don't need to explain any further, Reed offers, but I don't mind. It's good to be open and honest, I say. He was actually going to be my boss, although I've decided not to take that job after all. Wow, Reed laughs. You really were busy before your coma. Yeah, being unconscious for 9 months and then needing lots of rehab while trying to catch a crazy person really killed my momentum, I say, jesting about something that we either have to try and laugh about or else we'd cry. But then I wince at how I just described Luna as a crazy person, because I wish I hadn't said that. It can't be easy for Reed to think about how he trusted that crazy person to be the mother to our children instead of me, so I want to take it back. But before I can, Reed speaks again. I hope it goes well, he tells me, and I can see that he genuinely means it. You deserve to be happy. Thank you, I say, appreciating the gesture. So do you, and you will be happy again, in time. I am happy, Reed replies, looking down at Jude in his arms. I'm exhausted and covered in milk, and will soon have the world's worst headache when it comes time to put the kids to bed. But I am happy. We both laugh then, before sharing a small and simple moment in which we smile at one another. But I break it, because instead of sharing long, lingering looks with my ex, I am off to potentially share them with another man. Arthur, Ruby, come and say goodbye to your mother, Reed calls out, and a second later our 2 children emerge from the kitchen, still chatting away to one another about the rides at the fun fair, whilst also carrying the bags of crisps they have sourced to themselves. Bye, Mum, Arthur calls out coolly. Stay, Mummy, Ruby says, showing more of her youth and love than her older brother. I can't stay, darling. I have to go, I tell her before giving them both a hug. But I'll see you soon. I'm picking you up from school tomorrow. Yay! Ruby cries before she and Arthur rush off into the living room to watch TV. Bye, Jude, I say to the little boy in Reed's arms, and I give his tiny hand a hold and a squeeze before letting it go. See you later, I then say to Reed before turning and walking away. never getting used to leaving my children behind, or the fact that there is an extra child now, and he will always make us even more connected to Luna's legacy. I get back in my car and see that Reed is still in the doorway watching me go, so I give him another wave before he finally goes back inside. Not for the first time over these past few weeks, I get the sense that Reed harbors some small hope that we might reconcile one day. But I can't see it. Too much has happened, and too much can't be unsaid. We can be the best of friends, though. We can certainly make the children's lives as easy as possible. Even little Jude's, who is a part of my family, whatever I might think about his mother. As I drive on, I'm glad that I have stopped getting flashbacks of the moment Luna was hit by that car right in front of me. It was an awful sight, accompanied by an awful sound, and for the first few days afterwards, I would wake up hearing it in my sleep.
But that's not happening as much now, so I hope the trauma is healing. As for the rest of what Luna did to me, it will take a long time to heal from. I'm just grateful that it is over, just like I'm grateful to Gemma and to Jack and to the police and to everybody who helped bring this to an end. I reach the destination for my date and park my car before going inside, feeling the fluttering of nerves as I enter the restaurant that Landon has picked for us this afternoon. It feels early for a dinner date, but maybe it won't be over until late, and as I see Landon sitting at a table, I smile and offer him a wave. When I reach him, he offers me a compliment before passing me the wine menu, and it isn't long until I have a glass of wine in front of me to match his. "So, how have you been?" Landon asks, and after taking a second to contemplate the sheer scale of that question, I burst out laughing. If I said it was a long story, it would be the understatement of the year, I tell him. "Don't worry, I don't need to hear it all tonight, but maybe I can by the 5th date, if we have one, that is." "Wow, a 5th date. Somebody is confident," I say, smiling, whilst also feeling excited that things could go well enough with this handsome man to warrant seeing him again and again. I wouldn't be the only one excited about such a thing. I know my parents are desperate for me to find love again, and not just because they want their fancy new house back for themselves. They just want me to be happy, and they know I miss companionship since Reed and I split. But all in good time. For now, I want to focus on getting my own place, kick-starting my career, leaving room for a little romance, but most of all, finding time for family. As if reading my mind, Landon asks me about them. "Are your family well?" he wants to know, which is very sweet of him, but I'll have to disappoint him. "For one night only, can we forget my family?" I say cheekily, raising my wine glass to his.
He smiles, shrugs, and taps his glass against mine before we drink. As we forget all about family and focus on some frivolous fun, I wish there had been one other person who could have forgotten about my family. Luna. If only we hadn't made such a big impression on her. If only she hadn't become fixated on me, my husband, and our children. If only she hadn't wanted my family before taking them from me. She'd probably still be alive now, and I'd probably be at home with Reed, Arthur, and Ruby, while Jude wouldn't even exist. But that little boy deserves his place in the world. He deserves his place in our family, our bigger, crazier, infamous family that has been the talk of the town. I was only joking there when I said I wanted to forget about them. How can I? I love them. I'm lucky to have them. Correction, I'm lucky to have them back. The end.